Sword of Coming Chapter 820? Lu Xianying stopped, turned and stood on the steps, looking at the Zhengyangshan Jianxiu who was in charge of the third game of Wenjian. Seeing the traces of the sword light, the woman came from Xiaogu Mountain in the Zhuanlu Peak. She was dressed in night clothes, her face was cold and her momentum was calm. At first glance she was not a fuel-efficient lamp. She had obviously been watching the battle closely at Xiagushan before, especially in the second game. Yulin lost too weirdly. It seemed that once she got close to Lu Xianying, she would fall into a certain formation restriction, so she did not directly defend her sword. Near the gate of Yixianfeng Mountain but stopped between Zhu Mountain and Full Moon Peak, the Yujian was suspended in the air, and she and Lu Xianying, who had an extremely mysterious natal flying sword, were just facing away. Anyway, the question of the sword and the distance between sword repairs has never been a real problem. The sky was blowing and the woman was dressed in black, and a long sword at her feet dragged a snow-white stream of fireflies, and the mountains behind her were full of verdant colors, just like a female fairy emerging from a sword in a green landscape painting. Lu Xianying looked at the ugly woman with a sword-like attitude, and felt that he had benefited a lot. Next time I asked the ancestor hall of the sword whose house, I would never listen to Qin Pinggan's arrangement anymore. Be stupid. At the gate of the mountain you have to learn from this predecessor, step on the long sword, turn the rainbow, and then hover suddenly, especially the essence, is to appear. You have to choose a place with excellent scenery to become a man in the picture in the eyes of all the spectators. The black-clothed woman pinched the sword art with both hands, and a light golden arc moon appeared on her fingertips. This sword repairman who had lived in Xiaogu Mountain for hundreds of years proved her identity. She came from the full moon peak of Xingyang Mountain. The sword man reported his identity as a gift. Lu Xianying immediately returned the gift and pinched the sword art with one hand. However, he did not report the name of Longquan Jianzong's progeny, but simply introduced his hometown and name, Old Lizhu Dongtian, Lu Xianying in Huaihuang County. She looked calmly, life and death? Lu Xianying smiled and said, you can win or lose life or death at will. I have long wanted to learn how you climb to the top of the Kendo and Xingyang Mountains. She said, let you do what you want today. Between Yixin Peak and Full Moon Peak, a faint white cloud floated by, but actively bypassed the graceful Yujin figure. Obviously, she had already sacrificed a bodyguard technique to prevent Lu Xianying's unknown flying sword from being attacked. Zushan then opened the mountain protection formation. The whole line of peaks, except for the top of the sword, clouds and mists rose everywhere. The steps flowed silently like a stream, and the water was extremely clear. Lu Xianying looked down, and the whole step was like a layer of woven by a fairy. The cyan lichen under the sun's rays dazzled. This battle was not aimed at Lu Xianying, but just sheltered the mountains and waters of the first-line peaks, lest he would be brutally questioned by swordsmen on the top of the mountain, and wantonly shatter the beautiful scenery in the mountains. An unknown woman's sword repair suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a golden long sword appeared out of thin air at the height of the first-line peak. It was the treasure of Jinshan that removed the old peak somewhere in Xingyang Mountain. Then the sword body twisted into several arcs, intertwined with electricity and light, like a golden whip left by the of thunder, and there was thunder roaring in the sky. In an instant, this unusual ancient sword quickly dragged out several the golden brilliance of 100 feet long stretched out an arc of a month and a half from high altitude, and hit the tall man standing on the steps of the first line with a whip. Lu Xianying pinched the sword art with one hand, a golden light appeared on the tips of his fingers, put his fingers together and gently drew a circle. A golden light stretched out, and a circular line appeared beside Lu Xianying. Lu Xianying snapped his fingers again. A circle, the line becomes a golden sphere that enveloped Lu Xianying, like a big day being detained by refining and detention, became pocket-sized and cute, as if being placed on a step by an immortal. The golden light was thick like water, shining bright, and it seemed to be soaring. Jianxiu Lu Xianying standing in the center, his sleeves fluttering. With a whip to the ground, from the mountain climbing shrine to the mountain gate archway, there was a cyan lichen that quickly condensed from the formation of ripples, layered on top of each other, and was eventually cut into a crack several feet deep by the arc of lightning. The mountain top halfway down the mountainside of the first-line peak, from the thunder whip as thick as the mouth of a well, scattered like hundreds of golden thunder and lightning snakes, running non-stop. If it were not for the ancestral mountain formation to protect the roots of the mountains and water transport, just this whip fell. Even if the mountain climbing shrine was destroyed, the archway building would be divided into two halves by a whip. It's just that this powerful lightning whip can't break through the golden circle of Lu Xianying alone. At the foot of the first line of peaks, There are countless lightning whips intertwined, woven into a net as if a figure is hidden. Thor, in the sea of clouds, blasted the world with a whip. The monks watching the battle from all peaks, all the genealogical monks who weren't earth immortals, held their breath and were thrilling. The spiritual energy of the heaven and the earth moved slightly, and the woman showed a misty figure and raised a crystal-clear left hand. The bones and muscles meridians of the gods on the mountain, known as the golden branches and jade leaves, are delicate. She had a virtual grip on her right hand and she slowly twitched. She frowned slightly. The ghost cultivators seemed to be enduring the trembling pain, and pulled out a long emerald green sword from the palm of her left hand, like a faint green river refined. It is inscribed with the words ancient seal and sword. The blade is like water swaying slightly. Lu Xianying glanced at the vision of the woman pulling her sword out of the sheath, in the distance. From the Yixin peak to the top of the full moon peak, he tilted and pulled out a sharp straight line without warning. The sword light was straight, and instantly penetrated the figure of the woman. The castration of the sword light was still incomparable, and the full moon peak was directly moved. A cliff was cut through, and a long line of sword light went to the sky, which lasted for a long time. The figure of the female ghost spread out and turned into a cloud of wind miasma, but the heart was pierced by the sword light, a fist-sized vortex of sword energy. The ghost with a knife, the head, torso, and limbs have all been separated by themselves, and then the wisps of sword energy in her body are broken, and they barely maintain a human form. The golden long sword that was controlled by her heart was flying in the air without stopping, with golden thunder and lightning, and it was still frantically whipping the mountain road at the foot of the peak. Every time the long whip hit the ground, it was a thunderous vibration. A huge mountain of Xinjiang Shanzu, like a bonsai landscape, suddenly a golden flower with a distinct vein blooms. She slashed it out in a distance, and there was no bright light blooming, only a silky gray appeared between the sky and the earth. Lu Xianying still stood in place, motionless, wiped his fingers horizontally and said softly, Shiluo Guixu. In the air between Guiwu Jianxiu and Lu Xianying, a long river of nothingness appeared out of thin air, and the gray line fell into it. After that, the sword light burst like a flood, just rolling down one by one in the returning ruins, and finally even the golden thunder lights were all in the bag. It seems that there is a huge difference between the two sides of the sword. From the beginning to the end, Lu Xianying did not use the swordsmanship he learned from Longquan Jianzhou. When asked about Jianxingyang Mountain, he never said hello to the Iron Master Ruan. Anyway, as long as Ruan Xiong didn't stop him, Lu Xianying would just agree. Lu Xianying glanced at the top of his head. Clouds gathered in all directions, and it showed an unusual black color. As long as he was not blind, he knew that it was the woman's sword repair method. Lu Xianying knew that this sword skill was the famous mastery of the Yunfeng cloud. At noon, under the sun's rays, it penetrated the curtain of black clouds, as if there were 8 sword lights falling from the sky, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at Lu Xianying. Lu Xianying's mind moved slightly, and 8 long rivers of sword energy emerged in the 8 directions surrounding the first line of peaks. In the distance, several long swords were densely clustered together in turbulent rivers, and the sword energy was strong, bypassing the mountain behind the first line of peaks. Pulling several fronts, like a group of qingqi, rushing to the battlefields where the golden light passed through the dark clouds. In the end, in midair, the mighty sword formation river, and the sword falling in the cloud controlled by the woman Yuanying, diametrically opposed, like an iron cavalry colliding against the formation on the battlefield. After all, he is a serious Confucian disciple, and Lu Xianying still knows how to use a few sword poems by those sages and writers. The ghost repair woman did not even look at the sword formation through the clouds. Her figure suddenly scattered into 7 rainbow lights. The rainbow lights spread out like arrows, and finally became 8 illusory sword holders, whose whole body was intertwined with white light. Success, one sword was handed out, and the sword light turned into a mysterious white horse. On the way forward, they suddenly appeared, disappeared, and their whereabouts were uncertain. They all rushed towards the first-line peak Lu Xianying. It's that Pian Xiaofeng swordsmanship at the bottom of the box, time is like an arrow and Baiju flies. The transformation technique of the Qi practitioner has never been very popular, even the side door is not counted. The most inferior is the bird, the beast, or the xuanhuan and the like. If it can show the dragon as big as a mountain phase or some fierce anomalous ancient alien species, and can have 1 or 2 corresponding natal supernatural powers, is considered superior. The magical art of Pian Kaifeng is quite impressive. It can make Taoist priests and the likes of earth immortals roughly imitate the legendary magical creature Baiju jumping in time and flowing water, and then carry a ray of sword intent. Used to kill the enemy. Lu Xianying condensed a long sword with his sword aura, swinging the sword at will for a few times, and smashed several white horses with treacherous trajectories into the air. In addition, a white horse that was as bright as the moon suddenly sank and escaped the sword light. The horseshoe stepped on the ground lightly, and in an instant he came to the back of the steps of Yixianfeng. Lu Xianying didn't turn his head but back with a sword. The white horse rushing down the steps collapsed like porcelain, and finally had 4 heads. Time Baiju crashed into Lu Xianying's golden sword formation, and the snow-white brilliance exploded with the golden sunlight. The female sword repairer had been waiting for this moment, and finally sacrificed her natal flying sword. The entire moon peak in Earth realm, the heaven and earth aura was drawn away, and it was instantly dark as if the day turned into the night was heavy. On the side of the first line peak, the formation lichen changed from light green to dark green. Over the full moon peak, a bright round moon appeared, sinking into the blue sea with lightning speed. The place where the moon fell in the world was where Lu Xianying stood. Lu Xianying still didn't move, but he looked strange. Questioning the sword this time, it's almost okay if you postpone it, it's meaningless. The bright moon was still falling into the sea without any stagnation. But for a moment, the ghost of the woman with swordsmanship still lost his mind, like falling into the clouds, many painted life scrolls, one by one. This kind of unreasonable strangeness, apart from asking both sides of the sword, even the gods of the immortal realm like Qijin, have been watching the battle with the supernatural powers of the mountains and rivers, without missing any subtle details and still unaware. And this behind-the-scenes enshrined at this moment, can actually be regarded as half a Yupu realm Yuanian ghost. She is not even aware of it, she is traveling through her own life pictures. This is the terrible thing about Lu Xianying's natal flying sword. Swords out of dreams, killing at will. No one can escape a sound sleep, and everyone's sleep is a long river. And every time Lu Xianying falls asleep, it is a long journey upstream. The key is that he has seen anyone, and then he can go to that person's growth river at will. So whoever fights with Lu Xianying in the same situation is an extremely dangerous situation. Ning Yao, Fei Ran, Shou Qin, Qin Pingan, it is possible that only these swordsmen with extremely tough swordsmanship can have the power to fight back in the same state, each with magical powers and a slight chance of winning. Because Lu Xianying's only flaw, in Wenjian's dream, is that Lu Xianying meets people in his dream. It is Lu Xianying's going down the river, but it is the time of others. That is to say, Ning Yao and Firen's sword repairs, either the talent is invincible or the sword heart is extremely stable or even both, so it is very likely that in the first moment, you realize that something is wrong, like a person in a trance in a dream, but vaguely knows it and dreams. If at that moment the person who was asked about the sword in the dream had an unusually clear and transparent sword heart, with this sword breaking through a dream, he would be able to avoid Lu Xianying's sharper sword. This is the reason why Lu Xianying is willing to keep dragging Xinjiang Mountain to Wenjian. As long as he hasn't entered the Yupu realm, Laozi is not invincible. Otherwise, Qin Pingan can really stop him with painful words? Lu Xianying has always been the only one who taught Qin Pingan to do things. Lu Xianying on the steps of Yixianfeng without a sword, went to block the moon falling into the sea. For the first time he stepped back and used the mountains and rivers to shrink the mountains and rivers. After going halfway up the mountain, the moon fell to the ground and went up the steps. Crushing all the way following Lu Xianying's figure, Lu Xianying had no choice but to no longer hide his realm. Suddenly he showed a figure of 100 feet tall, raised his sleeves, and used the sleeves of the Yupu realm monks to earn that round of climbing for the next month. In the sleeves, the big sleeves swelled, and the tearing and cracking of the silk cloth sounded endlessly. The bright moon was like a rolling ball, bumping everywhere. Lu Xianying stretched out his fingers and pressed the sleeves. The bright moon in the sleeves gradually settled down, finally because of the loss of the female ghost. Controlled by the mind, it seemed like water without a source. It smashed in the sleeves. In the small world there were countless snowy white moonlights. The moonlight slightly oozes out of the sleeves. The sun and the moon are long in the pot of the fairy master on the mountain. As for the other Lu Xianying, she accompanied the woman ghost and walked in a long river of time, and the two went down the river together looking over her life. A full moon peak female sword cultivator, her 500 to 600 years of cultivating career seems to be a long time, but in fact it was only in the moment of their respective minds, and if it hadn't been for Lu Xianying's heart to move, she would change her mind. Perceiving the situation of the dream, Lu Xianying handed out a sword in the dream, she will be at least consumed by a sword for 100 years of Taoism, and will be shattered many souls. Besides, she is inherently rotten and seems to be just suffering. How many swords can the supporting soul stand? Lu Xianyang's dream. Lu Xianyang sighed, stopped, and called out her name softly. The long river of time came to a halt. The woman ghost who wandered and looked back on her entire life suddenly waked up, and looked around, only to realize that she was not a new dragon. The female cultivator in the realm, there was no junior girl who was still looking forward to the future together, let alone the full moon peak. She wanted to operate her natal flying sword, but found that the xianxia, who depended on her master for life, was still in her natal acupuncture point, but her mind moved slightly. No matter how she pulled it, she seemed to be blocked by a mountain. The gate, Feijin won't get out of the gate to kill the enemy. Lu Xianyang glanced at Tianhuai, and said with a smile, there is still some time left. I will show you the real mountain scenery. The reason for the exception is that this woman ghost may be a certain future Lu Yu from Xinjiang Mountain. In the next moment she only felt the changes in the surroundings, and then her heartstrings tightened and she was choking out of breath. Just for an instant, a ghost whose jinshin was still in the nascent soul stage at any rate collapsed on the spot. In the endless battlefield, countless golden gods are high in the sky, countless monster races are on the ground, fighting between the sky and the earth, corpses are everywhere like mountains stretching. And the place where she and Lu Xianyang stood was actually on the tip of a big demon holding a magic knife, and a big demon whose height did not reach thousands of feet, stepped on the mountain with 1 foot, provoked with the knife in his probing arm, with scarlet eyes. The eyes are hot, it looks up at the sky, full of fighting spirit. Lu Xianyang asked indifferently, Situ Wenying, because you are not like Zhengyangshan Jianxiu, I brought you here. Do you have anything else you want to say in the end? As far as they could see, the battle was fierce. It's just that Lu Xianyang is not surprised, but the ghost sword repair named Situ Wenying is thrilling. Just seeing the scenery he's already dizzy and Dao heart is lost. There is a pair of colored armored gods with golden eyes, standing on the earth, spreading his palms to draw a bright galaxy from the sky, holding it as a long whip, whipping the earth high. The earth is fragmented and ravines are vertical and horizontal. There was a huge who looked like a woman. When she landed on the ground, tens of thousands of golden lightning flashed to the ground instantly, as if the world bordered the earth. There was the small body of the great demon who pulled the gods with one hand. After tearing it apart, he discarded half of it and put the remaining half in his mouth, chewing it, but was pierced by a golden halberd that fell from the sky. In the chest, it actually leaned forward with a grinning smile, tearing open its body, and then holding the halberd backhand, stomping heavily on the ground, and throwing it back to a golden in the sky. Before the latter caught it, dozens of them were located. The gods in the lower part were passed by. After the gods of the halberd master took over, they didn't even look at the corpses of the gods hanging on the halberds. They just shook their wrists slightly to shake the string of candy gourds on the weapons in their hands. She trembled. This is your natal flying sword? Lu Xianyang twitched the corners of his mouth. Otherwise? A jade pure realm fell out of thin air and I happened to be picked up by Lu Xianyang? She was dull and speechless and was silent for a long time. In the end she knew that she was going to die, but she laughed instead. This is the end, unexpected joy. Lu Xianyang knelt down and said, I finally understand the meaning of those words. Yesterday I was in the Yunlu there, and I lay in a wicker chair while drinking and chatting with my friends. Anyway, I was idle. The two best friends talked about everything. Finally, drinking slightly, Qin Pingan smiled and looked towards the sky and said something to his heart. He said that interesting things and meaningful things are not easy to do. Interesting and difficult things, if done, may not have any meaning. But a meaningful thing, if done, must be very interesting. The several groups of celestial masters on the full moon peak could even clearly feel the aftermath of the tremor of the big earthquake on the Yixin peak. As for the two places of Boyun Peak and Shuilong Peak, two groups of mountain gods and water gods from all over the continent met. They are more sensitive to the transportation of mountains and waters. Compared with ordinary monks, it is more difficult to determine the consequences of a questioning sword. Changed the landform for a long time. Jiang Yun, who came out of the branch of the Jiang family in Yunlin, and Funan Hua, the old dragon city, were both foreigners who went to the Lizhu cave to look for opportunities. In addition, the two sides had met on the battlefield of Dadu. They were half acquaintances. Standing side by side for a while, looking at the magnificent picture of the sword in front of him, Funan Hua asked softly, both of them are Yuan Ying sword fairy? Jiang Yun nodded, undoubtedly. Maybe Lu Xianyang is more than that. However, Jiang Yun's interest is not in the questioning sword, but the Zushan formation of Xinjiang Mountain. which is similar to a soldier with a rank of at least half a fairy. In order to protect the first-line peak during the questioning of the sword on both sides, know as for being devastated by sword light scattered and bombarded with spells, it would be fun to wait until the end of the war. Afterwards, guests from all peaks climbed and watched, and there were potholes everywhere, especially the xianxia mansion halfway down the mountainside. I never thought that the most boring mountain ceremony could become so interesting. Sure enough, don't mess with the young generation who walked out of Liju Dongtian. Not to mention Song Jisin, Nipping Lane, who is already the king of the Dali domain, Ma Kuxuan from Xinghua Lane, and Xia Ling from Taoya Lane. In the past few years he was traveling alone, killing demons and eliminating demons and magical skills. There have been endless and extremely decisive. There are still 2 pure martial artists from the Yang family pharmacy. They also had a turmoil on the mountain at an ancient battlefield site. As for Zhao Yao on Fulu Street, he returned to his hometown to serve as a Dali official. Dealing with disputes on the mountain is even more cruel. I never thought there would be another Lu Xianying today. Fu Nanhua's bloated wife sat in the viewing pavilion with Wei Liang, and Jiang Xing asked, "When will Lu Xianying reach the top of the sword all the way?" Wei Liang smiled heartily, "Little Ginger, what anxious. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, please wait patiently." That Lu Xianying has a lot of strength. Jiang Xing's eyes lit up, "Is there still hot tofu?" Wei Liang nodded and said, "Maybe it will be very hot and even feel hot even after serving a bowl." Jiang Xing shook his head and said, "It's impossible, even if the surname Lu is a sword fairy in the Yupu realm, it's a fluke that he can walk to the top of the sword." Regarding the background of Xingyang Mountain, Yunlin Jiang's side is naturally clear, and she is the most indulgent of Jiang's ancestors, plus the fact that she was forced to marry Lao Longqing when she was wronged. The ancestor has always felt guilty. Every time she goes back to her family's home, the heavy-duty Jiang family owner will make time to accompany Jiang Sheng to relax. Wei Liang laughed and said, "There are only 2 kinds of immortal houses in the world, mountain tops and scattered sands. Even if it is a wealthy family on the mountain, as long as it reaches a certain critical point, it will instantly become disintegrated. The former is Tongyi's Hao Yugue. Zone, Taiping Mountain, Beiping's Fengshui Temple, Zhenwu Mountain. As for the latter, there are more, but some are hidden shallowly, some hidden deeply. Xingyang Mountain belongs to the latter of the latter. If only Lu Xianying asks the sword today, it is true that he will not reach that critical point. Just like Xiao Jiang said, he will stop at the top of the first-line peak sword. At most, he will be left by Xingyang Mountain or by Longquan Sword Sect. Someone brought down the mountain and counted it as a post-dinner talk on Beiping's Mountain. Having said that, Wei Liang looked at the young sword repairman standing on the steps of the first-line peak. Of course, Lu Xianying is already very powerful. Only 2 people can do it before the Yupu realm sword fairy who is less than 50 years old. Jiang Sheng was shocked when he heard this. Lu Xianying is a sword fairy in the Yupu realm? It was just more shocking to the world, or what Wei Liang called the first 2. She couldn't help but ask, 2? Isn't it only the Fengshui Temple Wei and Jin dynasty? Wei Liang smiled and said, "It seems that your ancestor of the Jiang family still doesn't care enough about young Ginger." Jiang Xing curiously asked, "Who is it? Where is it now? How famous is such a young sword fairy?" Wei Liang sold it off, "It's far in the sky, right in front of you, and now he's somewhere in the mountains of Zhufeng. This guy, he brought a big bowl of hot tofu and went to be a guest. As a result, the owner had to eat it. Eating, if you are not careful, you will not only burn your mouth but also burn your liver and intestines." Jiang Xing said suddenly, "I was surprised before, why Uncle Wei was willing to rush to Xingyang Mountain from his busy schedule to waste time in vain." Wei Liang nodded, squinted and said with emotion, "I have to come because I need to learn the method of dismantling things to the best of their ability with a young man." Wei Liang, the grandfather, son and grandson, are actually the same person. A Buddhist monk who has been the chief governor of the Xuanhuan country from generation to generation, was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed at himself and said, "I am really angry. That kid is so simple. Well, now I can hold my nose and ask him humbly about this knowledge." On the side of the Yixin Peak Dingjian Pavilion, the sovereign Zhuhuang saw the ghost of the woman who had done a great job in the mountain gate. His eyes were full of pity and guilt, pitying her for being a woman, but having a pitiful life experience. Pujing today still needs her to leave Xiagushan to lead the sword with Lu Xianying. Xia Yuanqui's expression is complicated, and here is the inside story of a long dusty sect. Even Tao Yanba and Yen Chu, such a high-powered Zhengyangshan old man, are just some private guesses and no one will easily mention it. I only know that woman. There is a woman in the Yuanying realm, Guatio, who is incognito, took over the position of Tianyueng. After seeing her, the white-clothed old ape looked displeased and said to several old sword immortals, "Her fate is not her life alone, it is related to the great formation of Zushan. Once her soul is scattered, it will damage the hub of the big formation from the root, and the loss of that immortal money will not be said. Why should the sect master ruin a mountain of qi so much? Who will make up for it afterwards?" The face of Xia Yuansue, who had always been deep in the city mansion, was a little angry and said, "Yuan Zhuang's words are a bit hurtful. This behind-the-scenes consecration, according to the genealogy records that has long since passed away, the female Yuan Ing Jianxiu, secretly serves as the oiling father of Xinjiang Mountain. The sesame oil added in the implied meaning is the ancestor worship lamp of Yixianfeng Zushitang, which can add incense to the top of a mountain. She came from Full Moon Peak and was once one of Xia Yuanqui's most proud successors. She and the woman who was killed by Li Tuanjing personally and then exposed her bones to Fenglei Garden Square were sisters. Both of them had the opportunity to take over as the peak master from Xia Yuansue, the master who was interested in practicing swordsmanship, to help with general affairs, and even hoped to become the mountain master. You must know that among the peaks of Xinjiang Mountain, the current Lord Xuanhuan, although he has excellent sword training qualifications, he is still not the best swordsman. It's just that their roads are bumpy, one is dead and the other is resentful, and they choose to embark on a decapitated road, becoming the inhuman and ghost-like appearance they are now. Because they, or the entire Xinjiang Mountain, have encountered the Fenglei Garden Jianxiu, Li Tuanjing, who hit the opposite. Emperor Bamboo persuaded, Uncle Xia Yuan Zhufeng has never spoken to things or to people. In the past dynasties, men and women can be both men and women. They must be sword repairers. Once they hold this position, they are equal to a half-dead person because not only will they be removed from the Patriarch Hall's genealogy, they will be cancelled, and then they will find a random cause such as failure of retreat and disbandment of soldiers. And every time he showed up to hand the sword and did what he was doing, it was often extremely dangerous, and every time it was a desperate move. Before Xia Yuansue and Zhu Huang entered the Yupu realm respectively, after she became a ghost, she was actually the most powerful sword repairman in Xinjiang Mountain. Her existence was to deal with Li Tuanjing's very possible question of Jianzheng Yangshan so as not to climb Li Tuanjing all the way like entering the land of no one. Xinjiang Mountain naturally did not dare to expect her to be able to cut Li Tuanjing with a sword. It was a bit similar to Yuan Bai and Wang's questioning swords. These methods were just that when the peaks were weak, the Shanmen had no choice but to protect themselves. Act of. The old ape in white sneered. It naturally knew what calculations Xia Yuansue and the Emperor Zhu had made. The two of them had long considered that the ghost lady was an eye-catcher. The former Xinjiang Mountain could not be without her. She had to guard against the unrivaled Li Tuanjing who was alive. Li Tuanjing dismantled the entire Patriarch Hall alone and interrupted those mountain-climbing kendos. But now she has become a stain on the old almanac. It is best to leave it to an outsider to erase it. Xinjiang Mountain, there is no shortage of her half of the sword fairy of the Jade Pure realm. Xia Yuansue was prepared to give up a shameless progeny based on this merit, so that when he discusses matters in the Patriarch Hall in the future, he would exchange for a sword fairy embryo. As for the sovereign Zhu Huang, don't look at his previous regrets and guilt. Actually, in the entire Xinjiang Mountain, the one who wanted her to die cleanly and thoroughly was the Bamboo Emperor who changed from Yuan Ing to Yu Pu and from the Mountain Lord to the Sovereign. However, the white-clothed old ape knew everything, but didn't feel that there was anything wrong. The Emperor Bamboo was not so cruel, how could he be the Sovereign? Xia Yuansue didn't calculate this way. How could Full Moon Peak continue to grow and occupy the most seats in the lower Zhangzushi Hall? The fate-flying sword of that woman ghost is named Qinza, and has a very high rank. Once sacrificed, it creates an impossible place within a radius of tens of miles. Fijian's magical powers that shed the spirit of heaven and earth and fish are just one of them. In addition, she is good at unique swordsmanship. She fights with others with swords, and walks the way of burning jade and stone. In addition, by virtue of flying sword, she can eat food and grain, which is equal to 1. Yuan Ing Jianxiu, in the condition of Yangshu worry-free, still did not hesitate to turn into a ghost, abandoning the outer body of the Yangshan body and the entire skin, and borrowed half of the realm of the Yupu realm. And her soul has long been with Xinjiang. The mountain and mountain protection formation is integrated, and you cannot leave the mountain for too long, otherwise the soul will decay extremely quickly. Therefore, unlike the old man who planted the forest on the back of the sword peak, every time you go down the mountain, you can sway like traveling through the mountains and rivers. You only need to cut the grass and remove the roots. Yes, she can't, so every time she descends secretly she is beheaded. The man who continues the incense for the ancestor hall, and the old man who planted the roots of the sword forest in Jingyang Mountain, these two veritable behind-the-scenes worships, a yuanying sword immortal and a master of the 9 realms, have a clear division of labor, and occasionally go down the mountain to cooperate in killing people. The coordination is seamless, leaving no clues. The Emperor Bamboo suddenly said in his heart, "Today there have been enough accidents, there must be no more accidents. So the next sword master Xia junior brother Tao Zhongli, it's hard work." The Emperor Bamboo added another sentence, "I will notify Degushan, so I will add Wu Tijing's natal flying sword." Xia Yuansui nodded, the other 2 gods of wealth and Master Zhonglu, although hesitated, they still agreed to this matter. As long as they did it without knowing it, Lu Xianying would only die without knowing how the peaks watched the battle. The same can only be regarded as Lu Xianying being beheaded by a female ghost with a sword, without knowing the mystery. Among the sword repairs, Emperor Zhuhuang, Xia Yuansui Tao Yanba, and Yen Chu are 2 jade and 2 yuan infants. In addition to that ghost repair, it can usually be regarded as half a jade pu realm. After fighting for life, it can be regarded as a murderous jade pu real sword fairy. What's more, Jingyang Mountain is in addition to Jianxiu, and there is also a mountain guarding Yuanjinya which is already Yupu. And on the back of Jianfeng, there is also a behind-the-scenes worship of the old man Jilin, an old ghost who hangs his life with a secret technique, and is the great master of the 9 realms. In this way, if the peaks follow the ancestral mountain and open the mountain protection formation together, plus the sword top, killing an immortal or even a fairyland sword repair, it is not a problem, more than enough. But this kind of great sword immortal, even if you add the neighbors in the north and south, the whole Sanzhou mountains and rivers by Chang Weijin Jiang Shangzhen Weiying, who else is there? Besides, the sword immortal in the fairyland or the great monk in the ascended realm, who dares to come here in Aquarius now? Is the imitation by Yujing above Dadu in the middle of the real dead thing? Therefore the time, the place and the people are harmonious, all in Jingyang Mountain. On the cliff of Daegu Mountain on Zhuanlu Peak, a young man in black clothes carrying a sword glanced at a lonely woman on the side of Xiaogu Mountain not far away. His eyes were cold, and after retracting his gaze, a nearby piece of dead wood ran out of the cliff. He walked up, and after stomping off the dead wood with 1 foot, his figure was light, and he jumped into the air with a long sword behind his clam. Wu Tijing walked with his sword. This young swordsman, who was regarded as the best swordsman in Jingyang Mountain for thousands of years, did not hang a saber around his waist, only the section from the sword to the hilt. It seems that there was a long sword, but the blade was lost. While floating with the sword, Wu Tijing slowly breathed out, and his sleeves were hunting. The genus of swordsmanship in the mountains of my generation, purely the way of hand-to-hand combat, the inner real spirit, the body is like a bird, the spirit of the spirit, the sword spirit is like water overflowing the river, the sword spirit is like a hibiscus out of the water, the kendo is vast and lofty like the stars spinning. Lu Xianying and the woman's ghost questioned the sword, with great momentum and visions, and there were chaotic ripples of sword energy remnants everywhere, and he led the nose of an ancestral mountain formation, so Qin Pingan left the back of the sword peak and hid his body. Following a kendo but being a little careful, he successfully climbed to the top of the sword with the ancient sword he picked up. After being asked by the female cultivators on the top of the mountain who they were, Qin Pingan smiled and said that he was a guest, and suddenly stopped outside the threshold of the first-line Fengzhu Master Hall, turned his head to look at the female cultivators of Wamafeng, one by one, and then seemed to say to himself, muttered to himself, "Since I have already seen through, can you let Lu Kai flow to Xiefeng or travel far to Lu Tai, and postpone asking me about the sword? There will be more opportunities in the future. Yuzo Zi, after all the things of heaven, why rush for a while, such as waiting for me to go to Wuxialover? Or after traveling to Qingming World?" To Xiefeng, Yuanbai's maidservant was shining brightly with her eyes, and then she quickly lowered her head, seeming to be a little bit hesitant. Even Yuanbai didn't notice this subtle movement of her. A Qiangzifeng female cultivator in the square glanced at the sword fairy in green shirt. The corner of her mouth curled up, and then she nodded lightly as if she had agreed to the matter. The female cultivator returned to her normal expression in the next moment. This Hua Mu Fong female sister actually didn't realize it. And beside Yuan Bai, the handmaid Lu Kai from Aizhou Tianjing Fudi disappeared without warning, and she left to face Xiefeng without even having time to speak with Yuan Bai. At the side of Dallas Company, the sword light flashed like by Yujing, but he withdrew soon. It seems that a Yin god who is a sword repairer in the Jade Pure realm is traveling far away, and it is not worth the sword. Before coming to Xingyang Mountain, Qin Pingan had gone to Dadu in the middle of the country. He didn't rely on any identity to board the imitation by Yujing, but with the names of 2 monks from other continents. Then Qin Pingan saw a borderless man with a vague figure and a vague appearance. At that time Qin Pingan opened the door and said, "He'll find by Chang or Zhou Zi. You will be responsible for the sword according to the rules. But I can't guarantee that I can find it. Because in accordance with Dallas rule that only applies to mountain tops, all Biezo Fairyland Sword Repair and Ascendant Boundary Grand Monks did not take the initiative to hand out a communication certificate with the Dali court, and set foot on the territory of Aquarius Island without authorization. Once discovered they must ask about the sword. But that customs certificate only needs to be sent to the imitation by Yujing, and there is no need to say hello to Dali Capital or the companion. This is actually another weird thing. The borderless person who didn't know his identity nodded and smiled. Within the rules it should be. The Tianhuan of Xingyang Sanjiu Peak once sent a letter from Feijian to his husband, by Chang'e Zhou Zijiu. In short, Cui Dongshan has 10% certainty that one of them must be hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. In fact, Qin Pingan was already on the way to imitate by Yujing. Qin Pingan was standing on the top of the sword with a wide view at the moment, turning his head to catch a glimpse of the sword light on the side of Xiefeng, and did not look back for a long time. If he was just reading the espionage about Xingyang Mountain, he would definitely not have too many guesses about the maid named Lu Kai, next to Yuan Bai. But when it comes to Jiu Mineta Wan, especially the case that Qin Pingan has been wary of, Qin Pingan will never take it lightly. Until this moment, the real body of Zhou Zi in Aquarius Island hadn't gone away. Qin Pingan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. For no reason he remembered 2 Buddhist sayings that the grass bandit was defeated and the thieves tried to pull the bow. Well, this time Wenjian Zhengyangshan finally no more worries. As for the white clothes, as long as you dare to come to Baya Pingzu to pass the sword insidiously, don't leave, go to Luapa Mountain as a guest. However, I believe that with Bai Chang's temperament, even if he travels secretly across continents, he has realized that the movement of Bai Yujing is destined to return home quietly, but it is more likely that this ambitious northern sword fairy will choose to stand by and watch the play from a distance. A female officer of Wamafeng hurried forward, boldly stretched out her hand to stop at the door, and cautiously discouraged. "This sword fairy Jianding Zushitang is our first forbidden place. We can't go. Breaking in without permission is to cause trouble. Big trouble." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "There will be no trouble. Your ancestor who moved to the mountain and I are old friends. The reason why I have achieved today is largely thanks to him. If you don't rest assured," Feijian spread the letter to the Emperor of Bamboo. "I just have something to do. I want to have a good chat with him. There are many people at Tingjian Pavilion and it's not suitable to talk about business. There will be Miss Lao who will spread the letter, so I will pick my chair first. By the way, my name is Qin Pingan and I come from Luapa Mountain, and I want to remind you that the Lord, let him come to Jianding by himself." While the female officer was hesitant, I never thought that the man in the blue shirt and back the sword, his figure disappeared in a flash. He had already crossed the threshold and walked in the Patriarch Hall with her arm hanging in the air. She put her hands away, flushed with anxiety, almost burst into tears, made such a big omission under her eyelids, and returned to Xiangxia afterwards, so she could not be scolded to death by her ancestor. She stamped her foot and had to turning around. He hurried to Feijian's secret letter to the Lord Xuanhuan, and said that there was a guest who didn't understand the rules, claiming to be Qin Pingan from Luapa Mountain, and broke into the Patriarch's hall first as if he had begun to choose his chair. When seated, this person was still not ashamed, saying that the Lord had better come to the ancestral hall to discuss matters. After Qin Ping's loss, with a sword in one hand, he did indeed choose a chair there, and walked to the chair that belonged to the sovereign Bamboo Emperor. Because today is the celebration of the great sage who moved the mountain, the front line peak is here. Hushan enshrines the very front seat, making an exception and placing it in the first place alongside the Bamboo Emperor. So Qin Pingan sat on this chair and looked to the door, holding a long sword stubbornly, gently picked it up and put it down, quietly waiting for the Emperor of Bamboo to show up. The female officer of Wamafeng didn't dare to go beyond the rules of the Patriarch Hall and walked into it without authorization. She could only stand at the door, and then when she saw the scene inside the Patriarch Hall, her face turned pale in a moment. This uninvited guest who looked and kindly looked at her, "What's going on? Don't you want to die?" Qin Pingan looked at the 2 rows of seats one by one, and they all knew who they belonged to. Although they had never been to Fengzhu Shirtang before, they were completely familiar with them. Full Moon Peak Xianhuan, the Taoist god of wealth of Qiu Lingshan, Yan Zhanglu, the old sword fairy who once made swords with Li Kai, Pianyufeng female sword fairy, Qiang Zifeng ancestor Leng Qi Zhiyu Feng Xuanhuan, Li Tuanjing's reincarnated Wu Tijing Yujiafeng Yulin, who was looked down upon by Master Huan, was hiding a small half of sword Xiu Lu Kai against Xiefeng Yuan Bai. It is indeed a good place for swords and immortals. If it's just the Xingyang mountain, nothing. But if you add the Dali court Tianhuan and Tianhuan, there will be a white suit with great conspiracy. With Zouzi there will be Lu Kai. For example, just talk about Lu Kai. When Qin Pingan seemed to be most energetic, suddenly an unknown boy from Xingyang mountain appeared. He was born and stopped on the road. Choosing to exchange sword repair for sword repair eventually made the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi no longer a sword repairer. For the complex situation of several worlds, this may be an extremely interesting situation, and it will be an extremely unexpected variable. But for the young mountain owner of the Luapa mountain, it was a bleak ending that could not be imagined at all. In this matter, Zouzi seemed to have greeted Qin Pingan early, past the list of 10 young people in the world, and deliberately or unintentionally revealed the 2 natal flying swords of Lu Kai. Maybe this list comes from behind the scenes of Zouzi. One day Jianxiu asked Jianxiu, dignified and upright. And I also reminded you this young hidden official in advance, and let you Qin Pingan prepare for many years in advance to deal with the questioning sword that the opponent's name and natal Feijian clearly told you. Qin Pingan took a deep breath, but for the time being no need to worry, but Zouzi will only decide the time and place of this questioning sword. It is destined to be unavoidable and unable to escape. In fact, no matter how Qin Pingan broke his head to think about why, he still couldn't understand why Zouzi aimed at himself like this. Never mind. On the road of life, even if you don't know many whys, you still do what you should do. Coming. Xingyang Mountain, the sovereign bamboo emperor. Sure enough, it was just alone. Qin Pingan smiled and did not get up. The emperor bamboo isolated a small world with his sword aura and stood at the door. He caught a glimpse of the ancient sword in the back of the sword peak in the other's hand for the first time. The mountain owner asked in a deep voice, "Qin Pingan, what do you want to do?" The man was still using the bottom of the scabbard, tapping the ground lightly and smiling. "Ask for a cup of tea and then talk about business?" The emperor bamboo grasped a white jade talisman passed down from generation to generation in his sleeve and sneered, "Oh? Are you worthy?" At the next moment, all the sword energy on the top of the sword peak at the front line gathered in an instant, condensed into a tall figure surrounded by clouds and mist, standing beside the sovereign bamboo emperor. The old man was still there in the green shirt and he smiled helplessly. "I haven't talked about it yet, it's going to collapse?" The emperor bamboo saw the man open his hand, and the saber of the founder of Xingyang Mountain stood still, and then the guy raised his hand, shook his sleeves and rolled out a head from it and then swiped his toes. Kicked the head of the old man Jilin towards the gate and hit the threshold. "Emperor Bamboo, you don't want to think about why I can kill a 9-level martial artist on your site, but I have to run to the front line. Feng, take the initiative to say hello. Did you know about this?" The expression of Emperor Bamboo was uncertain. The fairyland beside him could actually shoot the sword at that young man at any time. Qin Pingan stretched out a palm, turned towards the seat of the Emperor Bamboo and said with a smile, "You are here, where can I escape? Why sit down and talk?" The Emperor Bamboo didn't move but asked, "Is that Lu Xianying already in the Jade Realm?" Qin Pingan was too lazy to talk about this. "You don't guess by yourself, you just smashed the head at the door casually, then got up and smiled. Give you a chance to have a good conversation, maybe it's not a good one, right?" In a moment, even Lu Xianying and I, all the distinguished guests who came to the frontline peak to observe the ceremony, will be on the side of the Zushitang. Let's enjoy the sun together. The Emperor Zhu laughed and stepped across the threshold, but the immortal behind him stayed outside of the ancestral hall, and said as he walked, "Qin Shanzhu, remember to speak carefully. If you have a conversation you will kill many people." Qin Pingan smiled and said, "I've been scared to death by you." As soon as the Emperor Bamboo walked halfway, he instantly sacrificed a natal flying sword, and the immortal at the door behind him, each with a sword, forcibly broke through an extremely strange sword formation. But the next moment, it seemed that Qin Pingan was just shaking his arms with swordsmanship, and there was no more movement. However, at the top of the peak, where there was no more sword energy, there appeared a beautiful landscape that looked like a landscape painting. It's like a mountain with flowers blooming successively, and then there are hundreds of spreading flying swords, dragging out a series of sword lights, flowing fireflies, spreading in all directions, the sword lights rushing to the peaks and finally hovering in one place. Around a guest. At the same time, Qin Pingan had already held the two ends of the ancient sword at the back of Jianfeng with both hands and smiled. Don't worry about fighting, this is the most important inheritance of your Xinjiang mountain for 2,600 years. A token one was accidentally broken by me, who will be to blame? The Emperor Bamboo did not put away the flying sword of his life, but the young mountain owner who spoke and acted as if he had a mental illness, did another unreasonable thing. He actually threw the sword back to the emperor. Then stretched out his hand again and smiled. Sit down. The Emperor Bamboo didn't even catch the Xinshan treasure of the patriarch's relic, just let the fairy at the door do it for him. When he was seated, he was in a strange mood. In his patriarch hall, who is the host and who is the guest? Then the first sentence of that guy's mouth made the Emperor Bamboo seem to have heard a big joke. Emperor Bamboo, why don't you remove Yuan Xinye from your family's landscape genealogy first? Then I will work harder and clean the door for you by myself. Do you think it is feasible? The Emperor Bamboo was so furious that he stood up suddenly, gritted his teeth and said, Qin Pingan, what do you think? I saw that person calm down and nodded with a smile. I think it's feasible. On the steps of Yixianfeng, Lu Xianying just put away a round of bright moon in his sleeves, shook his sleeves and returned with a full load. It was a worthwhile trip. When I look back, I can give it to miss you. Mosquito legs are also meat. And in that mysterious ancient battlefield, the woman ghost asked, You are in the bright place and there is Qin Pingan in the fallen mountain hiding in the dark, right? Lu Xianying smiled and said nothing. I am not familiar with you, so there is no need to dig my heart. Suddenly, her face was distorted, full of hideous expressions, but with an indisputable look in her eyes, she said angrily, What is the point of you asking the sword so sloppily? Lu Xianying was a little confused by her question. Just like a wicked bandit, before he died he suddenly asked the heroic hero, Is it enough to kill me? Even if it is not enough, I can't kill you twice. Situ Weining seemed to be crazy and started talking crazy. Except for me, who else can you kill if you ask the sword this time? Emperor Zhu, Xia Yuansui, Tao Yanba, Yanchu, these old bastards, how many people will eventually being interrupted by the main road? Does Xinjiang Mountain really hurt your muscles? Don't you know that Xinjiang Mountain's gang of immortal veterans are best at what they do not say? It's like this year after year. After the death of Fenglei Garden Li Tuanjing, he produced a sect prefix, and now even the next sect is almost there. It's just that she quickly slumped. In fact, the two young sword repairers seem to have not reached the age of 50. It was not easy to be able to ask Xinjiang Mountain in this way, and it was a feat. Although there are regrets, it is very happy. If the upper beam is not right, the lower beam is crooked, the patriarch, the preacher personally pass on, and pass on again. Xinjiang Mountain will always be Xinjiang Mountain. Outsiders who know the inside story just know it. At most, it was like the ancestor Qin at Daegu of Fengshua Temple, and his words were disgusting at Xinjiang Mountain. Unfortunately, there is no Li Tuanjing in the world. This existing sword repairs the liver and intestines like snow, but hides more dirt and dirt. It has been in the mountains for 2,600 years and will always be the main conspiracy. Just like these swordsmanship, it is the real but invisible patriarch is the top spot. Moreover, when Yunfeng and Pianjifeng are so upright hills, when the patriarch's hall used to discuss matters, when did they leave the scene one by one? As Xinjiang Mountain flourishes, it is destined to become more and more puppets. These true pure sword repairs, every time they have a clear conscience, they hide the extremely utilitarian plan of the patriarch hall. All sword repairs do not hesitate to do so. The handing of swords, one by one outside the mountain, seemingly impassioned to give up one's life and forget one's death, is actually the business and calculation in the patriarch hall. In the end, the ones who benefit the most are those who do not use swords. All the young and energetic young girls who used to go up the mountain may eventually become the next Tao Yanba, Yanchu, Lengqi and Niuerong. Lu Xianying looked embarrassed. It was mainly this senior female cultivator who seemed more like a life and death enemy of Xinjiang Mountain than him, a vengeful outsider, and he was a little uncomfortable. Situ Weining began to dissipate, her soul trembling, turning into wisps of smoke, but she didn't realize it or didn't care at all and just said, Even if you really dismantle the first line of Feng Zhu Shirtang today, you still haven't succeeded. It will even be unhelpful. In the past, Li Tuanjing had a manpower pressing Xinjiang Mountain for 300 years. In fact, it was this Li Tuanjing, like a piece of the best sharpening stone, that created the sect of Xinjiang Mountain today. Xuanfeng Jianxiu the same hatred. You don't know this, so you just looked at the sword fiercely as a sword fairy but not a sword fairy. Situ Weining smiled miserably, because your Wenjian will only have the same result as Li Tuanjing. Have you and Qin Pingan ever thought about this problem? Lu Xianying shook his head honestly. I never wanted this. After all, my enemy is the old beast who almost beat me to death with a punch. This time I climbed the mountain, I came to chop him. As for the atmosphere of the peaks of Xinjiang Mountain, it doesn't matter. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked, stealing chickens and dogs, male thieves and female prostitutes. It is your own business and I am not your ancestor, so I can't worry about family style. But Lu Xianying didn't say something. But don't worry, some people will definitely think that guy kindly helped you re-edit the ancestral tree. Her heart was ashamed and she laughed loudly. Xinjiang Mountain person, I must be one of them, but I haven't heard more long sword breaking and breaking. I am really unwilling. The saddest thing about Situ Weining in this life is not that Li Tuanjing likes her senior sister and doesn't like the self who met earlier, but that the Emperor Bamboo had a horrible heart and told her in private that Li Tuanjing, who had just entered the nascent soul realm, actually liked her first. The person is you, but your senior sister is the selected peak master in Uncle Xia's heart. It is more likely that she will be in the master's hall in the future. Li Tuanjing changed his mind after weighing the pros and cons. After Situ Weining realized that something was wrong and turned into a ghost, he found the Emperor Bamboo, who had successfully become the Lord of the Mountain at that time. The latter laughed and said to her that you are infatuated with Li Tuanjing, but you don't know who you like. What kind of person you are also worthy to make that Li Tuanjing like, and you still have the face to come to me Xingshi to ask the crime. Situ Weining smiled. It seems that in her life she has always been so unsatisfactory, and the people she missed have nothing to do with beauty. Suddenly spring, suddenly summer, suddenly autumn, already winter. Then there will be no more spring flowers in the coming year. She was also in love with a young girl and she was afraid of being Langdao. At this moment she burst into tears, but finally she had no worries and she had some dispensable joys. The small pieces could not be put together, but it was a long-lost ease. Lu Xianying wanted to ask her if she should just change to another place to practice. Just thinking about it again, Lu Xianying swallowed these words back to her stomach. She hadn't made a mistake before, she was a person. Besides, she was still a person who wanted to die. Looking back, she left the mountain this time. Regarding this questioning sword, Situ Weining hoped she would die from the beginning. Sure enough, Situ Weining said, I'm glad you are a sword fairy in the Jade Pure realm. Otherwise, if you are killed by me, one more person in the world will die in vain. I have to return to Xiaogu Mountain and continue to be that oiler. In addition, Lu Xianying noticed the strangeness of the sword top, and laughed, so this Lu Xianying suddenly said to the ghost, Situ Weining, believe it or not, my friend can help you divide Xinjiang Mountain into two. One day it will be clear and clear. Sword repair is pure sword repair, these just getting together with the bastard? And these bastards, the next days will definitely get tougher day by day. Situ Weining shook his head, if you want to believe, I can't believe it. I want to take a second look at the world outside just as I believe you did it. She turned around and smiled with Lu Xianying. Her last words in this life seemed to be what a Xinjiang Mountain pure sword repairer should say. Lu Xianying, give me a word to your friend. I hope you two young sword immortals will always be willing to respect the pure sword repairs of Xinjiang Mountain, such as Yunfeng and Pian Kaifeng. Then by the way, the gang will die every time. The Hu left the Patriarch Hall. Lu Xianying clasped his fists as if joking but not like joking. Then I will tell Chen Pingan that kid always listens to me. This guy, when he was a little boy, he was bored with a gourd and it was very overcast. You old foxes from Xinjiang Mountain just live a long time, in fact the fox is no better than him. Fortunately for his mother, I didn't pull Chen Pingan, one with a sword and one with a punch, hitting all the way from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. It would be okay to beat that old beast alive, but probably there would be no chance to brag with Situ Weining. Situ Weining stopped speaking, just quietly looking at the eyes of the young sword fairy. With such clear eyes, Xinjiang Mountain is really not much. On the steps of the first-line peak, Lu Xianying suddenly sat down on the ground. And that Situ Weining hovering in the air gradually disappeared. She just returned all her sword luck, her own aura, all magic weapons and many natal things without taking away at all, so she just returned them to Xinjiang Mountain. In the eyes of outsiders, it was just a massive questioning sword. A female sword fairy with that kind of jade atmosphere was originally slightly dominant. Swordsmanship and Taoism were all extremely brilliant, but she died inexplicably. Lu Xianying stood up and then continued to ascend. As he climbed up the stairs, he cursed, "Come to a Yupu realm that hasn't died, and ask me if the sword will work, please you guys." In the corridor of Xiefeng high-rise building, Jun Jinqing of Zhongyue Mountain was surprised. The young woman next to him turned into a sword light for a long journey. The speed of castration was unbelievable. He had to ask Yuan Bai, "What's the matter?" This made next to you, if you read it right, at least is it from Yupu realm or a sword fairy? You don't know? Yuan Bai was even more at a loss than Jin Qing, shook his head and said helplessly, I don't know. Then he laughed, it doesn't matter, it's okay, it will be easy for her to find the owner in the future. Jin Qing laughed and said, what a great sword fairy of Yuan dynasty, it's really not so forgiving. Yuan Bai was lying on the railing, his expression was a little tired and relieved, and his mood was a little relaxed. If you don't feel relieved, you will be suffocated to death in one breath. After that, Yuan Bai and Xuanhuan looked up together and saw the flower on the top of the sword, and then one of the flying swords was hovering in the corridor. Yuan Bai found that his brain was not enough today. Jin Qing had a playful look. He actually caught the flying sword of messenger without reading the content of the secret letter. He directly crushed it and said with a smile, Yuan Bai, she's gone, are you still willing to stay here? Listen to me, go to the realm sect. Let's get closer and join hands with the realm sect to take care of the old mountains and rivers. If you continue to stay on Xingyang Mountain, I will never take the initiative to choose the sword for you. Fairy embryo. There are some flying swords everywhere in the flower, which are targeted to inform some people who are watching the ceremony to leave. Some flying swords are just blindfolded. Whoever answers and opens the secret message will be at a loss. There are also some flying swords, in addition to some sword immortals on the peaks of Xingyang Mountain. In addition to being unknown, there will also be yellow mud in the crotch. Whoever picks it up regrets it, and I can't wait to chop his hands in the future. Yuan Bai smiled bitterly, is it so childish? After all, I am a named offering on the front line of the peak spectrum. I want to leave Xingyang Mountain. How can it be so simple? The old foxes of the Emperor Bamboo will not agree. Jin Qing twitched the corners of her mouth. Do you think I'm so arrogant? Not sure it will make you so reckless and down the mountain? Finally, I will say to you, except for you Guizong Weiying, Zhenjingzong Lu Laoqing, and some people promised that the sword repairs on the old Zhuing dynasty map would never practice swords in a smoky place. Yuan Bai. Mother-in-law, you stay and regret your intestines later, don't come to me complaining, I just think that there is no more sword repair in Aquarius Island. Yuan Bai wanted to speak but stopped. Jin Qing glanced diagonally at the top of the sword, sneered, then turned his head and patted Yuan Bai's shoulder. Dang Duan is constantly suffering from the chaos. Yuan Bai shouldn't be in this dung pit to make a living. Yuan Bai nodded, Jin Qing stretched out his hand to summon the eye-catching fairy, and took Yuan Bai to take the ferry. Later he would pass near the first-line peak. Standing at the bow of the ship, Jin Qing first glanced at the peaks of the emperor and generals, and then at the two peaks of clouds and water dragons where the gods of mountains and rivers gathered. On the cliffside pavilion on the full moon peak, a flying sword hovered like a flying bird on the branch. Wei Liang smiled and said, don't pick it up. However, Jiang Sheng took Fei Jin, opened the secret letter and looked at it. He was dumbfounded and blank, with no content. Then she turned to apologize and smiled. Wei Liang rubbed his forehead and smiled helplessly, it's okay anyway, you owe your hand. Not far away, Xuanhuan and Jiangyun each received a secret letter. Jiangyun did not hesitate to open the secret letter and smiled knowingly. The letter said Fengweidu thanked for guiding the way. Then Jiangyun greeted Wei Liang and Jiang Sheng and said he was leaving. Jiang Sheng questioned, don't watch the ceremony? According to the time set by Xingyang Mountain, but it will start soon. Jiangyun shook his head, Yufeng left Xingyang Mountain. After Xuanhuan opened the letter, his face was gloomy, and finally he gave a cold snort. The wording of the letter made Xuanhuan frightened. You Xuanhuan and Lao Longqing owe me 2 lives. If you are willing to pay back one today, you will stay. In the future, you originally belonged to the seat of the city lord, and you can just let Xian give you the older brother or the second sister. Wei Liang laughed in his heart. Nanhua, you can leave first, really don't be aggressive. In the future, stay away from the person who wrote the letter. The farther the better you both should not meet each other from now on. Xuanhuan was stunned, and finally, to be cautious, he fisted and left with Wei Liang. As for the Taoist couple on the mountain, his wife at home, he didn't say hello when he went down the mountain, and she didn't hold back or even asked him a word. The flying sword hovered everywhere. There are sword repairs on the peaks of Xingyang Mountain, but they don't even look at them and they break the flying sword on the spot. However, more people, especially the distinguished guests on the mountain who came to observe the ceremony and congratulations, mostly found it interesting. Some mistakenly thought it was a novel trick created by Xingyang Mountain, and some just watched the excitement. Among them were the sword immortals of Zhufeng, especially the many who had seats in Xingyang Mountain Ancestor Master Hall. They broke the flying sword and there was another flying sword. After one or two times some people hesitated and opened it. The contents of Misin's viewing include the sword fairies of the Peak Masters, including the Peak of Piaoyun, Peak of Pina and Peak of Xiongji. Calling the old sword fairy of Yunfeng after reading the secret letter, he slapped the flying sword with a slap and said angrily, "What messy trick! Someone has done this in the Patriarch Hall." Above the secret letter, it was not a bad language, but just a thoughtless sentence, saying that it was a good wish for the sword repair of Yunfeng and the success of the sword in a foreign land. The situation on Piang Kaifeng is similar. On the Xiongji Peak, after the female ancestor Leng Qi read the secret letter with a lot of content, even if she pretended to be calm, her heart was already turbulent, and her heart was splitting, and she did not dare to go to the ancestor hall for a time. Check it out. Beiju Luzhou, an old master who walked in the desert with cargo in the yellow sand, picked up the water bag, drank his saliva, smiled, then wait a minute and give you 200 or 300 years of sword training time is. This young hidden official has a really good mind. Besides, he was also a rare good person. For no reason, I remembered the gluttonous kid who always stood far away in the small town. When the vendor selling candied haws broke through, the child no longer appeared in the man's vision. What is human nature? Every time I took a small bag of rice and went home alone, after thanking me, there was an undisturbed thank you in my heart. It was a teenager who learned that the neighbor next door was about to leave his hometown. Even if the other party was still saying something harsh and unobtrusive, he would still say a simple word from the heart and be careful on the way. It was the friend Lu Xianying who was lying on the sick bed, unsure of his life or death, begging and begging with the shopkeeper Yang of the medicine shop, but it was useless and he still bowed before going out. These are extremely beautiful things. Zhou Zi didn't deny it and even approved it. The true human nature is actually a situation that anyone can have. It is a tug of war between the divinity of man and the animal nature of man. For a long time, it is called cultivation, which is true both on the mountain and the mountain. But there is no way. In his opinion, the world is vast, and it can accommodate many cultivators of the 14th realm. Only one 15-level sword repairer who has no one before and after no one cannot tolerate, and this matter has nothing to do with good and evil. This matter is not due to the number of days, nor is it destined, but some kind of accidental inevitability that someone constantly asks for. At least for the moment, among the few candidates, this young hermit who has successfully returned to his hometown is more and more. Get closer to the biggest one. In the future the pace may be temporarily slowed down or detour will stop, but eventually so Zhou Zi originally planned to have someone ask Qin Pingan about the sword today. At the moment when Xinjiang Mountain was defiant, it was like being knocked down to the dust by Qin Pingan and Lu Xianying jointly from the top of a mountain. As long as Qin Pingan learns a little later, the same will happen. But now that Qin Pingan was aware of this, he must have a lot of plans in accordance with his consistent behavior style, such as the Tianhuan, Jianghu, and even Lu Jinglong would twist out a few 3-mountain talisman. Then through that natal flying sword, together with Qin Pingan's caged bird, the Dali court stayed in Dadu, an imitation Baiyujing dedicated to the great monk on the top of the mountain. The mantis catches the cicada, the oriole is behind, and the slingshot is down. Xinjiang Mountain, Qin Pingan, Jianxiu Lukai, Zhou Zi. Except for a Xinjiang Mountain, all the players in the game are actually in a mysterious situation that is bait to each other. It only depends on who has calculated further and more comprehensive plans. Qin Pingan was the biggest person to observe the ceremony at Xinjiang Mountain, and when he was seated in the first-line Peak Ancestor Hall, he would turn away from the guest. When Lu Xianying came to demolish the Patriarch's Hall today, Qin Pingan was responsible for the soldering Xinjiang Mountain from top to bottom, from inside to outside. Therefore Lu Xianying just ascended the heights alone and asked the sword in a cool manner, because there was Qin Pingan who was in charge of the sword with Xinjiang Mountain. There are still only 2 people seated in the hall of the first-line Fengzhu Master. It just so happened that it happened to be the Mountain Master and the Mountain Master, the Suzerain and the Suzerain, and the Yupu realm versus the Yupu realm. The green shirt was wearing tea and he smiled for no reason and said, "It collapsed." The Emperor Bamboo frowned slightly. Is this guy still pretending to be a ghost? But it's okay, Lu Xianying the climber will soon be unable to catch the next sword. Look again at that time if you Qin Pingan has the leisurely feeling of drinking tea. A small state city on the edge of the Xinjiang Mountain boundary, relying on the magic of the fairy family, the local people as well as the uninfluenced genealogical masters and Shanzi Yeshio can all be here. One of Yunfeng's treasures of the mountain, pull the cloud mirror and watch the celebration from a distance. There are 3 places like Yuanzhou Jisua, one in each of the southeast and northwest, which just surround Xinjiang Mountain. Both the north and the south have mobilized several elite frontier troops to coordinate with the Xinjiang Mountain monks to take charge of local security. But in the final analysis, it's just a way of doing things. Not only is Xinjiang Mountain sword repairing like clouds and the status of the sect in the sky, the more fundamental reason is that the cultivators on the Aquarius continent have long been accustomed to the installation of the Dali cavalry. That strict rule is a little offense, and there has never been a fish that slipped through the net. Not only did the genealogical master suffer the crime, but also the patriarch Hall. Yamazawa Yeshio was hunted down and imprisoned, and even killed on the spot. The ban has been gradually lifted, and because of inertia, it still appears to be extremely safe and self-conscious. Just say one thing: no matter where the sword repairs come from within the territory of a continent for many years, there has been almost no one who will rampage and wanton swordsmanship in the streets of the market. Sword repair is still true, let alone other monks. It's just that today's celebration, before it even started, made people dizzy. Anyway, few can see the reason and depth. Anyway, it's just looking at the excitement. It's just that Xinjiang Mountain swordsman is cruising in the city, but no one dared to applaud. After all, the stranger who asked the sword won one after another. Those immortal masters of Xinjiang Mountain looked very ugly. Donggu, Su Xiaoqiao, Xialing, the three masters of the Longquan sword sect, were looking at the beautiful flowers in a restaurant. Donggu looked solemn. Master meant that no matter what junior brother Lu is making today, even if Wenjian loses, we will eventually take away senior brother Lu, and within Wenjian, as long as it's fighting against each other, we don't have to worry about the outcome. Junior brother Lu died on the mountain regardless of him. But apart from Wenjian, we must not let the monk of Xinjiang Mountain rely on the large number of people to forcefully leave junior brother Lu. To put it simply, Lu Xianying asked about his sword. After the question of the sword, Longquan sword sect would take Lu Xianying away. In short, Xinjiang Mountain would not want to keep Lu Xianying. Donggu handed Su Xiaoqiao and Xialing a sword talisman of unknown origin, which could shrink the land and the mountains and rivers, and in a short time, go to the foot of the first-line peak. Having said this, Donggu looked at the two juniors and said, "We can almost rush over." Su Xiaoqiao nodded silently. Xialing smiled and said, "If they dare to leave junior brother Lu, they have to add me to ask the sword. As long as we get along for a long time, no one seems to dislike Lu Xianying. This guy has nothing to do with the world, regardless of his fame, can play a joke and smiles happily when he sees anyone. The heart is as high and arrogant as Xialing, and he also sincerely recognizes his brotherhood with Lu Xianying, and even deep in his heart, Xialing feels that Lu Xianying will be the big brother or take over the position of the master in the future. Far from being as diligent as the senior brother Donggu. As for Xialing himself, it is enough to cultivate Taoism with peace of mind. To the north of Xinjiang Mountain, there is a small county town, where there is no mirror flower and water moon set up by Xinjiang Mountain. However, a group of monks on the mountain deliberately did not get close to Xinjiang Mountain. They just drank here. They just ran into a little excitement. A group of stunned people from the outsiders, not too much to cross the river, dared to grab the site with the local snake, and the result was given. After making dumplings, dozens of powerful people in the rivers and lakes of Kangwu surrounded the wine shop, and then walked out a middle-aged scribe who fluttered in white, holding a folding fan, ignoring the atmosphere of tension between the two sides. After all, there is a huge gap in strength. I was already guilty. The white-robed scribe smiled and gently pushed away a foreign countryman's hatchet with a folded fan, and sat down alone. As a result, a silly boy who couldn't see the situation put a hatchet around his neck. The white scribe was still full. With a smile on his face, he asked the tall young man sitting across the table if he knew who he was. The latter nodded, and the white-robed scribe lifted the folding fan without turning his head, and knocked on the hatchet on his shoulder. The young man asked with a smile, "Now that he knows, what then?" After saying this, the scribe suddenly picked up the wine bowl and splashed the other party's face severely. Not waiting for the tall young man to swallow his anger and bow his head to admit his mistake, the young man holding the hatchet directly chopped the white-clothed scribe to droop his head. Both sides of the confrontation looked at each other. Among the monks on the table mountain sitting in the corner, there was a beautiful woman. She probably didn't expect such a result. She couldn't help laughing, but she just stopped smiling immediately. There are 4 people here. From Jianghu Mountain. Ma Kuxuan, according to his seniority, he has to call the uncle's spare time. Ma Kuxuan's pioneer disciple, a young man who is both a military cultivator and a pure martial artist, is named Wang Zhu and a maidservant. Ma Xuanhuan stepped on the bench with a smile on his face and then used the fixation technique on the stalker and then smiled with the young stunners. What a daze, kill someone? Don't you hurry up? The teenagers fled suddenly. Ma Xuanhuan looked at the young man who had not forgotten to take the hatchet in his hand and wiped the blood on someone else while running, and smiled in his heart. If your eldest brother turns around and scolds you for trouble, you won't be angry and you have the courage. When you come back here, I will accept you as an apprentice, and then I will go up the mountain as a god. Ma Xuanhuan looked towards Xinjiang Mountain, twisted a salted peanut and threw it into his mouth. The biggest problem is the attitude of that Chao Xuanshou. The minister of the Ministry of Rights must look at this person's look. If Chao Ping chooses to lean towards Xinjiang Mountain, it will be fun. Wangzu, you who will ask boxing in the future, are now on Xinjiang Mountain. But you don't necessarily need to ask boxing. Ma Xuanhuan took a sip of wine and glanced at Yu Shiwu. Yu Shiwu smiled and explained to the young boy, if nothing goes wrong this mountaineering questioning the sword, Qin Pingan would be destined not to shoot at the beginning. With Lu Xianying's realm and the strange magical powers of that fate-flying sword, he left. To the top of the sword there was no problem. In a big deal I was surrounded by a few Xinjiang Mountain patriarchs and sword immortals. But if you want to tear down the patriarch's hall, you have to rely on Qin Pingan who did not accompany Lu Xianying to ask the sword together. Because the real questioning sword often doesn't have to deal with someone to dismantle people's hearts. In fact, it is the best swordsmanship. Ma Xuanhuan laughed and said, Sword immortals of Xinjiang Mountain, scare me to death. Yu Shiwa's expression changed slightly, sighed, opened his palms, pinched with one hand and finally put his hands together, holding a bowl in one hand, twisting a peanut in one hand, chewing lightly and saying in his heart, we can go. Ma Xuanhuan's face was gloomy. Yu Shiwu, what did you say before coming here? This is the only opportunity one missed. So you let me go? Yu Shiwu nodded. Yes, you can go. Ma Xuanhuan stared at the calm-looking guy and after a while he asked, is it the only chance? I missed it this time? Yu Shiwu still nodded. At least in my opinion it seems like this. Ma Xuanhuan, a guy who traveled several continents with his domineering and arrogant reputation, rarely showed a tired look. He came down the mountain this time just to change his life with Qin Pingan. Because according to Yu Shiwa's previous statement, Qin Pingan is very likely to lose his status as a sword repairer. I never thought I was coming but I actually said to leave. It's just that Ma Xuanhuan's eyes sharpened quickly, and he smiled and drank the drink in the bowl. There was a reason for the matter and it may not necessarily result. Fortunately there should be nothing said in the world. Ma Xuanhuan was not a person who likes to be horny, and became lazy and casual again. When the hatchet boy returns, I will finally have a less wasteful direct disciple. A secluded hill in the south of Xinjiang Mountain, deep in the old forest. Two women are standing on the top of the mountain. One was Ningyao who didn't really return to Luapa Mountain, and the other was Credit Moon who came quietly from Luapa Mountain. Yesterday, on the bright moon night, the round-faced girl took a few casual glances and saw the Ningyao who was sitting alone on the top of the mountain. She hesitated for a long time and still planned to see her. A buddy of a friend's friend is his friend. Alas, Ningyao of the Great Wall of Sword Chi Credit you has long admired it. Only when she appeared from the moonlight, she regretted it. Because at that time, Ningyao opened his eyes, her sword box behind her, even if there was no long sword out of the sheath, just the sword intent, if there was nothing, made Xiaoyu just feel that she would die when she appeared. However, Ningyao quickly reduced his sword spirit, smiled and stood up and said, sorry, forgot to be you. Xiaoyu showed up immediately and was a little happy. Ningyao said he forgot, indicating that Ningyao had heard of himself before. However, after the two sat there was nothing to talk about, just each in a daze. An old duck thinking about Lu Xianying's dried bamboo shoots is delicious, but he can't eat it anymore. After all, the ancestor of Xinjiang Mountain who moved to the mountain heard Lu Xianying said that he seems to be broken again, and that's someone who should not be underestimated ascension. In fact, Ningyao didn't pay much attention to warming up his sword intent, thinking about the previous conversation with that guy. You said Lu Ji actually likes Aliang? Nothing. She didn't believe it. He explained, if Lu Ji likes Aliang, Aliang won't say that about her and will only run away. She nodded, it sounded like that. She turned her head. It seems to be saying you really understand. At that time, the man was helpless and began to play stupid again. At this moment, Xiaoyu racked his brains, finally found a topic and said softly, at the riverside shop earlier, Lu Xianying practiced swords several times. They were all dangerous. They needed me to protect the way. When I woke up Lu Xianying's face was blood-stained, and his injury was not light so his jade pure realm was actually not easy to come. Ning Yao said, because Lu Xianying feels that he needs to take care of Chen Pingan. Credit you will be suspicious, glanced at Ning Yao cautiously and whispered, Sir Hidden Officer, where does someone need to take care of him? Ning Yao smiled and said, under the world Lu Xianying would actually think so and Chen Pingan would also think so. Anyway, the two of them think this is a natural matter and there is no need to say anything. You are a small town that arrived late, so don't know this. He said, you are Ning Yao, so what you say is what you say. Ning Yao suddenly turned his head and joked, do you have to call your sister-in-law in the future? Xiehua smiled awkwardly, held back for a long time and asked, then I call your younger brother and sister? Ning Yao was speechless. The round-faced girl suddenly felt that she was really clever in a mess. Ning Yao stood up, turned his head to look at the signs of Wenjian near the first-line peak and asked, credit the month, don't you worry about Lu Xianying's safety? Xiehua still sat, shook his head and said, don't worry, he said, he will run away if he can't beat him, whoever chases him will eat ass. Ning Yao smiled and said, you are still a little worried. Xiehua was stunned, then saw the woman who had ascended to the realm, and gently rolled her head to the north. Xiehua immediately understood, it turned out that you were worried about that dark-hearted young hidden official. So they went to Yufeng North together. Ning Yao said that they only need to settle down at Bailudu. Xiehua nodded vigorously and said empathetically, men they all want face and they don't want women to mix it up. Ning Yao said for no reason, some people are shameless. Inoue whispered, you can just scold Chen Pingan, scold Lu Xianying for what you are doing. Ning Yao said in a huff, I didn't scold Lu Xianying. Credit month haha laughed a few times. Turning his head and peeking at Ning Yao, the woman next to him at this moment is very damn. A ferry in xuanhuan that was close to Zhu Mountain but did not dock, did not receive a letter from Jianding Feijian. However, Chao Jun opened a secret letter as agreed, and the content of the letter made Chao Jun laugh, which was excellent. Senior brother asked me to give you a message, you are willing to go to the Great Wall of Jianqi. Before disembarking, throw a few swords at Xianxia, meaning? Chao Jun felt that he had to pay back the gift, so he left the ferry alone. The patrolman was younger and he didn't need to say hello. He just said hello to Lu Xuanmei. See you later. The battlefield in the south. After Chao Jun left the ferry, he went to Xianxia and registered his own number. Master, my surname is Chao Mingjun and my ancestral home is Nipping Lane, Huaihuang County, and I am a hometown of Lu Xianying. Then he faced Xianxia with 3 swords. A Yuanying sword fairy again? After asking the sword and finishing the work, Chao Jun traveled far away with his sword, and traveled directly across the sea to the site of the Great Wall of Jianqi. On the Cheongji Peak where it rained all night, all the guests yelled at the guy who claimed to be Chao Jun, and the sisters on the mountain were even more trembling. But the person who worries the most is that Leng Qi because the secret letter received by the Xianxia female sword fairy contains a lot of content. Who is Xianxia, what activities he did in a certain place in certain years, everything was fine and precise. In addition, there is another sentence in the letter. If I were Jiang Shangzhen from Luzhou and Beiju, I could help Cheong Jifeng write 7 or 8 novels. And the last few words on me since are especially dazzling. You didn't look down on Ni Yuerong Yunlu, you just envied her for her youthful appearance. When you were young, you had the ability to climb Xia Yuanqui's bed at Full Moon Peak. Now that you have a high level, you can't climb it. Isn't it very awkward? Xianxia is a female cultivator. Within 300 years, you have given 16 people to the immortal masters and dignitaries on the mountain. Is Xianxia a brothel? Are you an old bastard? Then why did you get some money? When a Zhongyue Shanzhen's ferry passed by the Full Moon Peak, Yuan Bai and Jin Qing were standing on the bow of the ship. Yuan Bai saw the end of the woman's ghost. He sighed and said, it's in the face of Shanjun, didn't let me pick up the sword. Jin Qing sneered and said, unfortunately, I didn't save face when I went out this time. Not only did Jin Qing take Yuan Bai to leave, he also secretly sent a letter to several Dali vassals in the middle, or the monarchs of the old Zhuing dynasty vassals, reminding them to be careful of being caught by the fish. Yuan Bailang said, to Xiefeng Yuan Bai will start immediately, it is not Zhengyangshan sword repair. Gao Xian, the prince of the Great Sui dynasty, neither received a secret letter from Jianding. He didn't know in advance that there would be this questioning sword, but just like Shanjun Jinqing, he took the ferry and left Pianju Peak. Moreover, the deputy head of the Lin Lu Academy suddenly appeared, smiled and said to drop in and give him a ride. The 3 progeny Lu Jimao, including Tian Hujuan, left the hill where they were at the same time, but they walked relatively less blatantly. The of Nanyue picking up the mountain of Jishan received a letter from Fei Jin saying that after going down the mountain, he helped transfer this thing to Fan Shanjun. It is a jade plate with the 4 characters Jun Kinjiuxiang in seal. At the end of the letter, let the mountain god, who is on the mountain of the prince, do not have to rush to agree to this matter, but why he came, why not think about this first? Lu Laoqing smiled and asked, old gang leader, how about it, is it lively? Gao Mian laughed heartily and stood up and said, then run farther, our brothers will continue to watch the fun. Wei Liang got up and left Yufeng. Anyway, I am not well known. This time I followed Yunlin Jiang clan to eat and drink. Now that I have roughly seen the method, I can go down the mountain. Anyway, I don't have much more for this viewing ceremony and I am a lot less. As for Li Fuyu, it was the last time that Luapa Mountain was among the first immortal family of the Zongzi, one of the 5 famous Gesh-Qing, and the remaining 4 were enshrined by the Dragon Elephant Sword sect of Nanpu Suajo, Mrs. Yan Yan. Beiju Luzhou Fulu Monk Huanyun. Aiizhou Woman Sword Fairy Xie Songhua. Yuan Ing Jian repaired at the Jinwu Palace in Luzhou, Beiju, Lu Jiqing. What's more, there are 2 unnamed Gesh-Qings who even moved Li Fuyu, referring to Shenfeng Yuan Lingyan. Fengshua Temple Great Sword Fairy Wei Jin. Therefore, Li Fuyu didn't get the letter from Fei Jian, so he turned the rainbow and left without concealing his long-distance figure. Qi Zhen and the Divine Master asked with a smile what to say. Gao Jinfu looked relieved, smiled and went back to the mountain to practice. The disciple was really too lazy to take a look at the strategizing of the hidden official, and was disheartened. Qi Zhen smiled and nodded, this is also considered a practice. When the relationship between men and women is hurt, the anger in the heart will burn all the good memories into ashes, but afterwards all the flames of jealousy will be revived. If you can see everything, it is the first step to truly untie the knot of love. Gao Jinfu finally asked, Master, do you leave quietly or? Qi Zhen smiled and said, let's go back and make some drinks with some old friends of Jinwu Mountain and Fengshua Temple. In the final analysis, Qi Zhen hopes that his god sect will be able to deal with sects like Longquan Jianzong and Luopishan in the future. The vast mountains and rivers of Tongya Island were destroyed in an instant, but Aquarius Island was blocking the advancement of the wild world, which made Qi Zhen really understand a truth. In fact, it is only 2 words, human heart. On the side of the Su family in Qingfeng City, Su Hun read a secret letter, and then the upper 5-level cultivator clenched the letter tightly, crushed it instantly, his face was blue, staring at his wife. Don't use your brain, wait for it to rust. Lu Xianying said back then he was willing to sell an ancestral ward armor, but to whom it was not given. Although it was still forced to buy and sell, it did not matter. After all, you took the initiative to return a fox country. Remember to thank Mrs. Su and me. Her senior brother, Chai Bofu, used to build a bridge and worked hard to help make the sale and complete it. With a change of future, it is difficult to guard against house thief and cannot be ignored. At the end of the letter, the young mountain owner of Lapeishan told Su Hun bluntly that if he was willing to stay and help the in-laws of Zhengyangshan, that would be the best. Lu Xianying and him were waiting for the Su family in Qingfeng City at the Patriarch Hall. After Chao Jun left on the ferry where the patrol envoy Chao Ping was, there was still a sword fairy who came here by himself, staying on the boat. Fengshua Temple of the Wei and Jin dynasties with Chao Ping, Guaniran and Lu Xuanmei are in a room at this moment. Before Wei Jin came to take his place in the house, Guaniran had deliberately left the courtier postman with Lu Xuanmei and negotiated a deal with the patrol envoy alone, or Guaniran handed out a long-prepared one. Letter, true secret letter. Chao Ping did not agree or refuse. He just asked Lu Xuanmei to invite Wei Jin to come over and asked a question. That young mountain lord, are you credible? Wei Jin nodded and said, when you get off the wine table, you can be trusted. Chao Ping smiled, understood. Xuanmei, you go to inform the servant, and say that I have left beforehand and let him stay and continue to watch the ceremony. Between the peaks of Xingyang Mountain, monks keep going away and ferry boats keep going away. Inside the ancestral hall of the first line of peaks, Qin Pingan was still drinking tea. After learning a piece of news, the Lord Zhuhuang also began to drink tea, because no matter what accidents outside the mountain, it seems that when added together, the news is not as good as the news. Accident. Therefore, the Emperor Bamboo seriously began to consider the other party's statement. Zhengyangshan took the initiative to remove Yuan Zini's genealogical name, and then let this person kill the former mountain protector. Really need it? Is there no room for maneuver? Or is it to say that killing the heart together simply goes slant regardless of slaughtering this sinister, disgusting young man? Qin Pingan suddenly put down his teacup, got up and walked to the gate and said with a smile, I have to meet the ancestor who moved the mountain. Sword of Coming Chapter 821. Sorry the update is a bit late. P.S. Volumes 8 to 14 of the Jianlai physical book are on the market. Lu Xianying saw that there was no sword repair coming to block the way for the time being. When he climbed up, he turned his head and looked at the distance between Yixin Peak and Full Moon Peak. There are still patches of white clouds passing by, but from now on, there will be no female Yujin Cheng. Cloud, a dark night clothes, backed by the verdant hills and trees. This kind of questioning sword really couldn't make Lu Xianying feel meaningful. Today Lu Xianying had 3 mountaineering inquiries: Chongji Peak, Yujiao Peak and Full Moon Peak. A sword repairman came to lead the sword. In the end Lu Yu retreated. He was still lying on the ground and sleeping on the ground. No one dared to pick it up. The last female ghost who showed the beauty of Yupu only knew that he was born in Full Moon Peak but had no self. The female sword fairy who reported her name was even more dead. Qingshan waited for the bright moon every night. Baiyun advised to drink the contents of the pot. Lu Xianying took out a jug of wine and drank while climbing. Finally walked to the first line of peaks near the mountainside, far from Tingjian Pavilion, not to mention the Patriarch Hall on the top of the sword. It seems that Feijin sent a letter earlier, as if the flowers bloomed for the second time in the mountains. Chen Pingon should have picked a chair over there as agreed, and was waiting for him with tea. This guy Chen Pingon is a little good. He doesn't talk big when he is a kid. He only has a penny in his pocket and never talks about 2 pennies. He does what he says. In fact, excluding the peaks and green mountains, it seems that it is difficult to get off the thief boat, and the green water and white clouds should not come to Xingyang Mountain. Lu Xianying cursed all the way, yelling at Xingyang Mountain to have another who can beat him, stop disgusting him, Uncle Lu, and only let the women and the come here to lead the sword. What's the matter? Lu Xianying named Taoist surnames one by one, and scolded the Lord Zhuhuang, Full Moon Peak Xiayuan Sui, Qiu Lingshan Tao Yanba, and Shuilong Peak Yan Chu, and once again carried forward the simple folk customs unique to his hometown, and helped these people by the way. The old sword immortal got a nickname, Yellow Bamboo, near green in winter, unable to escape, Yen Lai. Connected together again, it is the bamboo green and yellow in winter. Yen can't escape it. It just so happens that today you can do the celebration together in Xingyang Mountain. Oddly speaking, all the sword repairers were filled with outrage on the mountains where their ancestors like Full Moon Peak and Qiu Lingshan had been scolded, but they showed no signs of leaving the mountain to take out their swords. On the contrary, Yunfeng and Pianjifeng are all mountains that can be completely out of the way. There are already several young sword repairs, and they have left with swords and rushed to the first-line peak. Knowing that he would lose or even die, he had the default permission of his ancestor, or under the personal leadership of the peak master Sword Xiu, he would go to meet that young sword fairy Lu Xianying for a while. On the side of Tingjian Pavilion, the Lord Zhuhuang had previously said that something was going to Jianding, but he didn't tell anyone what to do and who to see. This surprised the 3 old sword immortals xianxia, because the suggestion made by the emperor and them, but because of the sudden death of the worshipper behind the scenes, the plan was lost. Because her soul has long been fused with the frontline peak and mountain protection formation. Originally she only had to say hello to her at the stop sword pavilion. Even if she fell down with Lu Xianying Wenjian, she only needs to run the formation, disturb the weather of the world, and help cover people's eyes. The 3 ancestors including Xianxia and Tingjian Pavilion can cooperate with each other and quietly release their swords, and the sword will cut Lu Xianying without knowing it. Zhang Liyanchu hurriedly asked at that time, since things have changed, how to hand out that sword next. The Emperor Bamboo seemed to be absent, and he only said to let them act on their own. Xiayuan Sui was so angry that he almost picked up her son on the spot. How can you be the master of the nephew? Do you want to throw away the treasurer? At the Tingjian Pavilion, even if the Emperor Bamboo smiled and apologized to many guests, he left without a trace. There is still a jade, 2 yuan, and 3 old swordsmen sitting here. Among them, the ancestor Xiayuan Sui has 2 natal flying swords, 1 moon halo, also called ground frost. Another natal flying sword is even more powerful. It can kill people invisibly and is called Sad. Tao Yanba, as the god of wealth in Xingyang Mountain, was named as Yulo from an ancient relic of the kingdom of Shu. He was born as a flying sword and named Qiubua. Feijin Qiubua, the name is quite charming, but it is the extremely vicious natal power of Jianlu. The sword energy is like the autumn wind. Once in the body, the sword energy is cold and cleans the liver and intestines, so that the Qi practitioner who has suffered from the injury of Feijin, the large mansions in the small world of the human body, a little bit of aura, will gradually turn cold, and eventually the aura in the body will condense like ice, and there is pain from the heart. Zhang Lv Yen Chu's natal flying sword, Mountain Borer. What's more, there is also Wu Tijing who will secretly play a sword. The close disciple of the sovereign Zhu Huang, whose life is flying sword Yuanyang, can first hurt the Taoist heart of the monk's heart, and then in turn hurt the monk's own soul. It is more sad than Xia Yuanqui's flying sword. One of the most unreasonable flying sword magical powers. Therefore, in Xinjiang Mountain Patriarch Hall, many sword immortals who knew about this had inquired in detail with the Emperor Bamboo in private. What is a Taoist in the heart? The Emperor Bamboo didn't hide his personal secrets, and he said with a smile, as long as he has truly liked anyone on the path of practice, that counts. As for the other flying sword of disciple Wu Tijing, neither the Emperor Bamboo nor anyone mentioned its name. So as long as Situ Weining doesn't lose so without warning, Xinjiang Mountain can completely make Lu Xianying not know how he died. The old ape in white coats, his arms around his chest, glanced at Xia Yuansui with a look of disappointment on his face and sneered, Situ Weining, a sloppy waste with an empty swordsmanship, can be regarded as losing the face of Full Moon Peak today. Fortunately she is not in the rain. Feng cultivating, otherwise the thunder and rain will be small. In fact, Xia Yuansui hates the direct disciple more than Yuan Xinye in his heart. It is really a thing that has failed to succeed. It is just that Yuan Xini's wound is so salted and the fire is poured oil. Xia Yuansui is so angry that he shouted with his protector. The name is Yuan Xinye. Don't rely on great credit, you can just talk about it and you are not as good as me. The white-clothed old ape twitched the corner of his mouth and said, on the credit book, don't talk about qualifications. An old sword fairy who would only practice swords after hiding in the mountains all his life, besides his seniority in realm, what else could he have left? Therefore, in Yuan Xini's view, it is not as good as Tao Yanba and Yan Chu who are really doing things by Yuaning Jianxiu. After that, without waiting for Xia Yuansui and Yuan Xinye to break, the Emperor Bamboo went to the top of the sword, and then there was the Ancestor Hall flying sword and scattered flowers among the peaks, and then one fairy left the Xinjiang mountain boundary. Tao Yanba was shocked, Xia Yuanqui's face was even more gloomy, and Yan Chu was especially embarrassed because he was the one who showed up the most among the several ancestors in Xinjiang mountain before the official start of the celebration. He was the one who made the most appearances in the several questions. I told Ijo that, even though I can't figure it out and I don't know why I was in such a situation, Yan Chu can only confirm one thing. There are still countless outsiders who are watching a movie through the mirror. Tao Yanba asked in his heart, where is the god sect? Xia Yuansui said helplessly, Qi Jin only said that something happened temporarily. Yan Chu couldn't help cursing his mother. Something? There's a fart. Is this Tianjun eager to go to the Qingming world by Yujing to see the patriarch? Then your one is ascending. Xia Yuansui asked in return, what do those in the real world sect say? Tao Yanba sighed and said with a tired look, this group of people took the wrong medicine and they ignored Rune Sword and asked. Wait until Chao Ping is gone. The three old sword immortals looked at each other immediately. Even the guardian who was said to be right to the matter and not to the person, by the Lord Zhu Huang said no more sarcasm. This made Lu Xianying walk all the way to the middle of the mountain without any hindrance. Until two groups of sword repairs from different mountain tops fell on the halfway of Yixin Peak, they came from Boyun Peak and Pianju Peak respectively. It is the rare good atmosphere of the old and new peaks of Xinjiang Mountain. The two waves of pure sword repair in front of you, why bother with Chilling Mountain and Full Moon Peak? As a mountain palm law, Yan Chu gave a strict order to the Patriarch Hall with the sword repair of the two peaks of the mountain, so that no matter what the two sword repairs, he must stop the Lu Xianying from continuing to climb, regardless of life or death. However, Lu Xianying only spoke with the two leading sword repairmen, and then the two Xinjiang Mountain Golden Core Sword Immortals were slightly injured. Later, Yunfeng's old Jindan sword repairer was still unwilling to give way, and he took the lead in setting up a sword formation with his disciple. As a result, the sword formation broke up as soon as he got up, and the dozens of sword repairers with very different ages were shaking one by one. Lu Xianying glanced at the group of Yunfeng swordsmen, and found that he still didn't mean to give way, nor was he used to them. The next moment, including the old Jindan who had fought side by side with Jian Xianli Kai, all fell to the ground. On the side of Pianxi Peak, the peak master female ancestor, after seeing the woman's ghost sword self-cultivation figure with her own eyes, she knows a little bit of the inside story and her heart is sad. Yugong, she still makes people rush to Xinjiang with the root sword repair the mountain prevented Lu Xianying from climbing. You see, she was too lazy to go, so she just reminded the big disciple of Longmen Realm sword repair, do your best, don't have to work hard. When Pian Kaifeng set up a sword formation again, it fell to the ground again. Lu Xianying bypassed the crooked sword repairs on the ground, dropped the hip flask in his hand and continued climbing alone. After that, two sword repairmen, Xuanhuan and Shilongfeng, came to join in the fun, but compared to the two groups of people in front of them, they were firm, life and death free, as if facing the person asking the sword, they were just golden pills. Later he seemed very guilty, as if he was facing an ascending realm sword repairman. The most interesting thing is that he first went to the Shuilong peak on the first line peak for the sword repair, and his footing was not close to Lu Xianying. As a result, the Qiu Lingshan sword repair on the Zushan mountain was more courteous, and he landed on the farther steps of the gods. It is estimated that there is another Feng Jianxiu coming back, and he will have to settle down directly at Tingjian Pavilion. Lu Xianying glanced over and suddenly raised his arm, which shocked the Shilongfeng sword repairmen. Among them was a young swordsman who had gone down the mountain for several times and even went to the so-called central battlefield with the elders of his division. In a panic, he took the lead in offering a flying sword of his life. The sword light flashed and went straight to Lu Xianying. After going away, the latter caught the flying sword with his 2 fingers, threw it on the ground and stepped on it with 1 foot. Lu Xianying stared. "You kidnap attack before you even say to start the fight? Isn't it righteous?" Lu Xianying took out a rough version of the ancestral genealogy from his sleeve, and began to quickly turn the pages, occasionally raising his head to ask if someone so-and-so was so-and-so, some nodding, good luck, safe and sound, some nodding, did not turn the almanac when they went out. Suddenly the 7 orifices bleed, the body was seriously injured and fell to the ground until the middle of winter. One of the Dragon Gate realm sword repairs broke down on the spot with his life-flying sword, and completely broke off the longevity bridge. There are more sword repairs that fell to the ground. What Feijian broke was just enough to save a road of cultivation that was destined to be extremely difficult in the future. Lu Xianying closed the booklet, and then all the standing Shilongfeng sword repairs were not too severely injured and fell to sleep. Lu Xianying continued to ascend, seeing Qiu Lingshan's pale-faced sword repairman, and then took out the booklet and began to roll the names. After all, for so many years I have seen more of Xinjiang Mountain's Jinghua Shuiyu, almost all of them are familiar faces, but they don't match the names on the booklet and I don't know the other's surname. Qiu Lingshan Jianxiu is very smart here. The people who are named are expressionless but helpless. The smart people around are always looking at some clues, so Lu Xianying is not polite. All of them are named but dare, all pretending to be deaf and dumb, all were seriously injured, and they were not allowed to faint on the spot. Several of them were rolling on the ground. One of them was an old sword repairman in the Sevuing realm who had an excellent reputation on the mountain. His fate was particularly miserable. The fold broke again and then the Changxing bridge was interrupted. Finally, Lu Xianying waved his sleeves and threw the body out of a line of peaks, and fell heavily to the side of the mountain gate Yulin as a companion. In the booklet, the length of the record of the great achievements of this Sevuing swordsman is not short, 1 by 1, shocking. At Tingjian Pavilion, Yanchu said solemnly, "Can't wait any longer. I'll host the Zushan Great Formation." Xiaoyuan Sui and Tao Yanba nodded together. Yanchu looked at the peaks beyond the first-line peak, feeling heavy and abnormal, and said with emotion, "How could it become like this?" The white-clothed old ape was silent, suddenly widened his eyes, full of murderous intent, and his body was soaring to the sky. The whole Pingjian Pavilion was shocked, but this guardian did not go to the top of the sword, but went straight to Back Jianfeng. Either they didn't come to watch the ceremony at all, like Longquan Jianzong, Fengshua Temple and Jianghu Mountain, they didn't give the slightest face to Xinjiang Mountain. But now that they are here, they have already stayed in Zhufeng Mansion and left again. This is a great landscape taboo on the mountain. Compared with the 2 games of Huanghe and Lu Xianying, they are not in line with the rules of the mountain. Qi Zhen, the Tianjun of the Divine Sect, is the nominal leader of the monks of one continent, and the Divine Sect, located on the border of Nanjian State, as the leader of many immortals in Aquarius, has always acted steadily and treated the many disputes on the mountain not leaning. Not only does the God Sect occupies a blessed place in Qingtan, but the suzerain Qi Zhen is also the title of true monarch of the 4 kingdoms. Therefore, the ferry where the Taoist heavenly monarch was traveling was the most thrilling for the spectators, because with Qi Zhen's magical powers, it was not difficult to walk quietly, but Qi Zhen did not do so. He moved his whole body with a pull, and only talked about the emperor and generals on Pianqi Peak, plus the previous reminder of Zhongyue Mountain Junjinqing, and he walked half of it all at once. The congratulatory people of the True Realm sect went straight away. The lord of the fairyland Lu Laoqing and the old gang leader of the invincible Divine Fist gang, Gao Mian, 2 old friends, walked away together. As the chief worshipper Lu Jimao, the true monarch of Zhejiang, and the second worshipper dedicated to Li Fuyu, there is no hidden trace, and each slowly winds up and leaves Jinyang Mountain. On the way to the gods of the mountains and rivers, the extremely lofty Dashanjin Jinqing directly tore his face with Jinyang Mountain, digging a corner, and in full view he took Zhenxiu Yuanbai away, and Yuanbai announced on the spot, "Get out of Jinyang Mountain by yourself." In addition, the Caiji Mountain God and the Yongjiang Water God of the Nanyue Chujun Mountain each led a large group of landscape gods within their jurisdiction, and a shrunken mountain river disappeared without a trace. There is also an old jiao from the Qiantang River Fengshui Cave. The fairy from the Sui dynasty left with Cheng Longzhou, who had been promoted from the deputy head of the Linlu Academy of Fayin Mountain to the head of the Dafu Academy. The Chao Jun, who claims to be from Niping Alley and a hometown of Lu Xianying, handed out 3 swords toward Cheongji Peak. He probably felt that he still hadn't done enough. He sneaked back to the boundary of Jinyang Mountain and went to the Immortal's Backsword Peak. The natal flying sword, which has been refined and repaired for many years, surrounds the foot of the mountain around the Backsword Peak, and in an instant there are lotus flowers. After that, Chao Jun holds the saber again from the top to the bottom, the sword light falls from the top and no one is there. The guard's back Janfeng is divided into 2, like you, the old ancestor of the move, step on the roof of Grandpa Chao's ancestral house in Nipping Lane. After Chao Jun cut open the mountain with a sword, he then regained his sword and swayed away. He said, "The peak opener, so is Grandpa Chao." Yunxia Mountain, which has a very good relationship with Jinyang Mountain, has a pair of masters and apprentices, arguing endlessly. The old fairy master of the mountain must feel that this progeny is not a ghost. He does not say the reason, but only persuades himself to leave Jinyang Mountain. Congratulations. The old teacher laughed a lot and asked Kai Jinjian if he knew if he did this, he would cut off all the incense from Jinyang Mountain? Is it because of the questioning sword of a direct disciple of the Longquan Jianzong, and a few more flying swords with clouds covering the mist, Yunxia Mountain will be abandoned, and it will be opposed to Jinyang Mountain? The youngest ancestor of the Yuanying woman among the 12 peaks of Yunxia Mountain said that the disciple knew, but because of this he had to leave here. The old mountain master was old and prudent. After all, there is still a Yunlin Jiang, the gentleman of the academy Jiangshan, who temporarily holds his troops, and stays on the full moon peak. Kai Jinjian tried to persuade her teacher to no avail, so she had to leave alone. After a while the old fairy master caught up with Kai Jinjian, because he had just received a secret letter. Chao Ping, the envoy of Dallas patrol hunter, left, leaving only the minister of rights from the capital. On the full moon peak, Jiangshan walked out of the mansion and came to the pavilion. He found that Jiang Yun, Wei Liang and Fu Nanhua had all left, leaving only a bloated sister. Jiang Xing asked, "Brother, have you also received a letter from Feijin?" Jiangshan shook his head. Jiang Xing asked curiously, "Wei Liang said that he came here this time to ask someone for a dismantling. It's so mysterious, do you know what it means?" Jiangshan pointed his finger at the ferry boats that left Jinyang Mountain, and said helplessly, "Isn't it obvious?" Jiang Xing looked blank. "Huh? Didn't you mean to demolish the Patriarch's Hall in Jinyang Mountain? I thought I could take out a flower." Speaking of this, she smiled to herself. The flying swords were dense before, blooming like flowers on the top of the mountain, and the scenery was really beautiful. After all, Beipingzu is not Beiju Luzhou, it is not common to demolish the Patriarch Hall. Jiang Shan rubbed his eyebrows with his fingers and said, No. Wei Liang, there is no mountain or dew, but it is this person who personally formulated the Dali Court's landscape rules behind the scenes, and finally erected a monument on the top of the mountain so that the monks on the mountain must follow the rules and follow the orders. And Lu Qingfeng, who served as the official book of the ceremonial department of Dallas Companion Capital, secretly planned the genealogy of the gods of the continent. In short, these two are not natives of Dei, but both can occupy high positions in Dei Temple. Therefore they are regarded as the highly regarded, professional students of the national teacher Cui Yun, but they are just anonymous. The average person in the officialdom of Dei is naturally not aware of this inside story. Jiang Xing asked, "Brother, since you are here, are you planning to wait a while to go to the frontline peak to observe the ceremony?" Jiang Shan still said, yes and no. Jiang Shan became angry and said, "One by one from Jiang Yun to Wei Liang to eldest brother Yu, can you still speak human words?" Jiang Shan smiled and said, "The full moon peak is so close to the first line peak, you can't see any scenery, don't have to go to Jianding to join in the fun." On Shuilong Peak, Zufeng's female ancestor Tianhuan floated down. In a mansion, she quietly found a young monk in the Dragon Gate realm. This guy is like a mourning concubine at the moment. There is still a plate of wine and crabs on the table. Half of the meal is left. In the second half, I was really not in the mood to continue eating. After he found Xuanhuan, he saw that the Andy was crazy with a grateful look on his face and vigorously waved his sleeves. Brother genius, I am finally lucky enough to be able to meet you. This time I ask the sword, I must remember you. Writing skills. That xianxia was stunned on the spot, not knowing why Xuanhuan wanted to come to herself at such a moment, and said some idiots and couldn't understand it, as if from the look in her eyes, face and words, this dogwood Grandmaster Feng changed her person. In his impression, Xuanhuan smiled happily at everyone. The one in front of him seemed to smile too brightly. In fact, it is Xuanhuan who is from Niobuzan in front of him who is in charge of Zhengyangshan's information and name. It's just that he is the proud disciple of Li Yanchu, who is highly regarded and trusted by the ancestors. Over the years, Xuanhuan has been easily removed. Wan, the aunt-in-law, was emptied, so he felt that Xuanhuan Kong had a seat in the patriarch's hall. It was too stupid. It was effortless and 100 talents. It was like only half of it, and he had already won the vital spy power. In recent years he has just searched for the spy on the Luapa mountain. He has worked hard, tried his best, and has produced many methods. It can be said that he has gained a lot. Not only has he close contact with the Su family in Qingfeng City with a dragon kiln, but also the Lu family on Fulu Street. Several surnames inside, as well as several immortal sects in Dashan to the west, have extremely concealed correspondence. And he even got on the line with the Chongdan River Water God Empress. It's just that he didn't think that Lu Xianying of Longquan Sword Sect seemed to be not a golden core swordsman. Was it really his own spy? On the side of Tingjian Pavilion, just for a moment, the three old sword immortals, including Xiaoyu and Sui, had their heartstrings tense as if they were facing an enemy. The next moment, that Lu Xianying was already standing between Tao Yanbao and Yen Chu with one hand on the shoulder of an old Jianxian, but with his heartfelt smile, and Xiaoyu and Sui, "Don't move, move and die." Xiaoyu and Sui swallowed a mouthful of blood, looking at the young sword fairy who seemed to be asking the three of Jian at the same time. A face had begun to ooze fine blood. However, Xiaoyu and Sui, who was the highest among the three, didn't need to weigh the pros and cons and quickly gave up the plan to share life and death with this person. Don't worry, the immortal still has Yuan Jinya on his back at Jianfeng Jianding Patriarch Hall, and the Lord Zhuhuang. As for Tao Yanbao and Yen Chu, they seem to have been given a fixation technique, but they are actually immersed in the small world. Lu Xianying held the shoulders of the two old sword immortals with both hands, turned his head and smiled with Xiaoyu and Sui. The older you are, the younger you are? The older you are, the thicker your face? The number 30 or 40 immortal masters who had come to stop the sword pavilion a long time ago, none of them spoke righteously or cursed a few words with Lu Xianying, but they had a tacit understanding. Everyone moved silently away from the four sword immortals. Xiaoyu and Sui said in his heart, "Lu Xianying, since you have such a mysterious natal flying sword, you shouldn't be here today and accidentally hurt the foundation of the Dao Dao." Although he did not choose to fight for his sword, Xiaoyu and Sui has been observing Lu Xianying's movements all the time. Before, he asked the sword a game between the electric light and flint, and indeed he lost a lot, but this young man dared to ask the three swords at the same time. For a while the blood flowed and it was already bloody. It seemed that it would not last long. Lu Xianying said, "It seems that Situ Weinying is returning your direct disciple? At first, I didn't understand her broken jar, but now I understand it. I met you as a preaching teacher. Forget it, I have nothing to do with you. Talking anyway, you Full Moon Peak, you have to change your name in the future." The Dali official's ferry was still hovering outside the first-line peak, but Chao Ping had already left on the Fuzhou, neither deliberately fanfare nor deliberately concealed its trace, but as long as he was a discerning person, he knew it. To a large extent, Chao Ping's participation in the ceremony was more important than the congratulations of Yunlin Jiang's. Moreover, on the Dali court ferry, the official accompanying the patrol envoy was just a minister of rites, and after all, he was not the sage master who was in charge of a country's landscape. And even if it was Yuan Shangshu from the Ministry of Rites of the capital, really, and Chao Ping, who was born under the same name of Shangzhou State, broke the officialdom rules of Yuan Chao different roads for the first time. The two parties were willing to visit Xingyang Mountain together, but Xingyang Mountain still did not dare to have any favoritism. The courtesy officer who was forced to stay alone on the ferry had to hurriedly spread the letter to Dali capital from Feijian, hoping that Yuan Shangshu from his own office would give a clear explanation so that he would not do something wrong and say something wrong. Guan Yiran and Lu Xuanmei, two wealthy children from Qixiang and Cheer Street, watched the excitement at the ferry viewing platform. Yeshenfang gave Chi-Chi an elbow on the ribs and had to fight with Guan Yi. Then he asked, "Is that the kid's movement?" In the early years in Jianghu, there was a thin-faced but bright-eyed Mr. Accountant. He had a drink at the wine table with them and a bunch of warriors on the battlefield. The guy's drinking was so good that he was superb at persuading him to drink. "It's high and I'm desperately clamoring that I'm not drunk. That guy is fine." No matter how you look at it, he would have to go to the bottom of the table and circle around after drinking half a bowl. In the end, bowl after bowl was indeed the one who drank the most. "I can still walk away from the wine table again and again." Guaniran smiled and said nothing. Not far from the ferry, Fengshua Temple female Xiu Huiding stood beside a handsome man who was considered a senior uncle by his seniority. This woman, among the monks in the Dali army, who was known for her cold face and ferocious killings, had a slight face. Hong asked softly, "Uncle Wei, why are you here?" The man said indifferently, "I have nothing to do, just relax." He actually regretted being the anonymous guest. Refers to the Shenfeng Yuan Lingdian, which is the monk of Luzhou and Beiju. He was not in the Wei and Jin dynasties. He was not close to Luopa Mountain and it was not far away. Therefore Wei Jin made up his mind, as long as he left the Xinjiang mountain boundary this time, he would cross the continent and return to the Great Wall of Jianxi. "The last time I was there, it was a battle of defending the city. This time I revisited the old place and I can go further to the south to shoot my sword." On a talisman boat leaving the ferry, patrol hunter Chao Ping took out the secret letter again. It is said to be Fuzhou, but it is actually a Pangranlu ship, which is heavily guarded. In addition to the Chao family's personal rebels, there are also monks who are attached to the Dali Frontier Army's Iron Cavalry, and there is also a royal worship arranged by the Song family. Chao Ping poured a bowl of wine, drank it for himself, and revisited the secret letter signed Luopa Chen Pinyin. The letter said that within 300 years, Luopa Mountain guaranteed that the incense of the Chao family of Xiangzhou Kingdom would not have some of the worst accidents. In addition, within 300 years, publicly and privately, as long as they are candidates who have been inspected by the Chao family, who are qualified to be among the 7 realms of martial arts and gold core immortals, whether they are cultivating beautiful jade or sword fairy embryos, they can be sent. Come to Luopa Mountain to practice. The handwriting is in neat lowercase letters, and the sharpness is convergent everywhere. If it is said that the true words are born from the heart, then the young mountain master who wrote this letter is either a prodigal and cunning person in the city, or a very disciplined person. People. The letter also stated that if the Chao family does not want to be involved too deeply with Luopa Mountain can secretly recommend and send them to Taihui Sword Sect, Duckweed Sword Lake, or Faima Sect in Luzhou, Beiju. The Dragon Elephant Sword Sect of Nan Pasuazhou. Chao Ping put down the secret letter in his hand and tapped his finger on the desktop. The Chao family was originally the surname of the Xiangzhou Kingdom of Dali, and the key is that he, a military minister who has reached the ultimate patrol envoy, has a family and 2 honors in civil and military affairs. Sit back and relax? On the contrary, the next stage is the real test of the Chao family's status as officials, and they lose all the games accidentally. Chao wants to be stable and maintain this hard-won scenery. The answer is not in the temple but in the mountains, and it can only be in the mountains. Therefore, the secret letter given by Guaniran was not icing on the cake, but a gift in the snow, which was an excellent opportunity to solve Chao's urgent need. If in the next 300 years, there will continue to be the children of the Chao family, as well as those vassal clansmen who can enjoy the cool under the big tree of the Chao family, or the embryonic monks secretly sought out through various channels, they will gradually become. What does this mean for the 5 or 6 ancestors including Luopa Mountain? This is a family blooming in the mountains. Compared with the clansmen in the officialdom of the temple, the flowers bloom and fade. Once the emperor and the courtier, the incense on the mountain lasts for more than 300 years? Naturally, there are too many droughts and floods to guarantee income. As long as the mountains are managed properly, the Chao family can even take the initiative to take a step or two in the Dali temple. The Yuan family in the Xiangzhou kingdom used the family concubine to marry the pro-daughter of the Su family in Qingfeng city, which is actually the same. Luopa Mountain, who just entered the family of the first immortal family not long ago. Of course, Chao Ping knew about such major events. The letter mentioned several sects outside of Luopa Mountain, especially the Dragon Elephant Sword sect in Nan Pasuazhou. The sender is Guaniran. This is a young man who seems to be covered with official amulet. From the first emperor to His Majesty the Emperor, to the entire bureaucracy who once had the surname Guan, and even more than half of the old men of the 6 bureaucracies, they all opposed Guan Yi. Ran has high hopes and is willing to regard him as half of his own children, and of course Chao Ping himself is also extremely optimistic about Guanyiran. When a great sword immortal in Fengxue Temple said that this person was credible, then Chao Ping knew it well. This mountain business can be done. A great priest knocked on the door lightly. Chao Ping frowned slightly, put the secret letter into his sleeves and said, "Come in." The Song family consecrated from the capital said softly, "General Chao, before I disembark, I listened to the tone of the stewardess Ma, lining up for Xinjiang Mountain, as if it was the meaning of the Empress Dowager Dali. Let's go, right? Something is wrong. Listen to it seems, isn't it?" Chao Ping sneered in his heart, playing officialdom with Lao Tzu? Once the national teacher left, did he start playing this set again? Chao Ping picked up a military book on the table and asked, "Who?" The worshipper bit his head and said, "The Empress Dowager." In the end, Chao Ping only slightly squinted his eyes, still with an unintelligible look on his face. A patrol hunter who is the mainstay of a great iron cavalry, knows or does not understand. You can completely see the mood, but he does not dare to understand the worship, and he will leave carefully without saying a word. Chao Ping began to read the military books. A woman who dares to give orders to me? She considers herself the military Song Changjing or the emperor. A line of peak sword top. All the Wamafang female cultivators are pale, but they still dare not leave the Zhushitang square without authorization. Chen Pingan walked to the entrance of the Zhushitang and told Emperor Zhu that he was going to welcome the old ancestor who moved the mountain. After crossing the threshold, he was only a few steps away from the immortal at the door, who was condensed by the sword energy of Xinjiang Mountain. The Emperor Bamboo was still digesting the accident. When this young man was drinking tea earlier, he was not ashamed, saying that this congratulatory celebration could be turned into a tree and a mess. If you don't believe it, you can sit and drink tea while watching. Xinjiang Mountain is invincible on one continent, and your family has a big business. The establishment of the next sect is the general trend. The Zhongtu Confucian Temple and the Dai Song family have agreed to this. Naturally, no one can stop it. Of course, I am no exception. But I promise that I can do one thing so that everything becomes irrelevant to the Emperor Bamboo. In the future, every time Zhengyangshan disciples mention the Emperor Zhu, they will praise the Supreme Lord, the ancestor of Zhongxing, and have done much. Because on the mountain and water spectrum of Xinjiang Mountain, you can only choose one of the suzerain and protect the mountain, and only one can survive. Being arrogant and arrogant. But watching the ferry boats drift away, making the Emperor Bamboo even more frightened. Chen Pingan shook his rolled-up sleeves and glanced at the back of Jianfeng. The old beast was led by Chao Jun's sword. Chen Pingan smiled and taught a suzerain, "The big things are calm, the small things are steady, the things are calm and the things are not clear. Bamboo sovereign, you have not cultivated enough." After a moment of silence, Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Emperor Bamboo, have you decided yet? When Xuanhuan appears on the top of the sword, it will be as if you rejected my proposal that a Xinjiang Mountain intends to live and die together with Xuanhuan." The Emperor Bamboo was silent. The green shirt not far away in the eyes of Emperor Bamboo pointed to his head. "Do you think I can only play this?" The man asked himself and answered, "It's really just a few innocent tricks, not worth mentioning." "It's okay, then I will let you Xinjiang Mountain, using your best principles for the 2,600 years since you opened the mountain. The truth is back to you. Mountain climbing alone does not count, because Lu Xianying was dragging Xia Yuansue, who was seriously injured and passed out into a coma. At the peak of this line, Bikuj www.spikuj xyz, Xinjiang Shanzu Shirtang, Chen Pingan and Lu Xianying met. Lu Xianying threw that Xia Yuansue on the square casually, looked at the smiling guy at the door and smiled angrily. "I will ask the sword next time. If I listen to your hiking, I will have your last name." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "You can find a place to drink and then it's my turn to ask the sword." Lu Xianying picked Zhang's case and sat down to drink and gnaw the fruits. The white-robed old ape came from the back sword peak, and his figure crashed to the ground. "Chen Pingan." "Lu Xianying." Lu Xianying said angrily, "Put Lao Tzu's name ahead." Chen Pingan turned his head and glanced at the Bamboo Emperor who had just gotten up in the Patriarch Hall. The Emperor Bamboo stepped out of the Patriarch Hall with a complex expression. "Xuanhuan, from now on, you will no longer be enshrined by Xinjiang Mountain." The white-clothed old monkey grinned and said, "Emperor Bamboo, you say it again?" Just as Emperor Bamboo was about to speak, Chen Pingan retracted his gaze and waved his hand. "It's late." Qingshan carried the sword on his back, shrank the mountains and rivers in one step, and the long sword came out of his back clanging, and went to the gate of Yixianfengshan first. Standing on the edge of the Jianding cliff, Qin Pingan always held his sleeves with both hands, looking at the old ape in white. Continue to serve as your mountain guard. With a lightly tapped toe, Qin Pingan leaned back slightly, swept back like a rainbow and drew an arc in the air. Finally, Qin Pingan landed on the long sword, and the imperial sword hovered at the gate of the first line of peaks. Over the full moon peak, an old man with a rickety figure appeared out of thin air. After holding his hands he smiled and said, Luapa Mountain Wu Fu Zhu Lian. Above Qingwu Peak a young woman said calmly, First disciple Wu Fu Pei Qian. On the side of Shuilong Peak, there appeared a young man in white clothes rising in the wind, smiling and saying, Proud student Chui Dongshan. Anyway, if Chao Qingqing is not here today, this kid is not suitable to show up for the time being. Next to the white-clothed boy, stood a black-clothed girl holding a green bamboo hiking stick, raised her head high and said loudly, Luapa Mountain Right Guardian Zhou Mili. A middle-aged man in a blue shirt and long coat stood above Pianchi Peak, smiling and saying, The chief worshipper of Luapa Mountain Zhou Fei. An extremely handsome young sword fairy with a warm voice, on the peak of Cheongji introduced himself, Second seat worship, sword repair Miyu. All the sword repairs on Yunfeng and Pianyufeng were dull and speechless. Piyun Mountain sword immortal Yumi. This person is extremely powerful, killing the demon easily cut off at every turn, or split with a sword light. In the early years on the battlefield of Old Dragon City, the sword fairy was born, second only to Taoist fairy King Chao Rong. A woman with an extremely beautiful face and cold eyes, standing above Yujiao Peak, said calmly, Jianxiu Sui right. Is that the sword immortal of the Real Realm sect who kills his sword on the battlefield? How did you become the sword repairman of Luapa Mountain? An old gentleman with a polite manner appeared elsewhere, smiling and saying, Wufu Plant Autumn. This person seems to have appeared on the Xia battlefield. Julien, Pei Qian and Planting Autumn, these three pure martial arts in the Fallen Mountain can all hang in the air. This means that at least the three of them should be Wufu in the far travel territory. This Pei Qian used to have a pseudonym, Zheng Qian. Which Zheng Qian? Which one can it be? It's the female martial artist who asked Chao Ci for 4 rounds. No one feels ashamed of losing 4 games with Chao Ci. On the contrary, it will make people feel awe. First, not everyone dares to challenge Chao Ci. Second, if any martial artist asks for a punch, does Chao Ci definitely receive it? Third, Zheng Qian asked 4 times but Chao Ci actually took all of them. A tall woman in a snow-white robe smiled and whispered softly, The law of the Fallen Mountain Palm long life. The white-haired boy of the Wawawation demon, and Sure Ro borrowed her second skin bag and a pair of eyeballs rolled around. She was a pretty good-looking woman but she looked thief but she said proudly, Landless rock shopkeeper. Today it is relatively convergent, only showing the appearance of Yupujing. Chen Lingjun overlooked the water dragon peak at his feet, and said with a sneer, Remember, I come from Luapa Mountain, my surname is Chen Jingqing. A Yuan-ing realm water dragon full of rich water transport stood in the sky above Cheongji Peak, only to give a name, Hongxia. She seemed to say one more word, wishing to dig a hole in. The lord of the Fox country who should have belonged to Qingfeng City unexpectedly showed up. Since the registration number, she is naturally charming, and can be very deceptive without smiling and slowly said, Lope Mountain. Peixiang. An old sword repairman from the Yupu realm who came to Aquarius Island to select his disciples, Yue, only felt that he was very strong today, and he did not hide his sword spirit again. The sword lifted into the air and laughed loudly, Lost the name of the mountain is enshrined, and the sword is repaired in the jade state. Today the name is suspended upside down. Kaching? No, at least it must start with a named offering. Wei Jin noticed a line of sight, sighed, stood by the railing and said casually, Kaching Wei Jin. On the side of Bailudu the round-faced girl was a little embarrassed, What should I do, just say Yu Chenyue the blacksmith shop by the Longshu River? After thinking about it she didn't show up, broke a handful of reeds and squatted by the egret ferry, boring and playing with water. Lu Xianying, a liar, there is no such thing as an ascension to the great sage who moved to the mountain. Egret crossing, the woman with a sword back has a little toe, hovering in the air, looking calm and saying, Fei Xingcheng Ning Yao. And the green shirt that was the owner of Luapa Mountain hangs the sword in the air at the gate of Xingyang Mountain, smiling. Luapa Mountain comes to watch the ceremony, and the mountain owner Qin Pingan begins to ask about the sword. Sword of Coming Chapter 822. There is still a chapter in the wee hours. Chen Pingan Julien Pei Qian Chui Dongshan Zhoumili Zhoufei Miu Changming Chen Lingjun Zhongqiu Sui Right Hongxia Peixiang Yudaoxian Weijin Ningyao. Yixian Peak, Full Moon Peak, Autumn Mountain, Shuilong Peak, Baiyun Peak, Pianju Peak, Cheongji Peak, Yujiao Peak, Big and Small Gushan Mountain, Jiu Peak, Qinggu Peak. There is a mountain in Luapa Mountain, and you can watch the peaks of Xingyang Mountain. This is an extraordinary ceremony, which has never appeared in the history of Aquarius, and it may be difficult for anyone to imitate this for thousands of years. The Emperor Bamboo has already given an order that all the peaks of Xingyang Mountain have been closed, and holding a jade card, he personally presides over the ancestral mountain array. The immortal who appeared to be born from Xingyang Kendo, patrolled the new and old peaks. As far as the eye can see, there is an invisible sword energy, which smashes the mirror flowers of some other monk's magical powers. The Emperor Bamboo was also helpless about this. The ugliness of his family should not be publicized. Today it can be concealed. The white-clothed old ape stared at the sect master at the door and said solemnly, "You say it again. The Emperor of Bamboo is worthy of the first-class ambition." He looked very calm and smiled. "Since I didn't hear clearly, then I will say it again. From now on, Yuan Xinye will be removed from the genealogy of my Xingyang Mountain Patriarch." The white-clothed old ape clenched fists with both hands, the blue veins on the back of his hand violently sneered, "Emperor Bamboo, are you really going to behave like this? If you encounter a little wind and rain, you will destroy the Shanmen Foundation? You really think these two small waists can do whatever you want here?" Emperor Bamboo sighed faintly in his heart. Are these two young people not enough to do what they want? When you descended the mountain that year, you, the guardian, enshrined and protected the Tao Zidao of the Chilling Mountain and went to the Liju Cave together. Since you have all taken action, why not just kill the two boys at the same time? Are you going to leave behind troubles and affect Xingyang Mountain? As a result, both Chen Pingan and Lu Xianyang are already extremely powerful sword immortals. What is the rank of Lu Xianyang's natal flying sword? Xia Yuan Sui and the three were not able to stop, especially that Chen Pingan. Yuan Xinye didn't know how the young people were sitting in the Patriarch's hall behind to drink tea, and how they played with people's hearts and applauded. Today's questioning sword, Lu Xianyang, is of course terrifying, and even more terrifying is this Master Qinshan who is hiding behind the scenes and looking at everything with a smile. The lord of a sect and a mountain enshrined, the two sides who should have the same hatred and fight side by side, no one has a voice. Lu Xianyang, who asked the end of the sword, sat behind the case, drinking and eating melons. I was very impressed with the Bamboo Emperor. Lu Xianyang felt that this guy's temperament and face were really good for him to be a natural master. Previously at Tingjian Pavilion, Lu Xianyang asked the three old sword immortals at the same time. Not only did he win, he also dragged Xia Yuan Sui to the top of the sword. At this moment, Xia Lao Jianxian lay comfortably on the ground and basking in the sun. While being injured and pretending to be dead while quietly healing his wounds and warming up his sword intent, he probably has to think about what to do next, how to pick up a little face from the ground. Patriarch Xia Yuan Sui stayed out of the matter, but Tao Yanba and Yen Chu were desperate and hurried to the top of the sword. The two old sword immortals were followed by a large group of guests. Because they showed up early and stopped at the sword pavilion, they seemed to have to walk one way to the dark, only to be able to tide over the difficulties this time. Hearing that the Emperor Bamboo wanted to remove the name of Yuan Zenpage's genealogy, Tao Yanba was full of turbulent waves in his heart. He called the suzerain directly by his name and said furiously, "Emperor Bamboo, are you crazy? There is a degree, take 10,000 steps and say, even if you are the sect master of Xingyang Mountain, you are not qualified to act arbitrarily today and remove one of the mountain guardians without authorization." The Emperor Zhu looked as usual, smiled bitterly in his heart, and talked about the rules of the Patriarch Hall. If one was not careful, the Patriarch Hall behind me would be gone. And the old and new peaks, only you, Tao Yanba's Chiu Lingshan, have no clear relationship with Yuan Zhuanfeng, but the first-line peaks are not enough. It's inevitable to hurt your muscles and bones, but it's better than changing the master and letting you start all over again. Especially without me, the Emperor Bamboo sits in Xingyang Mountain, which is destined to be difficult to weather. Waiting until the line of peaks in the blue shirt fell backwards, the sword hovered outside the gate. Some monks who had originally wanted to help Xingyang Mountain stopped quickly. Who would dare to feel bad? So in the end, Su Han was alone, looking extremely lonely. Yu Feng rushed to Zhu Mountain and fell on the top of the sword. This made Tao Yanba and Yen Chu a little bit more stable. There were many surprises and bad news today, and his mother finally had good news. Although Su Han came, he couldn't hide his solemn expression, because his climbing move was desperate. Qingfeng City and Xinjiang Mountain, the two new sects of Aquarius Island, are helping each other. They are both prosperous and all ruined. What's more, the one of Su Hun's body, the daughter of Su Binxian and Qiu Lingshan Taozi, the marriage affair, coupled with certain instructions from the Yuan family behind the scenes, did not allow Qingfeng City to be indecisive at this juncture. The Emperor Bamboo smiled to Tao Yanbo and said, "Then let's have a meeting with the Patriarch Hall first. Just nod and shake your head and there will be a result." Emperor Bamboo smiled and said, "Master Qin Shan, can you wait a moment?" After a question of the sword, if the situation is unavoidable, Zheng Yangshan is willing to lead the sword. At the foot of the mountain, Qin Pingan stepped on the night cruiser with his hands under his hands. The sole of his shoe was still more than a foot high from the long sword, and he smiled and nodded, "Yes, I will give you at most one stick of incense." After that, the Emperor Bamboo immediately flew his sword and spread the letter to the sword immortal of Zhufeng, so that all members of the Xinjiang Mountain Ancestor Master Hall, no matter who worshipped the guest, immediately rushed to the top of the sword, and all the direct disciples of all the peaks and bloodlines must gather in the Tingjian Pavilion. Those groups of sword repairmen who blocked Lu Xianying's climbing on the front line of the Peak Mountain Road, those who can wake up at this moment are already sober, and those who cannot get up on their own are also supported by the elders or the same door, and they have just won the sovereign of the Bamboo Emperor. To pass the order, either go to Jianding to discuss matters, or to get together at Stop Jian Pavilion. A series of sword lights flow from the peaks, snakes, birds and birds. According to the rules of the ancestor's sword, they follow the trajectory and rush to the ancestral mountain. It's just that the sword repairers no longer have the usual way. This is a leisurely mood. After all, in the sky above the top of each mountain, there is also a bird's eye view from a sword fairy or a master of martial arts. I always feel that if I feel unsatisfactory, there will be a sword light straight down, or a fist like a rainbow. So that they fell to the ground, they will only know their life and death. Among them, Bailu crossed Wei Yueshan in charge, passed Yunlu and Ai Yuerong, and cautiously went to Yixianfeng. The two brothers and sisters had never been so sympathetic in their lives. Qiong Jifeng's female ancestor Leng Qi is even more embarrassed. Miyu, with sword aura covering the sky and sun, she consciously can't break the sword aura of Xiaoguang, not to mention that once the sword is out, wouldn't it be equal to me to the sword fairy, asked the sword? The content of Fijian's letter had already made her tremble. Later, the sword fairy Chao Jun used 3 swords indiscriminately and cut down Qiang Zifeng's 3 treasured geomantic places, devastated and desolate. But she herself is a member of the Patriarch Hall. Xiong Jifeng's direct disciple also needs to rush to Tingjian Pavilion immediately. If she stays in the mountains, is it reasonable? Miyu hesitated whether to let the lady-in-law go to the discussion. Let it go, no face, don't let it go. It seems a bit unreasonable, seems to be deliberately making things difficult for the woman, so for a while she felt embarrassed, so she had to ask Chief Zhou from her heart. Ask for advice with an open mind. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and suggested with his heart, "Mizixi, how difficult is this? You might as well open a small door that allows only one person to pass through, not as high as one person." In the mountains, the warblers and swallows bow their heads and file out, like flying birds away from branches. A rare landscape picture? Suddenly Miyu, who deserves to be the chief, was indeed much better than his own this time, so he followed Zhou Fei's method to do it. That scene was indeed pitiful. At the same time Miyu squinted a pair of eyes, looked at Qiang Zifeng and the neighboring peaks, to see if there were people who were pitying and cherishing Jade. His face was angry and he felt that he was injustice for the fairies of Qiang Zifeng. Is bullying. Tao Yanba was extremely anxious. The old sword fairy of Qiu Lingshan, who was in charge of the Yishan treasury, did not expect that the Bamboo Sovereign Association would really hold the meetings of the Patriarch Hall, and he was determined to discuss matters outside the door. There are no rules, no rules, no rules, no rules and no rules, so embarrassing to hold such a meeting. The Emperor Bamboo dared to do so. It is really a thing that can be ignored. Tao Yanba was stricken with grief and indignation. He hated the unsentimental behavior of the Emperor Bamboo today, and even the treachery of those guests who came to watch the ceremony and left. Today I didn't drink a glass of wine and didn't climb the mountain for half a step. When Xinjiang Mountain was a latrine. It just seems that there are too many people who need this god of wealth of Xinjiang Mountain to remember. Tao Yanba has to pick and choose to curse, but the powerful patrol envoy Chao Ping is close to the mountain under the Xinjiang Mountain. Jun Yueqing, Lu Laoqing, the fairyland lord of the True Realm sect. Tao Yanba didn't even dare to swear in his heart, only dared to slander one or two. To a large extent, Chao Ping's observation of this person was originally a congratulation from the Dali Iron Cavalry Frontier Army. What's more, Chao Ping also has the surname of Xianghu Kingdom, who is the most famous in the world under the entire Bay of Pingza Mountain. In fact, it is not Song Changjing, not His Majesty the Emperor of Dei, or even any monk at the top of the mountain, but the ancestors of Yuan and Chao. Because of the territory of one continent, from the emperor's generals to the dignitaries, to the rivers and lakes, to the rural villages, on the doors of every household, painted hanging statues of these two civil and martial gods are hung. For many southern countries that have left the Dali domain, the people are still used to hanging portraits of these two door gods. The local imperial court and government, even if they had some thoughts, did not dare to force the people to replace them with statues of the heroes of their own Wenwu temple. The mainstay of Yuan's support in the frontier army was not Yuan's son, but the general Su Gaoshan, who was promoted to the first patrol envoy of Dei in that battle by virtue of his outstanding military exploits. It is a pity that Su Gaoshan died on the battlefield, but Chao Gaopang but still alive. Tianjun Qizhen and God sect were at best unfamiliar with Xinjiang Mountain, and it is unlikely that they would really care about Xinjiang Mountain in the future. But the book Jianghu Zhenjingzong Zhongyue Mountain Junjinqing is firmly on the opposite side of Xinjiang Mountain. This means that Xinjiang Mountain Xiazong's site selection in the old Zhuing area will become extremely uncomfortable, stumble and wear small shoes. Compared to Tao Yanba's anxious heart, the palm of Yan Chu on the side, his face was uncertain, thinking about it and worrying. There was a sudden flash of light, a little bit of a willow, the feeling of another village. The sky is falling, the tall ones are on top first, such as Sovereign Zhuhuang, Master Xiayuan Sui Yuan Zhuanfeng. In addition, the relationship between Xiuling Mountain and Luapa Mountain is extremely bad, and today there is absolutely no possibility of a slight improvement. But my own Shuilong Peak, Qinpingan and Lu Xianyang, and Luapashan and Longquan Jianzong, but they have never had any grudges or grievances. The matter has come to this point. The danger is all around. In the end, there is still no fixed number. It seems that the end of the sect is imminent, but no matter what, the Green Hills will not worry about no firewood, and the salute of Luapashan will be aggressive. Really smash the old and new peaks one by one, right? So is it possible to make a good plan to help one's own Shilongfeng in the Shumai Shantao that is close to oneself? A blessing in disguise? Lu Xianyang was actually injured, not lightly but not severely. Cheeky, and the most common-looking female nun from Hua Mufang, asked her for a kerchief, tore off a piece of wrap, and then raised her head. Stop the nosebleed. The only strange thing is that the two Yuan Ing Yanchu and Tao Yanba were dragged into a dream by himself, and after a few swords on the riverside, their injuries were far lower than expected. Lu Xianyang was too lazy to think. Just as the two old sword immortals of Xinjiang Mountain, they were indeed not in a paper-cut nascent soul realm, they were still a little capable. But if it weren't for Qin Pingan, the kid said that keeping these two would be useful. Lu Xianyang was ruthless. Tao Yanba and Yen Chu would not have to climb the mountain to discuss matters. Before Qin Pingan went down the mountain, Lu Xianyang had a lot of heartfelt words with him, because he was really curious about how this kid did it to make the Emperor Bamboo speak so well. What kind of ecstasy soup did you pour into the Emperor Bamboo to make him willing to take the initiative to remove the old beast from the genealogy? Let him choose one of the two. Between him and Yuan Jinya, only one will survive. The Emperor Zhu believes. Listening to your tone, it seems you cannot believe it? Normal people don't believe me. My brain is not sick. Kill a serious suzerain? At least the fairy Chao Xuanshu will not agree to this. Lu Xianyang glanced at the Emperor Bamboo at that time, and felt that if this guy knew the truth, he would jump and scold his mother. Even if the Emperor Bamboo is 90% sure, telling himself that he will not believe this as long as he is not 100% sure, he would rather give up a mountain protector. It sounds unreasonable, but it's actually nothing unusual, because this is why the Emperor Bamboo was able to sit there and chat with me. So as long as he sits here today, even if someone else is chatting with me, he will definitely make the same choice. Of course, this is too fast to ask you to climb the mountain. And Zufeng's fairy travels too much, it actually matters. Otherwise, I'm the only one in the Patriarch Hall, spitting and piercing my mouth. Drinking more tea is useless. The two peak masters, old Jianxian, who had moved Yunfeng and Pianjifeng, had already arrived at the top of the sword. Lu Xianyang's impression of the so-called pure sword repair such as Boyanfeng and Pianjifeng is actually not bad, nor good. It's not bad because you don't hesitate to shoot a sword on the battlefield of Aquarius. Not good because as a sword repairer I have never been to the Great Wall of Jianxi. The Aquarius monk, from the most useless group of immortal masters on the mountain, has become the most qualified cultivator in the world to straighten his waist. Therefore, the philosophers of hundreds of practitioners and mountain cultivators are now I don't think much of the monks from other continents, but I admire the sword repairs of Luzhou and Beiju. They travel south with their swords, dare to kill and fight and die if they say they die. The first person in the north, Baishang, Li Kai of Duckweed Sword Lake, Tu Huang Tong, the master of the discipline of Huijin sect, came from the white bone sword fairy Pu Yen from the ghost mythical valley. Which one is not the sword fairy who can make the night bright like daylight? But the Aquarius monks who live in the corner don't really care about one thing because they admire Beiju Luzhou most, especially those sword repairs, all domineering. The king and I are not afraid and everyone dared to make swords. Only admire one place, that place is called the Great Wall of Jianxi. And with one sword repair to resist the Great Wall of Sword Qi in the world for thousands of years, even those sword repairs who have a bad impression of someone have to admit one thing. Fortunately, this someone is his own. And this person is the friend who asked Jian Zhengyangxian with Lu Xianying. Lu Xianying gnawed the fruits. Situ Weining, you can actually take a step late and take a few more glances. Lu Xianying stretched out his hand to twist the kerchief that was blocking his nose, then raised his hand, waved vigorously, and smiled and greeted an upper 5-level monk in the distance. City Lord Su of Qingfeng City, it seems that we have met for the first time. Hello, my name is Lu Xianying, and I am very familiar with your wife and son. Chen Pingan has already told you about the ancestral scorpion in my family. Su Qingzhu can rest 100 hearts, that's what I mean. Since it's a sale, even if the price is not too fair, it is still a sale. I recognized it back then and I accept it today. Su Hun turned his head and looked at the young sword fairy who could not see the severity of his injuries. He said nothing and had nothing to talk with Lu Xianying. Lu Xianying saw him pretending to be deaf and dumb. Why, everyone is a cultivator of the Yupu realm, so you can look down on people because you are not a sword repairman. Lu Xianying didn't get angry and said, did Qin Pingan forget to remind you that it's best not to climb the mountain today, or do you think I'm unable to pass the sword on the top of the sword? In an instant, by the bank of a long river, Su Hun instantly put on a scorpion armor, and ran his life spells like a standing on the earth, but in a flash Su Hun was shocked to discover that the mountains and rivers changed, and he was in a place where he did not know. The famous battlefield, looking up, is surrounded by golden armored gods whose feet are already as high as mountains. They trample on the ground. At every step, mountains are like mounds that are arbitrarily opened. These ancient gods seem to be rushing in battle, making Su Hun appearing extremely small. Just to avoid those steps, Su Hun needs to tighten his heartstrings and control his body shape constantly to fly. During the period he was swept by a foot of a towering god. Su Hun, who was unable to avoid, found that he was still standing in place, but his soul, it's like being dragged out and dragged away. The amazing sense of tearing makes Su Hun, who is wearing a scorpion armor, feel the pain of heartache and have difficulty breathing. This soldier, who is known for his great killing power on a continent, the monk had no choice but to cast an escape technique that he had no choice but to do. After that, every time the god stepped on the big earthquake and tremor, it was a wave of spirits, like being in a furnace for cooking and refining. Su Hun knew who the real enemy was and tried his best to use his supernatural powers to observe Lu Xianying's movements, but the other party did not deliberately hide the traces at all. On the ground, Lu Xianying was able to tap on his toes and step on a transit at will. On his shoulders, even on the top of his head, the young sword immortal always smiled as if condescending, overlooking the world, looking at Su Hun who had to hide in the earth. Lu Xianying smiled and said, I was blinded by this old Lu family scorpion armor. If I put it on my body, I can swim for at least 1,000 years. Su Hun just wanted to speak. Lu Xianying had already snapped his fingers as if the whole river of time stagnated. A golden armor deity stepped on the ground with both feet, or touched the bottom with one foot and raised it with one foot. Above the ground, there is that big, the corpse of the demon is just blood flowing like a raging river rolling away, and the weapons of the gods shattered and scattered, and the golden light stretched for thousands of miles. In this still picture of the heaven and earth vision, Lu Xianying's figure fell to the ground, light stomping lightly. He said, Su Hun, how about the two of us making a deal? Just follow your Qingfeng City rules, right? Su Hun knew what this little was talking about. He wanted to surrender the scorpion armor that had been hardened to his life. Lu Xianying smiled and said, if you have an opinion, there is no great sage moving to help protect the battlefield. I have to take you to a few more battlefield sites. They're all old friends. Thank you. You don't need to thank you. Uncle Lu works for people and has a big brain. The 2 words are posted kind. Originally an old account that had been cleared for 2 years, but Su Hun had to climb the mountain. When I was blind, Lu Xianying really didn't see that scorpion armor. There is no such old on the mountain as you bully people. Lu Xianying couldn't help but said, taking Xuanhuan through the ancient battlefields one after another, going upstream, going further and further, and then the lord of Qingfeng City saw who should have fallen long ago, ranking one of the 12 high positions. That is high up in the sky just because the is so huge that Xuanhuan can see the whole picture of the other party when he raises his head. A pair of divine golden eyes, the law is strong, the golden light is shining, and the figure is as large as a star hanging in the sky. The just moved his head slightly, and the atmosphere of the avenue shifted like a star battle. It frowned slightly, as if it had seen an ant who dared to run around in the long river of time. Just being far suppressed by that great atmosphere, Xuanhuan was already bleeding from his 7 orifices in an instant, and there were countless traces of tiny tears in his body and soul. Xuanhuan didn't care about anything and shouted, "Lu Xianying, save me." Lu Xianying sat cross-legged on the canopy and shook his head, "But you don't have a friend like Chen Pingan by your side. Who will save you?" Xuanhuan almost collapsed. Even if he faced a fairyland cultivator, he wouldn't make him so desperate. He shouted, "Lu Xianying, pay you back." Never thought Lu Xianying twitched. "Since I have sold it to you, I have no plans to buy it back." Lu Xianying put his cheek in one hand, and looked at a high-ranking who was in charge of the thunder divisions, bringing the Xuanhuan Siamese spirit with his soul, and thunderously. Of course, the injury that Xuanhuan suffered is like the need to cross the mystery and mystery for thousands of years. It is greatly discounted. Maybe there is no one in 10? Anyway, Lu Xianying himself sleepwalked in ancient times, step by step, and he was careful enough. So far he has not really experienced the killing power of any high-ranking god. The most dangerous time was when he was caught by a higher-ranking god. He just glanced at him casually. Forced to fall out of his dream, he lay in bed obediently for months. The old master Xuanhuan, who carried the sun and the moon on his shoulders, used to chat with Lu Xianying, who had not recognized him at the time, with a smile. Probably the long river of time is like a knot with countless knots. There are countless knots. The ant is walking on it, life and death, and flow around. Maybe the so-called pure freedom is who can leave that rope? At the top of the sword, several old sword immortals noticed the strangeness, and then Xuanhuan in Qingfeng City was like blood blooming, staggering. One of them leaned back, fell to the ground, and then struggled to get up and watch. A glance at Lu Xianying, who was still sitting idly behind the case, staggered. Xuanhuan actually left the top of the sword directly as Yufeng. Xiaoyuansui didn't dare to pretend to sleep anymore, taking advantage of all his attention on Suhua. Old Jianxian struck a carp and fell to the ground, standing behind Yen Chu. Yen Zhonglu immediately moved 2 steps horizontally, then took a step back and stood shoulder to shoulder with Uncle Xia. Lu Xianying said to herself, "I'm still kind." Seeing a large number of sights coming towards him, Lu Xianying slapped the table and said angrily, "What do you look at? The road on the top of the sword is uneven," and Chengzhu Su fell to the ground by himself. "You're all different. You only watched the theater. Blame me for helping or not." Lu Xianying stretched out his hand to cover his face and nose, then hurriedly raised his head, pulled off the 2 pieces of the kerchief again to block the nosebleeds, and then immersed in eating melons and continued to squint at the excitement. That night, Lu Xianying and his friend lay on a wicker chair. The guy next to him, with his hands folded on his abdomen, said that the 2 of us asked swords and cut a few people at most. It didn't make much sense. Let the sword fairies of Xinjiang Mountain, it may be more interesting to turn against each other, ask each other swords, and chop the flesh and blood in people's hearts. Don't worry, the old beast must be the one who has the most swords. Yuan Xinye, who has served as a protector for Xinjiang Mountain for thousands of years, is dedicated to his work, and his hard work is second to none. He moved the mountain and moved the mountain to the peak, and protected the mountain for thousands of years. He once defeated the powerful enemies in the dark and the light. In private, we still have to do the dirty work. In the end, under the eyes of everyone, on top of a beautiful celebration that originally belonged to it, it will be a field of rebellion. At that time, Lu Xianying turned sideways and asked curiously, "You hate Yuan Xinye so much?" In fact, it is reasonable to say that although Qin Pingan does bear grudges, he does not have to be so dripping and not leaking. Qin Pingan was silent for a moment, shook his head, nodded again, and then smiled brightly and gave Lu Xianying an unexpected and reasonable answer, which was indeed what Qin Pingan would say and do. "It almost killed you back then, so from the first day I learned boxing I began to bear grudges. I must let that beast die physically and mentally." One wave after another up again. The patriarch of the Su family in Qingfeng City, a dignified military cultivator of the Jade Pure realm, was wounded by Lu Xianying once again. He was heroic and went to the meeting generously. He left the field sadly with his injuries. Therefore, inside and outside Jingyang Mountain, there is an unanimous idea. Who commented on the 10 young people and 10 alternates in Aquarius? What about the eyes? Why isn't Lu Xianying the number 1 person? And the blind person of the culprit, Xuanhuan of Zufeng, is now in a house in Shilongfeng, stepping on a bench eating the remaining half of the plate of wine and splashing crabs. Standing aside what is going on is a Dragon Gate monk who is going crazy. As the proud disciple of the Master Yan Chu, who is in charge of the important role of Yishin's spy, she can't figure out what is going on with this female patriarch today. He called himself Brother Genius, and praised himself as a great genius he has never met in 1,000 years. Then he started to say some silly things saying that Brother Lu, you failed to make a comment and you can't blame me. It's okay, I saw Big Brother Lu later and I threw myself 17 or 8 big mouths as a plea. Lu Xianying's failure to be selected for the young 10 seems to have suffered a lot of age. In fact, Tianwan's auntie made it deliberately. The person selected was the oldest 40 years old. Lu Xianying was just 41 years old. Senior brother Zhou Zi selected 10 young people and 10 alternates behind the scenes. The younger sister Tianwan deliberately chose Lu Xianying when she was 41 years old, and she carefully selected the 2 unpredictable lists for Jingyang Mountain. The monk who was in charge of Jingyang Mountain's information trembled and asked, Master Tian is here today, is there something to discuss with the younger generation? In the past he used to call this Tianwan by his first name, but today Tianwan is almost like a crazy woman, he is flustered. Tianwan glanced at him obliquely, her voice was still the same, but her expression from her eyes to her face was absolutely abnormal. Brother Genius, it is not unusual to drink and eat crabs at the same table with me? Why look down on people? Believe it or not that I am disheveled. Run out, open your throat and say you salivate beauty, drunk sex, indecent assault on me? The Dragon Gate cultivator had to sit down tremblingly, poured a glass of wine for Tianwan for an unprecedented time, and cautiously reminded, Master Tian, the Lord has orders, we have to go to the frontline peak. I saw that Tianwan suddenly raised her orchid finger, winking like silk. What anxious, it's not too late to leave after drinking. But it disgusted him. At the gate of Yixianfengshan, the sword fairy in Qingshan who said he would wait more for a stick of incense, looked around and smiled and said, Within the rules you will do what you like. Miyu glanced at Xiongji Peak at the foot of his eyes, and all the women who remained in the mountain looked up at him, their eyes seemed to be moisturized by autumn water. I'm so angry with Miyu one by one. Is I really a bachelor who is not picky? I didn't even inquire. At least half of the reason why Lao Tzu had such a bad reputation in his hometown was the jealousy of those old and young bachelors. Old Jianxiu Yue was overjoyed when he heard the words and geared up. After Lu Yu left Xiongji Peak, she did not follow her master to go directly to the Zushan Mountain Pavilion. Tremblingly asked, Master Chen, can we go? Qin Pingan nodded and smiled, of course. Yu Lin and Lu Yu have nothing to do with this questioning sword. The two were just thrown out by the old sword immortals like Bamboo Emperor, deliberately disgusting Lu Xianying and Longquan Jianzhou. However, Lu Ye's temperament is not bad, but the Yulin in front of him, even if it is true, is very close to Jingyang Mountain, and should have been practicing here early. Qin Pingan said with the heartfelt voice of the young peak owner of the Yujiao Peak. You don't even pretend to look the same. No wonder you will be expelled from the Longquan Jianzhou. In the future you will continue to work hard at Jingyang Mountain. In the Yuaning state, learn the sword of the Taoist god of wealth Yanzhang LV, and then practice a jade puddle. You can learn from Patriarch Xia again. Yulu's lips trembled and his face was blue. Before today, even if he suffered a great humiliation on the side of Longquan sword sect, after arriving at Jingyang Mountain, he was still a first-class man of heaven, and he even became a golden core, a 40-year-old young man. Jianxian has opened the mountain Rainfoot Peak, can collect direct disciples. Yufoot Peak is a sword repair. Since then it has opened up branches and leaves, full of longing. Sooner or later, he will ask Sword Dragon Spring Sword Sect and Sword God Xiushan. Qin Pingan turned his head and smiled. Will not leave? When you leave, remember to act to the end, otherwise you will be alive and kicking, and you will have the strength to ask the sword but dare not ask the sword. In the future your reputation will not be bad. I can't get along. For the monks from all walks of life in Aquarius who didn't need to mix them up, today was simply watching the excitement from a distance, and they were full of them and they almost didn't get killed. First, the owner of Fenglei Garden, the Yellow River, appeared at Bailudu, handed out a sword from a distance. The light of the sword was scattered, and the peaks of the sword were scattered at the same time. It was like watching Jingyang Mountain for outsiders. It opened the curtain for today's ceremony. Good head. Originally there was such a landscape painting scene, it was a worthwhile trip. Even if you can't go to the mountainous mountains where you can drink, it is not a waste of trip to the Xinjiang mountain boundary. At the banquet, Xinjia wine is wine, and the market wine is also wine with different prices. One can drink fairy money and the other can also drink enough lively. Longquan Jianzong's protagonist sword repairer Lu Xianying appeared at the gate of Zushan Mountain, asking about swords one after another, and accidents appeared one after another, making others just feel dizzy and addicted to their hearts. Qiang Zifeng Liuyu, Yujiafeng Yulu, Fuliyufeng Woman the ghosts, each with their swords, failed to stop Lu Xianying's climbing footsteps. Not only that, the two sword formations of Yunfeng and Piang Kaifeng facing Lu Xianying's questioning sword, were actually papery and vulnerable. Qiu Lingshan and Shuilong Peak had two sword repairs, and they suffered heavy casualties. The fallen state of the fall, the dagger of the broken sword, and the corpse of a sword repair in the Longmen realm were directly thrown by Lu Xianying behind the foot of the mountain. And no one expected that this unknown young sword fairy from Aquarius not only succeeded in climbing the mountain, no one could stop it, but even the three-old sword fairy who was responsible for guarding the sword pavilion could not stop it. Lu Xianying's climb to the top, even Xia Yuansui, the respected full moon peak old sword fairy, fell in the same situation as Yulin, but was dragged to the top of the sword by Lu Xianying. During this period, just like echoing these questioning swords, one after another Xinjia fairy boats, one by one mountain monks, either openly or quietly, left the Xinjiang mountain boundary one after another. Is there such an observatory in the world? A pure martial artist and sword immortal, Yufeng hovered high in the sky, stepping on the peaks respectively. Is this unclear if you are going to move the mountain? The mountain that Luapa Mountain moved today is Xinjiang Mountain. As for the sword fairy in Qingshan, who is the master of Luapa Mountain, how would he ask the sword when he appeared at the gate of the mountain? Unimaginable. With Lu Xianying asking the sword in front of each other, the spectators at Zhufeng found it hard to have a bigger surprise. After Lu Yu and Yulin left, Qin Pingan raised his head and looked at the top of the sword, discussed with the Patriarch Hall, and reminded him empathetically, a stick of incense is more than half past. The occasion of words. Above the top of the sword, a sharp sword light appeared. Even Wei Jin looked up, concentrated, and looked at the sword light, seemingly surprised. I saw the sword light the size of a mustard seed at the beginning, and instantly stretched out the brilliant sword light with an aura like a rainbow, all straight and straight, spreading swiftly in all directions. Then a sword light hung and stopped at the same time, a total of 10 snow-white straight lines faintly visible, the stagnant place, condensed A, B, C. Ren, Kue, a total of 10 sword chi condensed into small letters, golden light shining, bright eye-catching. The 10 golden words with strong sword intent began to rotate slowly, and the 10 long lines of sword light turned along with them, casting slender shadows on the peak of Xinjiang Mountain. After that was the second time the sword light shot all around. This time it was the evolution of the swordsmanship of the 12 earthly branches. 12 sword light trails were subdivided, each with text, to control those swords that were a few feet shorter than the heavenly stem. The long line of light began to rotate in an orderly manner, which made 12 negligible but extremely thrilling cool shades, above the peak of the first line. Immediately afterwards, the sword light at the center of the circle splits out 24 sword lights and blooms outwards in a straight line. At the top of the sword light, there is a golden text with 24 solar terms hovering suddenly, and compared the pure straight lines of the heavens, the stems of the earth and the earth. When these words appeared, there was a sword that seemed to reach the realm of heaven and humans, revealing the scene of 24 different solar terms in the 4 seasons of the year. After that, there are still 28 sword lights tossed up. Like 28 constellations, the rows of stars revolve in the sky, eventually forming a circular galaxy. After that, there are 36 peaks, manifested and born like a mirage, standing in the sky divided by sword light. Then there is the chronology of 60 jiazi, like a weird accountant, arranging the years between the world and the earth. There are still 72 sword lights, like rivers that have been drawn from the 3 continents, and then by the immortals, they will forcibly straighten the winding waters with great magical powers. After that, it was the 108 shortest straight lines of sword light, and finally passed through the golden text on the top that looked like 108 orbs, and once again connected into a circle. Circles of sword light, layered on top of each other, densely packed, the sword energy is heavy, covering the sky and the sun, and the sword intent is vast and orderly. One person asked the sword, arrayed in the sky, so that the entire Xinjiang Shanzu Mountain Jianding and Tingjian Pavilion, all the monks were shrouded in the shadow of sword light. When it comes to creating his own fist, Qin Pingan is a bit inferior to that of the Gongda Lin Wenquan, who claims to be less than 30 in his new fist. But Lao Tzu is a sword repairer. Do you Chao Ci have the ability to create a sword trick to try? Qin Pingan thought for a while as if this was too shameless, and he couldn't take his friend Chao Ci to compare. Suddenly taking a step, Qin Pingan lifted his arm, put his fingers together and gently touched the white jade hairpin in the bun. At the top of the sword, the discussion has already started. The matter discussed is very simple. They each expressed their opinions and nodded, indicating that they agreed to remove Yuan Zini's name on the Xinjiang Mountain Jinyu genealogy, shaking his head and expressing rejection. But some patriarchs hesitated and were very unprofitable. Qin Pingan took a step back and reached out to hold the hilt of Yu's sword. It was only afterwards that Mr. Qi had said to the mountain-moving ape that when he was young, he would step on Xinjiang Mountain if he left Lizhu Cave. Qin Pingan took a deep breath, his figure slightly rickety so he was too much relaxed, and muttered, "Then go one." Holding a night tour, sweeping with a sword, the sword light blooms, and a line cuts across the foot of Xinjiang Mountain, directly cutting off the roots of an ancestral mountain in Xinjiang Mountain. Not only that, Qin Pingan held a sword in his right hand, pointed at the mountain gate with the tip of the sword, and knocked on the hilt with his left hand. The entire first-line peak was provoked, several feet above the ground. Then the sword formation in the sky was slightly reduced in size, and then crashed to the ground with a thunderous momentum, instantly smashing the entire Jianding Patriarch Hall, dusty and shocking the world. You just continue to discuss matters. I opened the peak first, then picked the mountain and demolished the Patriarch Hall. Sword of Coming Chapter 823. Chiki, let's talk about the 8 to 14 physical books of Jianlai. They should be available in JD.com, Dangdang and Wenshuan, and there may be signed books because at that time, they were required to sign a full 2,000 copies. Signature. This Mount Xinjiang, which has the largest number of sword repairs on a continent, is not the Great Wall of Small Sword Chi in Aquarius? The younger generations of sword repairers of the old and new peaks of Xinjiang Mountain all believed so sincerely, and many of the fairy sects outside Xinjiang Mountain were also so compatible. In fact, there is no impression of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the sky, as well as the farther ascending city, the Aquarius genealogical master in Shanzhe Yishio. If it weren't for the tour in the Wei and Jin dynasties, and the tragic war that hit the entire Howran world afterwards, the monks on the mountain would only talk less about the Great Wall of Jianqi. And the sword top formation on the first-line peak of Xinjiang Mountain, isn't it hailed as another imitating white jade capital? Can you kill the fairyland practitioner casually? Almost all the people who watched the ceremonies from the peaks had previously looked up at the incredible floating sword formation. The weather was so varied and the movement was so loud that no one could help but watch the spectacular and thrilling scene. What kind of high level, how much sword aura, and how to cultivate the heart, can we create this magnificent sword formation that resonates with the world? When in Aquarius Island, outside of the Fengshua Temple in the Wei and Jin dynasties, there was a sword fairy like Lu Xianying who was flying swords and seeing who fell to the ground, and there was also such a sword fairy with outstanding swordsmanship and superb skills. In the end, only a few lucky ones saw Qin Pingan at the foot of the mountain falling to the ground, holding a long sword in his hand. The sword light suddenly appeared, first an arc flashing away, and then the young sword fairy cut the root of the mountain. Knock on the hilt again, a sword provokes the peak of the mountain as if effortlessly. Therefore, only those who saw the sword formation hit the ground, all of them hated the long river of time and couldn't reverse the flow, and couldn't see the real sword of the sword fairy in the green shirt at the foot of the mountain. Isn't it a good idea to ask Xinjiang Mountain for the sword after a stick of incense? The Lord of the Fallen Mountain, what he said doesn't count. Worthy of being a mountain sword fairy. Before Qin Pingan asked the sword without warning, especially since the sword formation had not appeared before, in general, the attention of the spectators was still on the various people from the Luapa Mountain. Higher on the peak of Full Moon Peak, Zhu Lian, the old butler who was the first to speak, is short and plain, but he is clearly a martial artist in the mountain world with his skills. He is condensed into substance with his strong fist, like water flowing down and scattered, such as the fairy crushing white clouds everywhere in the sky. This person is in Luapa Mountain. What kind of identity is this person the first to show up for his name? Couldn't it be that Chao Xuanshou was willing to give Lupushen's face like this because he was born as a martial artist in the frontier army of Dali? God knows, this Luapa mountain is really covered by clouds and mist, too awkwardly hidden. It is simply rising up inexplicably. Could it be that Luapa mountain is a mountain supported by Dali in secret, and it is bright and dark with the Longquan sword sect of Saint Juan? In that case, does it make sense that Chao Xuanshu left earlier? Located on the Qinggu Peak on the edge of the Xinjiang mountain boundary, a young woman with a bun tied into a ball, a major disciple of the Kaishan, Pei Qian. She is already the newest martial artist in Aquarius, but she is temporarily in the remote travel realm. In accordance with the rules of the teacher, the samurai must fall 2 or 3 times first to travel down the mountain and treat others with sincerity. It's really Jing Qian. First he fisted to kill the demon in Jinjiazu, then he asked Duduan Chao Ci about the fist, and then returned to our hometown and caught up with the battle on the battlefield of Paidu. It is a pity that I heard a lot of punches, but it is difficult for outsiders closer. It's mostly a glimpse because I have a friend on the mountain who was fortunate to have seen this great female master punch with my own eyes. I heard that it is extremely overbearing. She punches a demon clan and never has a whole body. Specially select those large hinterland where the monster race is densely packed, and punch down the battlefield with a radius of tens of meters. The world will be clear in an instant. In the end, only Jing Qian can stand. Therefore, it is rumored that she is now among the mountain monks. There are already 2 nicknames of Zheng Qingming and Jing Seiqian, which roughly means that wherever she goes, it is like throwing paper money during the Qingming festival, and there are dead people all around. Everyone, imagine if it were you and I against her? It's conceivable that Zheng Yangshan has kicked the iron plate today. It's not good to provoke a great master like Jing Qian. But she said that she was the great disciple of the mountain, and she was the martial arts biography of the young mountain master of the mountain? But is the mountain master clearly a sword fairy? How to teach her boxing? Most of it is that there is another expert in Luapa mountain who teaches boxing. She just followed the young mountain master to go up the mountain to practice. In fact, she has no identity? It is extremely, otherwise the mountain lord who is still very young heard that he is both a land sword fairy and a martial artist of the 9 realms. It would be too unreasonable. In the sky of Shuilong Peak, Chui Dongshan, who claims to be the proud student of the mountain lord, is a white-clothed boy with a red mole on his eyebrows. He has also fallen a bit today, showing only the appearance of a jade monk. The right guardian Zhomili of the Luapa mountain beside him, this little girl in black who is not high in realm, has an unfathomable realm, and is the only visitor who only cultivates in the cave. All fools know that this right guard must not be underestimated. After all, this little girl who seems to be of a water descent spirit according to her identity, but what kind of mountain protection of the fallen mountain, the world's famous mountain fairy mansion, can serve as the existence of the mountain protection, often like the Master Zhanglu within the mountain gate? The best fight is just one to defend against the enemy from the outside and the other to control the rules and precepts of the Patriarch Hall internally. Is it probably because she disdains to observe Xinjiang mountain with a true state today? On the side of Pianjiao Peak, Zhou Fei, who claims to be the chief worshipper, looks like a student in the lower reaches of the mountain, but although his temples are frosty and white, he is still romantic in his blue shirt. Apart from his back sword, he still has a long sword with his foot on his feet. Sword fairy style. The long sword on the back was named Jiawasheng, borrowed by Chief Zhou and Brother Cui. This one under his feet, Jiang Shangzhen acquired from a secret house in Luzhou, Beiju, named Tian Broom. Borrowing the sword with Cui Dongshan, then when returning the sword, he must also give the broomstick. Jiang Shangzhen naturally has no objection to this. In the words of Brother Cui, it is that I and Chief Zhou are close friends who have changed lives. Don't be polite with Chief Zhou, and when Chief Zhou is polite with me, let alone be polite. Lu Laoqing, Lu Jimao, Li Fuchang, the 2 masters of Xinjing sect, actually did not leave Xinjiang mountain too far, and they were still paying attention to the situation of Xinjiang mountain. When they saw this person far away, the 3 of them had only wry smiles. The first suzerain in the history of Zhenjingzong, the old suzerain of Yuguazong, has never done things so unreasonably. Even if Lu Laoqing and Lu Jimao are fierce generations of wild cultivation, they have also entered the upper 5 realms. Jiang Shangzhen, there are still the slightest extra distracting thoughts and he dare not have it. It is powerful and can't be beaten. If it is intrigue, it is far worse. Qiong Jifeng, the sword immortal of the Jade Pure realm, had a young face and an unusually handsome appearance. When she narrowed her eyes, she was fascinated by her sight. The key is that this second person enshrines a magnificent sword aura like a waterfall hanging down the sky, and the sky is shining, covering the entire Cheongji Peak under his feet, and finally 2 long rivers of sword aura of the same origin and different streams, lingering around Cheong respectively. The branch peaks, one high and one low, slowly revolve around the mountain peaks, making a mountain boundary halfway up the mountain, and the morning glow sword gas glows with layers of golden light. Near the top of the mountain, the sunset glow is gorgeous like a fire, and the sword gas is so abundant and still not hurt the slightest. So that Lung Qi, the female ancestor of Cheong Jifeng, could only take her direct descendants, holding their breath one by one, and walking through the small door with their heads down. Qiu Lingshan, a tall woman who claims to be in charge of a long life, is dressed in a white robe and has a vague style. The place where she stands is overflowing with brilliance, and she is an unquestionable fairy. Shuilong Peak, Qin Lingjun, who looks like a child in Xingyi, stepped on a Dragon King basket that was made for his life, with arms around his chest as long as he leaves the small town of Liju Cave, where is Uncle Qin not uncle. Qin Lingjun felt sorry in his heart, brother Jia busy in vain, Qin Zhuoyo these good friends good brothers, none of them were present today and they had never seen their heroic appearance. It was a pity in their lives. A martial artist planting autumn, the old master's martial arts realm is not high in Luapa Mountain, it is just a bottleneck in the remote travel realm, but at the same time planting autumn is a golden core monk who is proficient in Confucian energy training. In the past years in the lotus roots in that hometown, Nanyuan Guosher, who was praised by the rivers and lakes as the master of the literary sage, was indeed very likely to make this statement worthy of the name in the even more vast world. Yujiao Peak, on the right of Jianxiu Sui, one day before during a bright moon night, she made a night swim in the Shujian Lake and quietly entered the Yuaning realm. Shi Ro, the shopkeeper who was settled by an ascending alien demons, is standing above Jiu Peak, riding the dragon lane and wearing Shi Ro, who has been wearing Du Mao's legacy for many years, taking this opportunity to finally see the day again as a woman. The scenery seen in the eyes of the Huawei Tianma is as clear as Shiro and Qilong Lane, even clearer than the view of the mountains and rivers in the hands of gods. The entire Xinjiang mountain boundary is captured by them. Hongxia of the Yuaning stage water Jiao only felt that standing here today was the only embarrassing existence to make up the number. Speaking of realm, Hongxia is indeed a few levels higher than the little girl in black, but she is the only one in the world because of her own downfall. What a strange style, and she never looks at this anyway. Besides, how dare Hongxia follow Zhou Mili, the right guardian is on par. So Hongxia made up her mind anyway after the ceremony. After returning home, she hid in the lotus root blessed land, and would not go out again until Yupu. The appearance of Yuanying Peixiang, the lord of the fox country, was also among the guests from the peaks of Xinjiang mountain, making a lot of noise, calling friends to whisper and talk. Isn't the Su clan of Qingfeng City always the most determined mountain ally of Xinjiang mountain? Could it be that Qingfeng City also secretly turned to Luapa Mountain? This Xinjiang Mountain which is about to start the next sect, is it possible that the first line of Fengzhu Shitang's sacred incense and burning incense year after year are all fake incense? Respect the past ancestors who hang on the statues are so stingy with ancestors, and are not willing to shelter future generations at all? Otherwise, why have you fallen to such a situation where enemies are made everywhere and surrounded by groups of enemies? And how many allies does Luapa Mountain have? Damn it, don't you always say that Luapa Mountain is just under Wei Shanjun, a vassal sect who helps Piyun Mountain to make money and launder money? As for Pei Xiang herself, it was relieved. The fox charm who had been stagnating in the nascent soul realm for a long time, until this moment, had clarified the identity of the worship of Luapa Mountain, and completely tore her face with Qingfeng City in public. On the contrary, her Taoist heart became clear and transparent, vaguely in between, there was a sign of loosening of the bottleneck, so that Pei Xiang was immersed in the mysterious Taoist rhyme of that great opportunity. The foxtails behind him involuntarily slammed apart, only to see the beauty of Yuan Ying Dixian. Suddenly as big as a mountain, 7 giant foxtails slowly drifting with the wind, dragging out bursts of dazzling streamers, the picture is like a dream. That blatantly claimed pseudonym is enshrined in the upside-down Luapa Mountain. Looking at the posture, it seems that it is another sword fairy in the Jade Pure realm. Either one taken out alone is thrilling enough, but today is different, none of these seem to be anything. It is the last 2 people who really made all the guests in Aquarius, even all the monks from other continents who watched this celebration through Jinghua Shuiwe feel shocked. Fengshua Temple Wei Jin. Ascension City Ningyao? Kuching Wei Jin. This self-reported title and name of the great sword immortal of Fengshua Temple, and the well-deserved first person in Aquarius swordsmanship, stood on the Dali ferry near the Yixin Peak at this moment, standing by the railing. Go to the Great Wall of Jianghu to kill demons and ask Xianxia to thank you for 2 games. It can be said that the realm, prestige and killing power of the Wei and Jin dynasty, he is alone just like a sect. If the Wei and Jin dynasties were not because of their lack of temperament, 2 lonely clouds and wild cranes, and their whereabouts were uncertain, otherwise as long as he was willing to start a sect, he could do it casually, and he was destined to have no shortage of disciples. Fizi, assuming they can choose the mountain, will inevitably abandon the Longquan Jianzong and Xinjiang mountain, and take the initiative to practice swords following the Wei and Jin dynasties. The reason is very simple. The swordsmanship of Aquarius Island was provoked by the Wei and Jin dynasties. It was the Wei and Jin dynasties who let the monks of the 3 continents know about it. I also have sword immortals on the top of the Aquarius continent, and I don't lose to other continents. And on the side of Bailudu, the woman carrying the sword box, Ningyao? The Great Wall of Sword Qi and Ningyao, who is the 5th world? It is impossible. Just to say one thing, she went to a brand new world. How did she come here? Did the Confucian temple make an exception for her? Or is she flying up with the sword by her own ability? So if you want to use your ass, most of them have the same name and surname. Moreover, the appearance of the woman with the back sword and the hovering of Yufeng were not very dynamic, and it was even far worse than the 3 sword immortals of Miyu, Sui right side and Unigation. Standing next to Wei Jin, Yu Huiting asked in a soft voice, Wei Shishu? Is he really the one from the Great Wall of Jianghu? She knew that guy, and he first met in the mountains and rivers. At that time, this person was with a group of ladies in the Changchun Palace. She also claimed to know Shishu Wei. At that time, she mistakenly thought she was a glib person. Later, this person sneaked to Shishu Wei's Xianxia. The mountain owner clearly discovered the thief of the Wanyan pine branch, but still did not stop it, and during the conversation, it seemed that the sword repairman was quite jealous, and he believed that it was a sword immortal in the Yupu realm. Yu Huiting was only skeptical at the time. Maybe this person really recognized Wei Shishu. Wei Jin nodded and said, yes. Miyu is outstanding in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and his cultivation aptitude is considered to be outstanding. It is just that Miyu used to wield swords and has always been a cocoon. Miyu in the 2 realms of the earth and Miyu in the jade is a world. Yu Huiting couldn't help but look at the young woman at Bailudu. Uncle Wei, who is she? Wei Jin said calmly, if you don't believe it, ask yourself. Yu Huiting made a gesture to Yufeng to leave. Shishu Wei Jin was indifferent, and she had to put away the air ripples in anguish. She just asked softly, Uncle Wei wants to follow the sword? Wei Jin said helplessly, need it? Yu Huiting was puzzled. After all, there is an immortal condensed from multiple kendos on the top of Xinjiang mountain. Wei Jin shook his head. As long as Ningyao makes a sword, his finger will be broken. Wei Jin, who didn't like to talk, added another sentence. What's more, our hermit who has never lost a drink will not give Xinjiang mountain this opportunity. Yu Huiting was shocked. Hidden official? Wei Jin said in surprise, don't you know? Yu Huiting's face was aggrieved. How do you know? Wei Jin no longer speaks. It is really annoying. You should go to the Great Wall of Jianghu earlier and ask Mr. Zhuo for swordsmanship so that you won't be bothered. Wu Tijing had been hiding in the dark before, and the sword was extremely decisive. It was almost when Lu Xianyang went to stop the sword pavilion, Wu Tijing almost simultaneously took out the sword with Xiaoyuan Sui in the Yupu realm. For the time being, this realm was just a young sword repairer of the Golden Core. Not only did he sacrifice the natal flying sword named Yuanyang, he also sacrificed the second flying sword with 2 natal magic powers. Both of these magical powers are unreasonable, and they can help oneself temporarily break through the realm, and can also build a mysterious longevity bridge. In the past, Wu Tijing was equivalent to building an illusory longevity bridge between himself and Tao Yanbao and Yanchu. Therefore, once anyone suffers a fatal injury, they can share the injury equally. At least there is no worry about life. For Wen Jian, who is on the front line of life and death, this is simply an unreasonable hand that can change the outcome of life and death. Never thought, but in the end it didn't work, so Lu Xianying went on climbing. Wu Tijing wiped his face was blood-stained. It was the Mandarin Duck Flying Sword's injury counterattack. This slight injury does not hurt the main road. Wu Tijing did not take it seriously. The real worry is through this fate Fei Jian saw 2 women. In an instant, Wu Tijing seemed to be peeling away from his soul, standing in the sea of clouds, looking up, facing the golden eyes of the real dragon. Even if he squinted his eyes, it or she, that strong atmosphere of great luck in the body is still suffocating. The other one seemed to be in the midst of a bright moon in the sky. Underneath her feet was a strange world, and the person she saw was a round-faced woman with extremely clear face and figure. She was not angry, just feeling curious, and blinked her eyes. Seems to be asking who you are. Therefore Wu Tijing had already collected the sword almost instantly. This time I came out of the sword and went against my heart. It was only as a patriarch's genealogy monk, and had to hand out 2 swords to the teacher. When the sword was at the top of the bamboo, emperor threatened to remove the white-clothed old ape from the genealogy. Wu Tijing extremely disappointed. This kind of swordsmanship is not worthy of being his own preaching teacher. After going to Jiu Peak, Wu Tijing did not find the xuanhuan who took him up the mountain. He left a letter and thanked her as a thank you to xuanhuan for taking his own mountaineering practice. I went to Xiaogu Mountain again and saw Sujiao. I don't know why, but I always feel familiar. Although Wu Tijing is withdrawn, he is very talented in practice. He seems to be born with him, knowing that this is a mountain. Some of his long-cherished wish and fate are somewhat implicated in his previous life, but Wu Tijing didn't think that because of a woman, her own sword practice could be dragged down. In the end, this talented sword repairman, who was only at the top of his age, simply left Xinjiang Mountain quietly, intending to become a mountain and wild repairer in a Yunshui career. Where to practice swords is not to practice swords. The Emperor of Bamboo taught swordsmanship. Wu Tijing didn't think there was any greatness. Once he learned it, he didn't think it would be of any benefit. As for whether the Emperor Bamboo is private, there is the superior swordsmanship that has not been taught yet. Wu Tijing doesn't care at all about it, he doesn't need to learn it. Wu Tijing's figure turned into a ray of sword light, and walked quietly. Suddenly stagnated, because Wu Tijing keenly noticed that an unusual light appeared in the shade of a tree in front of him. It was a moonlight that should never appear at this hour. On the side of Bailudu, a girl with a round face who is idle, while pouring water with reeds, asked casually, "Who are you? Where are you going?" Wu Tijing appeared in shape and simply said neatly, "Wu Tijing, ready to travel out of the mountains." The woman's voice was just "oh," and there was no more. Wu Tijing waited for a long time, but after the moonlight dissipated, there was no more movement. But just as Wu Tijing was about to start again, a little moonlight condensed in the shade of the trees elsewhere. "Why are you still in a daze? I won't stop you. I have no grievances or hatreds, but I have to remind you. You are a person who is away from home. Don't make a sword like this because I am not a sword repairer, am I?" Wu Tijing is not a suspicious person. If the other party doesn't have these words, Wu Tijing will leave after saying that, but the more the other party's words, the more they seem to not intend to give up, so Wu Tijing does not hold his breath. To prepare for the opponent's non-relenting competition, after all, it is indeed the opponent who is in charge, and Wu Tijing feels that it makes sense. Wu Tijing thought about it briefly, and the sword light fell straight down everywhere. Among all the shadows of vegetation, trees, mountains and rocks, there was sword light that shattered the shade. The last sword light slowed down slightly, intentionally or unintentionally, and then fell in his own shadow. At Bailuda's credit month he wondered, "Are you sick? Sword repair is great?" Wu Tijing frowned and said, "Do you want to stop me?" Xiahua lost the reed in his hand, got up and smiled, "It's nothing but 3, hurry down the mountain." Wu Tijing no longer hesitated, her figure turned into a ray of sword light, and she left Xinjiang Mountain. Ningyao noticed the situation on the side of Xiaoyu and asked in his heart, "What's the matter?" The round-faced girl hurriedly waved her hand, Haha said with a smile, "It's okay." Ningyao said, "Just say anything, you're welcome." Xiahua said quickly, "That must be." Ningyao thinks that this credit month matches Lu Xianying quite well. He has a big heart and he likes not to see outside. The old mountain master of Yunxia Mountain, who has already withdrawn from the boundary of Xinjiang Mountain, has been watching the mountains and rivers. On the top of the sword, the scene of Xuanhuan falling to the ground is really shocking. The old fairy sighs, "Jin Jian, I'm fortunate to listen to your advice as a teacher. Otherwise, he'll follow in the footsteps of Qingfeng City Xuanhuan. It doesn't matter what the honor and disgrace of my life and death alone. Once Yunxia Mountain is affected, I may have to abandon all my previous work and have no hope of becoming a sect. Dangerous and dangerous, very lucky." Kai Jinjian just hummed, her expression complex, raised her hand and rubbed her neck. In the alleys of the past years, she was accidentally obliterated by a young man in the alley with broken porcelain. After she left the Liju Cave of Heaven alive, there were a lot of opportunities. First, she unexpectedly succeeded in becoming a member of the Golden Corps Kaifeng, and becoming a member of the Yunxia Mountain Patriarch Hall. Then, as a monk, she walked on the ascending platform opened by the Dali court. After being able to break through the realm and enter the nascent soul realm, even at the foot of the mountain he would be honored as an old ancestor. Moreover, on the Sherman Mountain, there is the view of the Sea of Clouds. The Sea of Clouds is surging, and the clouds and mists are especially extraordinary. They are known as the stunners in the sky, with the aura of heaven and earth. Kai Jingjian has another blessing, and now there is no suspense. Yunxia Mountain was appointed as the Lord of the Mountain, because after the master had decided to observe the ceremony, he would close his life and death. Either he would break the bottleneck and become a jade, or he would be disbanded. No matter what, he would fight for the title of the sect. So Kai Jingjian would take advantage of the opportunity to take over the post of Mountain Lord. In less than 30 years, Kai Jingjian seemed to be dreaming. It's just that she often thinks of someone as if she doesn't want to think less, but she doesn't dare to think more. The Zhuoshi Lang from the Ministry of Rites in Dali capital, Dong, who stood on the side of the ferry observation deck, worried, and the old man lost his heart as soon as the patrol envoy Chao Ping left. In fact, this old attendant is not unfamiliar with Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingyan. On the contrary, the old man was deeply impressed by the two young people in the small town. At that time, he was the official of the Ministry of Rites who visited the Lizhu cave for the imperial court. At that time, he was the servant of the rite who was responsible for rubbing the monument to the archway building. Now he has only changed a word, changed from right to left, year after year. Becoming an old servant, the old man has been accounted for in that ceremonial office in his entire life. In his early years, he served as the official of the official department of Dali for a few years. It is not a promotion but a smooth officialdom. He is regarded as a mature and respectful old man from the Beijing Rites Department. Bring the vigorous young people around so as not to be too radical and lose sense. Later, when Lu Qingfeng took office, he gave up his position. When the war ended, Dong, who successfully won a bachelor's title, but unfortunately he was not among the 6 palaces and 6 pavilions. The old man is very familiar with what Lapaishan and Nipping Lane are. The first time I saw the 2 boys in the blacksmith shop by the river, especially Qin Pingyan, he was only a black and thin boy back then. A few bags of hard-earned gold and copper coins quietly became the masters of the 5 hills to the west, but when the boy climbed out of the well with a basket of dirt on his back, he probably saw a group of officials with strange faces. He was a bit embarrassed at the time. At that time it was very simple and honest. Therefore it can be said that Dong Laoshi Lang, who was at the center of the Dali imperial court, was watching how the boy in Ni Ping Alley bought the mountain step by step with a few bags of gold and copper, and leased it to the Saint Ruan Xiong, and how he played chess. Dunshan Weibo got acquainted and finally chose Luapa Mountain as the ancestor mountain. He founded the mountain and established a school. With the Nujiashan ferry, the young mountain owner went on a few long trips, constantly buying more mountains and attracting more people to the mountain. Therefore the old man is now worried about his own situation and is a little gloating. Before Xingyang Mountain was listed as the head of the sect, it was another colleague of the Ministry of Rites who had worked together for many years and was responsible for presiding over the ceremony. Last time, Qingfeng City was just a servant of the Ministry of Rituals of the Dali capital. Either the Shang Shu from the Ministry of Rites at the Accompany capital came forward, or it should be him. As a result, on the side of Luapa Mountain, he ignored the Dali imperial court, so the right servant of the Ministry of Rites, a former protege, had to call him a little, who taught him to laugh at himself at the wine table. Dong, who planned to wait and see again, wait for the Zhengyangshan Council to discuss a result, and wait for Qin Pingyan to finish asking the sword before making a decision. As for certain hints of the Empress Dowager Dali, and certain explicit statements of the Yuan family in the Shangzhou kingdom, they can be taken seriously or not. If the Beiju Luzhou, the neighbor to the north, is the continent most qualified to be arrogant among the vast 9 continents, and Tonggishao, which was once south, is the one with the deepest heritage, then in that battle before, the mountains and rivers were the smallest and the most pitiful in Aquarius. It was a small place that couldn't be built in a nest. The mountains were low and the water was shallow. I wanted to be scolded by monks from other continents. Can't do it. Therefore, Aquarius is the least concerned about the situation on the mountains of other continents, and the least being taken seriously by the monks of other continents. Of course, today is different from the past. The cultivators have a high-sightedness and a big tone. A long line of spectators, men, women and children, but all of them are the genealogy masters on the mountain. At the moment, they are all on the railing to watch the excitement. Someone sneered, whispered a little bit and spoke fair words, saying that this fallen mountain is just a domineering generation, so aggressive and domineering, how can it last for a while? Maybe after a while the situation will be turned upside down, and the sword tops will be sacrificed by the Xinjiang mountain. 2 sword lights flashed. What kind of young sword fairy, even if it is not dead, will fall out of the peak? Friends on the side laughed, but they didn't. They showed up one by one and didn't know where they came from. Self-registration number as a canteen buddy, tell us the name of the dish? Someone was curious to ask, is there such a mountain near the Nujiashan Ferry on the edge of Luapa Mountain, Beiwei Piyun Mountain? But there is already Wei Shanjin's Piyun Mountain and Ruan Shengren's Longquan Jianzhou? How could it be possible to accommodate such a huge Xinjia mountain? Someone nodded in agreement, agreeing, saying that according to common sense, the old Liju cave took root and was reduced to the rank of blessed land, supporting a Kendo sect. How could it run out of landscape heritage? Probably it's meaningless to chat like this. Someone immediately continued the previous topic and said with a smile that these masters from the Luapa Mountain were not sword immortals, or martial masters, or they were Shanzi spirits and monsters who had a sense of proof. Anyway, they are all terrific land gods and they are not allowed to show off. Suddenly somebody said something horrifying, reminding you to be careful. For a while no one spoke and one after another looked at that guy as if from the Misty Mountain near Tsai country. Lv Yun Dai, the lord of the Misty Mountain, really couldn't help but talk about it anymore. His mother did not step on shit but stepped in a cesspit. It's okay for you to help Xinjiang Mountain to speak up. The problem is that Lao Tzu has an enmity with that young sword immortal. What's more, the Misty Mountain of Lao Tzu back then suffered a sword challenge earlier than Xinjiang Mountain. Moreover, Lu Yundai also noticed a glimmer of sight, that he rushed to him. The reason why he had kept it before was because he felt that he was hidden and inconspicuous. He bit the dog with Xinjiang Mountain dog and beat him to death. The more casualties on both sides became it is good. The result is all right. These idiots who had their brains flooded and kicked the donkey, insisted on slandering, they let themselves be watched. As expected, what they were afraid of, a voice of heart sounded in Lu Yundai's heart lake. Hide what? If you remember correctly, you and my husband are old friends? My husband took the initiative to visit your Misty Mountain Patriarch Hall? Lu Yundai's face was pale and colorless. After holding back for a long time, he trembled. It is the honor of Misty Mountain to be able to be asked by Chen Shanju personally. I'm flattered and flattered. In fact, Cui Dongshan, who is far above Biefeng, smiled and said, for the sake of your ability to talk, I will spare you half your life. As for the younger brothers and sisters next to you, as long as they speak justice. You help me write it down and then you follow the words of those guys and continue to chat. Your litter of piglets are fattened up for the New Year's killing. The speech is not big or small, and the behavior is not light. It's heavy, it's right to be a man. I crane my neck and scream, but I want past the new year. In a mountain temple in the country of Susui, Wei Wei took two goddesses, looking at Jinghua Shuiyu, staring intently, laughing and applauding. When the Emperor Bamboo removed Jinghua Shuiyu, he began to curse again. In the beautiful scenery, Song Yushao and his grandson and daughter-in-law looked at Jinghua Shuiyu together. The old man was eating the hot pot, but he said softly with a smile, "Stinky boy, good luck, not bad." Xianyu County is near the top of a Xinjia mountain. An elderly martial artist who has reached the age of martial arts can be regarded as a beautiful scene with that school. He clenched his fists and put his knees gently. The gray-haired old man, his waist straight, seemed to forget to drink. In the Changchun Palace, the Queen Mother Dali looked gloomy. The remaining two continents, Dukui Jianhu, Li Kai brought Rong Chong, Sui Jingqing, Qinli and Gao Yuqing, the direct descendants of the family, watching with gusto. The great sword immortal Baishang in the north did not leave the journey to Aquarius Island. He said with a smile that today this mountain must feel aggrieved. Maybe in 100 or 200 years he will feel proud. A young man who had just become a prince of the Deyuan dynasty, lying on the table, staring at the beautiful landscape painting, he said, "My master is invincible not only with boxing skills, but also swordsmanship." Tianjun Xiesher muttered to himself. It seemed that he was waiting to be asked about the sword again. King Liangzong, the woman's sect master, put her cheek in one hand, only looking at one person in the picture scroll. There is also the Dequan dynasty. And Luapa Mountain, Chao Sunny, Nuanshu, Xinyuanji, Yuanbao, Yuanlai, etc., all gathered together. Even in many other continents, including Zhongtu Shenzhou, many mountain sects are using all kinds of immortal means to appreciate this celebration and inquiring sword of Xia's Henjiang Mountain. On the other side of Xiaogu Mountain, there is only one Su Jia, a peerless beauty, living in an empty valley with long twigs standing alone, scattered with vegetation. Yu asked tentatively, "That Miyu from the Great Wall of Sword Chi?" Miyu wondered, "Are you?" This Haoran Jianxiu, who openly claimed to have his pseudonym Yu upside down, Was it because his surname was Yu, he came to climb relatives with his Yumi? Yu laughed and said, I am a good buddy of Puha from Luxiazu. He admires me Jianxian very much. When he returned to his hometown, he mentioned me Jianxian on the wine table and praised him, especially me Jiangxian's sword skills on the battlefield are highly respected and admired. One bite one rice sword fairy? Miyu endured and endured, seeing that the other party was his family, sullen his face kept smiling and nodded, it's easy to say. Yu probably thought it was the right way to chat like this, and continued to smile heartily, Mi Jianxian, my real name is Yu. From now on we will be a family. Of course, Mi Jianxian is the second consecration, and I am the general consecration. It's incomparable. Miyu didn't bother to talk nonsense, just nodded. Seeing that he had no chance to hand over his sword for the time being, Yu continued to chat, having nothing to look for, looking at the sword spirit of Mi Jianxian, breaking the realm into an immortal is just around the corner. It's not over, right? Oh, you called yourself a sword repairman in the Yupu realm before, and then when you came to Laozi it was Mi Jianxian? Still broken. So you couldn't help cursing, fuck your mother sword fairy and sword fairy, your whole family is a sword fairy, Lao Tzu is a tattered jade, go cool. Yu was embarrassed and Lao Tzu finally suffocated a few good words, why did you still curse? It's just that he wasn't angry, and Pu he had scolded no matter how bad it was, not to mention that he had never been to the Great Wall of Jianghu after all. On Qinggu Peak, Pei Chen squinted her eyes, there were some words on the mountain and her voice was louder. When she was deaf. Cui Dongshan was chatting with Chief Zhou. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, it seems that the site selection of the next clan in Tongyi's Hao will not only be much earlier, it will also go smoothly. With such a disturbance today, who would dare to stop 3 and 4 in Tongyejo? When I asked Jinjingyang Mountain this time, Jiang Shangzhen didn't contribute anything, but he casually raised a mouth to Qin Pingan earlier, saying that Wei Ying, the kid, is very optimistic about Jian Xiu Yuanbai who came from the Zhuang dynasty. As the chief worshipper of the Luapa Mountain, Jiang Shangzhen actually didn't mind being able to help. For example, let Lu Laoqing and Lu Jimao choose a mountain for no reason and fight against each other. As for Zhenjingzong and Yu, how did Guizong end up in the end? It was Wei Ying's business. You should go to Sect Master Jiang. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Zhou Fei. As for Li Fuyu, forget it, she is the honorable guest of the Luapa Mountain, and Jiang Shang really cares about it, just her? It's enough to be a registered outside handyman. In fact, they were called here temporarily. This shows that the mountain master felt that it was necessary to speed up the selection of the site for the next clan, rather than the step-by-step as previously expected, interlocking. It seems that the young mountain owner changed a lot of thoughts during his visit to the Chinese-Turkish Confucian temple and a trip to Luzhou and Beiju. Cui Dongshan twisted his 2 white sleeves vigorously and said with a smile, that is to say, I am kind and careful. Otherwise, if I walk Sister Tian out for a while, Sovereign Bamboo will be able to dig out a pair of eyes and throw it away. After a few feet on the ground, I felt that I was blind as justified. Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, you must be kind and very particular. After all, the style of our Laupa mountain is right there. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly said, Brother Cui, we can now consider things 100 years from now. For example, if we pass on the disciple's personal biography and pass on again, they will go down the mountain in the future. Will it be accidental? Yangshan Jianxiu does not exist on the mountain, and must not be under the mountain? Seeing that Cui Dongshan did not speak, but his expression was serious, Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, what do you think? This kind of problem won't make you so embarrassed, right? Cui Dongshan said, I'm thinking in the future when we order other sects of Shanshui Mansion newspaper, whether we will be diligent and thrifty, and we will only buy 1 copy on the mountain, or whether everyone is rich and wealthy, each one will buy one for each. Jiang Shangzhen wanted to laugh at first, but the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't laugh. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, how? Is it true that finding such a small matter is the real problem? Jiang Shangzhen curiously asked, is there an answer? Have. What's the solution? Look what Mr. means. Jiang Shangzhen really laughed out loud this time, and gave a thumbs up to the white-clothed boy in the distance, so he was a proud disciple. Jiang Shangzhen learned from that young mountain lord, with his hands and sleeves. I don't know if he can do something today, otherwise how can he sit firmly in the top seat of worship? Ordinary people, night wanderers with candles, precarious wind and rain, muddy roads, what you need most is not straw shoes but an umbrella. Cui Dongshan turned his head and found the little girl with sweat oozing from her forehead. She looked serious and unknowingly frowning with two pale yellow eyebrows. Cui Dongshen's eyes were gentle and he smiled. Xiaomi Li, what's wrong, homesick? The little girl in black laughed, pulled the sleeve of the big white goose and squeezed the walking stick in her hand. The millet grains were stern, trying to make herself look higher than the Dongfu, but quietly said to Cui Dongshan, "Little brother, I'm a little nervous." Cui Dongshan hurriedly put Chief Zhou aside and smiled with Xiaomi Li. "What are you nervous about? There is a little brother and a big sister. Besides, you don't need to fight, let the right guardian of Luopishan deal with this. Help the young man isn't the overkill? In a moment you will take the trekking stick and be responsible for dispatching troops, where to fight, not to say anything else. Anyway, you'll just listen to your platoons with Chief Zhou. Lay out." Millet scratched his face, "But I haven't read the military book." Cui Dongshan stretched out his hand and rubbed the head of the millet grain, but she raised his hand and moved it away. Cui Dongshan put it on her head again and was slapped off by her. When he reached out again, the millet grain turned his head and stared. "Why? Well, be careful of you." Cui Dongshan smiled and put his hands away. The woman from the Su family in Qingfeng City, who was left in the mountains, looked up and stared at the lord of the fox country. The woman gritted her teeth, hated her, and said something in her heart. "Pei Xiang, a bitch, you still have it today. Show your face? What? Did you hook up with the shopkeeper Yan Fong, or sneak up on the big bed with mud legs? Who seduced whom?" Ning Yao, who was far away from Bailudu, raised his eyebrows because he noticed the woman's voice. Except for the mountain-moving ape on the top of the first-line peak, Ning Yao actually didn't care much about it. On the contrary, he was on the side of Luopa Mountain, Jianxiu Sui on the right, the fox country, the fox charm Pei Xiang, and Ning Yao all have an understatement. Swept away. Then he noticed Us wife again. So Ning Yao really acted according to his liking. The Su family's wife had just boarded the ship with Su Hun, and the ferry had just left Feng Tu. In an instant, a xianxia ferry seemed to be broken into thousands of pieces. There is no sword light, sword energy, or sword intent. And everyone on the ferry didn't notice any chi ripples, the slightest strange. Ning Yao only said something to the woman's heart. "Shut up, don't seek death." After that, Ning Yao had to find signs that Qin Pingan was about to make a sword earlier than the Fengxue temple of Wei and Jin dynasties. Then she held back her laugh. Move the mountain in front of an ancestor who moved the mountain? This kind of thing is what he wants and can do. At the foot of the mountain he wore a blue shirt. After waiting for half a time, he raised Jinyang Shanzu mountain several meters high with a sword, and then the sword formation fell on the top of the sword, smashing the Patriarch Hall. After the earth-shattering vision, the dust on the top of the mountain was flying, and then gradually drifting away, regaining clarity. The first-line peak is silent. The old and new peaks of Jinyang Mountain can be heard wherever there are monks. After Qin Pingan received the sword and returned it to its sheath, he smiled and said, "It only counts as half of the sword. You still have half of the incense stick, you can continue to discuss matters." Tao Yanba, who had never nodded or shook his head, trembled. Tao Zi, a female sword repairer, did not stay in Tingjian Pavilion, but went to the top of the sword. She wanted to do her best to cheer for Grandpa Yuan. The old ape in white, with arms around his chest, glanced at the woman who looked at the grown-up, from a little girl who was carved into a slim girl, and then into a beautiful woman about to get married. When the mountain guardian saw the familiar look in her eyes, Yuan Jinya finally began to feel a little distressed. A look of guilt flashed across Tao Zi's face and she quickly turned her head as if she did not dare to face the old white ape, but she turned her head quickly, her face was innocent and her eyes seemed clear and firm. The white-clothed old ape was a little dazed, glanced at the ruins of the Patriarch's Hall, and finally glanced at the grown-up Qiu Lingshan woman. "Is this Xinyang Mountain?" At the foot of the mountain, everyone saw the sword fairy in green shirt, who actually took off the long sword from his back, threw it away, and inserted the scabbard into the archway building. Sword of Coming Chapter 824. The suspended sword formation fell to the ground, smashing the Patriarch Hall, the sword gas ripples everywhere, the whole line of peaks, the wind was surging, especially the towering ancient tree on the side of the sword pavilion, was excited by the sword gas. The leaves fell one after another, drifting around leisurely when they landed. A large group of Jinyang Mountain's direct disciples seemed to have entered an eventful autumn in advance, and their eyes were full of worry. This time, no one thought that the young sword immortal of the Lost Mountain was talking about a crazy dream. Behind the Tingjian Pavilion, there is a Paulownia tree planted by the founder of Jinyang Mountain. It has grown unharmed for more than 2,000 years, and it grows into the clouds. Therefore there are many fallen leaves today. On the top of the sword, the sovereign Lord Bamboo and the immortal sword formation only protected the divine master tablet, the incense burner, the hanging statues of the ancestors and masters in the patriarch hall, and everything else, carefully crafted seats that have been passed down from generation to generation. Each root is worthless. The immortal wood beams and the floor tiles with more refined craftsmanship than the imperial palace, seem to have become misty and scattered with the dust. Only Zhuyu Mineta and Wu Tijing, the close disciple of suzerain Xuanhuan, were the only people in this out-of-door discussion that violated ancestral rules and regulations. The two of them were not present. In addition, even Yujia Feng Yulin had already arrived with the imperial sword. After proposing to remove Yuan Jinya from his name, he immediately followed the sentence, "I, Emperor Bamboo, as the 8th Mountain Lord of Xinjiang Mountain, the first suzerain behind the sect, and the triple identity of the sword repairman in the Yupu realm, agreed to this matter." After that, you only need to nod and shake your head, and no one needs words for today's discussion. After that, Full Moon Peak Xiaoyuan Sui took the lead in seconding the agreement. Zhang Liyanchu hesitated for a long time, and ignored Qiu Lingshan Tao Yamba's persuasion. He nodded in agreement with the mountains close to Full Moon Peak and Shuilong Peak, and several sword veins such as Qiong. Jifeng Lingqi has no choice but to follow these high-powered ancestors to draw a clear line with the white-clothed old ape. The dozens of worshippers and Kiching of Xinjiang Mountain nodded after Zhu Huang, Xiaoyuan Sui, and Yanchu all expressed their opinions. Today they gave up a page of Yuan Jinya. It is better for them to go off the court in person and fight against that Luapa mountain. And the avenue who will be compensated. Just to say that the previous hanging sword formation that was manifested by a golden light on the avenue was really too energetic. Only the reflection of the sword light falling on the mountain made them look like a glow. Everyone waited separately. Being cut into the skin of the body by those swords, it will only be like a knife-cut tofu. If the Emperor Bamboo didn't mean it and they were willing to gather people's hearts earlier, they actually didn't mind the icing on the cake, the responsibilities of enshrinement, and the responsibilities of the guest, and helped the frontline peaks offer a few celestial skills of housekeeping skills. But since the Emperor Bamboo has such an attitude, no one is so stunned and will not be arrogant, fighting for his own life and future prospects, and going to help Xinjiang Mountain in the snow. On the contrary, it was the old peaks including Yunfeng and Pianjifeng. These peak master Jianxian all shook their heads and rejected the suggestion of the sovereign Zhu Huang. One of them, the old Jin Dan, directly cursed the suzerain Emperor Zhu Huang for this act, which is a self-defeating family business, ignorant of conscience and no morality at all. It will only make the ancestors of Xinjiang Mountain shame for this and be humiliated by outsiders. Instead of taking the lead to retreat with the sword, you would rather be led by the nose and abandon a hard-working mountain protector. You Bamboo Emperor is not worthy of a sword repairer. How can you be the mountain lord? What needs to be discussed is not whether Yuan Zini's genealogical name should be erased, but whether your Emperor Bamboo can continue to be the sovereign. The Emperor Bamboo smiled and said, "As I said earlier, you can just nod and shake your head without speaking." As a result, Lao Jin Dan was directly detained by the sword formation immortal, stretched out his hand to grab it and put it in his sleeve. Lu Xianying moved his hips, changed a table and continued to drink and eat melons. A female patriarch turned her head to look at Lu Xianying glaringly at each other and said, "Lu Xianying, you and Qin Pingan ask the sword when you ask about the sword. Why bother so much? Behave insidiously, hide behind the scenes, call your friends and try your best. We at Xinjiang Mountain are really capable, so we learned from Fengliu and Yellow River and hit the top of the sword from Bailudu all the way to the top of the sword. This is what the sword fairy can do." Instead of tit for tat, Lu Xianying pecked at the rice and nodded vigorously. "Yes, this old ant, you are old and you are right. If there is a chance next time, I will definitely pull Qin Pingan. Ask Jen like that. In quarreling things like this, there are dragons and crouching tigers in my hometown. Masters are like clouds, the younger generation except for the rich children in Fulu Street and Taoya Lane such as Zhao Yu and Xialing, they may be a little bit inferior and the others are not since childhood. Just ears and eyes, all the alleys next to the Longjing well, under the old locust trees between the ridges of the Longyao fields, and the wall between the door and the door, where is not the martial arts field for sharpening your mouth. The female patriarch who wore a golden silk crown and emerald green robe, was really trembling with anger by Lu Xianying's generous words. The white-clothed old ape took a step forward and said with a calm expression, "There is still half a stick of incense, you continue to talk. I will go to see the muddy legs that are so ambitious for a while. Lu Xianying raised the wine glass with one hand and thumbs up with the other. Lao Zuyuan is invincible. He once changed his fist in Song Changjing, kicked Piyun Mountain, and smashed countless ancestral homes of each family. The Chao family's ancestral home in Mud Bottle Lane, Erlang Lane, the Yuan family, the Li family in the far west, and the Xie family in Taoya Lane, are all invincible. Who would dare to settle accounts with the ancestor who moved to the mountain, Chioho? Now that they have broken the border, dealing with Chen Pingon is not easy. The ancestors of the peaks of Xinjiang Mountain, as well as a group of worshippers, are all horrified. How many powers did this guardian enshrine when he traveled to the sky of Lizhu Cave? It is no wonder that Chao Jun, who claims to be from Niping Alley, will ask Jian Qiang Zifeng and Bei Jianfeng one after another. And that Dali patrolling envoy Chao Ping? The two ancestors of Yuan and Chao came from the sky of Lizhu Cave. They complemented each other by helping the Song family of Dali rise in the north and gain a firm foothold so as not to be annexed by the Lu dynasty. In the end, they have the awe-inspiring vision of today's Dali Iron Cavalry. This is a fact known to all continents. Emperor Bamboo smiled and said, "Lu Jianxian, stop joking." These few words of Lu Xianying are of course nonsense, but at this moment who is not suspicious, and a few words are tantamount to adding fuel to the fire and making things worse. Xinjiang Mountain cannot withstand such a toss. Behind the guardian mountain enshrining Yuan Jinya, an old ape figure appeared, stomping heavily, setting foot between the top of the sword and the Dingjian pavilion, and at the same time running the magical powers of moving the mountain together, stepping down the first line of peaks and crashing to the ground. The surrounding mountains, waters, and air luck will then be firmly integrated. The little humble species in Niping Alley dared to cut open the Zhu Mountain, and then raised a line of peaks with a sword, causing the Zhu Mountain to be several feet high from the ground. This magical power of stepping on the mountains to take root, shaking so much that it can be called domineering, making many Kiching worship capitals feel worried, will they fall to one side with the Bamboo Emperor, and if they are not careful they will make the wrong bet. When the time comes, no matter how the Emperor Bamboo mediates to remedy it, at least they will have to fight against Yuan Jinya. The white-clothed old ape put away his face behind his back, his breath flowing like a river, his big sleeve drum was hunting, and he grinned and said, "Zhuzi is famous, he will die with his fist." Yuan Jinya stood up from the ground, leaped high, and the mountain trembled at his feet. His burly figure turned into a white rainbow, turning at high altitude, straight ahead, and hit the mountain gate. Lu Xianying stood up, helped his nose, carrying a pot of wine, came to Jianding Cliff, squatted on a white jade railing, drinking and watching the battle. A thick and unmatched boxing gang like a fairy sword flying sword, making the sky and the earth shine, and the place where the blue shirt stood outside the mountain gate, has punched a lake-like depression. At the Tingjian Pavilion, the disciples of Xinjiang Mountain's descendant peaks were eagerly looking forward. After seeing the fist of Yuan Laozu, all of them were dazzled and shaken. Young sword repairers clenched their fists and cheered silently. Many guests watching the ceremony saw Yuan Zini's shot for the first time. It is indeed a well-deserved name for a mountain guardian. Yuan Zini's fist is so powerful that it can clearly kill the Yuanying monk. Maybe those tough-looking far-flung martial arts fighters would have to split their corpses on the spot after receiving this punch. But on the waterless lake, outside the mountain gate, a blue shirt remained motionless, suspended in the air with a smile on his face. After holding one hand, he gently waved the other to disperse the surrounding dust. The white-clothed old ape landed at the gate of the mountain, turned his head and glanced at the long sword inserted in the plaque of the archway. After retracting his gaze, he stared at the sword fairy in Qingshan who had walked step by luck to today and asked, "Do you need to keep your corpse? Otherwise you can't stop the like Luopishan, and it will be difficult to collect the corpse afterwards." Chen Pingon didn't have any words, but he hooked his fingers at the old ape in white clothes enough, then turned his head slightly, put his fingers together, tapped his neck and signaled Yuan Jinya to hit here. Yuan Zini's eyes squinted, his feet slammed, and the earth was dull and swaying. The roots of the mountain peaks in the depths of the first line had a shaking aftertaste, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to ripple and shake. If the confrontation between the two sides is a landscape painting, then all show their palms. Visitors on the mountain watching the mountains and rivers at this moment will find that the scrolls of the mountains and rivers here are shaking for a while. The white-clothed old ape's figure disappeared in a flash, and the next moment, a blue shirt was swept fiercely with a punch, hit the neck, and instantly moved out dozens of feet. Chen Pingan shook his wrist slightly, his figure stopped instantly, shook his neck, his eyes were full of smiles as if he was saying that you should try it. Don't keep your hands away, what are you polite to me? Even if the sword repairer is uniquely endowed, while he can temper the flying sword, he will in turn warm his soul, and he will not miss the sword and temper the body, and get twice the result with half the effort. This makes the sword repair headed by the 4 most difficult ghosts on the mountain can break 10,000 with one sword. FA and has a body comparable to military monks and pure martial arts, but even the Qingshan sword fairy from the Luapa mountain and his friend Lu Xianying are already in the Jade Ungarden realm, but a Jade Ungarden sword fairy can really create a small world. As a city so indestructible? Until this moment, those monks who knew the identity of Zheng Qian were a little convinced that she might really be the great disciple of this young mountain master. And the white-clothed old ape Wei is really the wind of the mountain master. Every time he punches, he does not take advantage of the victory, and stops after passing the punch, as if deliberately giving the green shirt guest a relaxing and breathing space. This enshrined spirit-bearing guardian of the upper 5 realms, although he is an undoubted monk, he has always used his fist and kung fu to move Aquarius. The old ape in white has a gloomy face. Do you really want to fight back? The blue shirt, who had never carried the sword at the moment, remained silent. Xuanhuan sneered, opened a simple boxing frame, bent his knees slightly, and bowed his head slightly, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. Together with the boxing frame, there was a vision of swallowing heaven and earth aura, the natural conflicting aura and pure true aura. I got along harmoniously and all turned into a strong fist. Not only that, after the fist was opened, the fist behind him turned into a mountain like a monk in the mountains, and the fist at his feet was like a river flowing raging, and that Dao Men's step fighting gang has the same effect, laying out a pattern of immortal family full of spirit, and finally the white-clothed old ape steps on a brand new true-shape picture of the 5 sacred mountains on Aquarius Island. Before handing his fist, the white-clothed old ape, as the ancient immortals raised the giant mountain and stepped on the river. Refining and moving mountains are supernatural powers, and casting fist means mountains and rivers. Chen Pingan glanced at the half-dangling true picture. It seems that this mountain guardian enshrines, in fact he hasn't been idle for these years, but he has figured out some new tricks. There was a visitor in the mountain in Jianghu Peak who was amazed. This style of boxing can be described as reaching the peak, beyond the power of Mrs. Wu. Pei Qian squinted at the person, almost couldn't hold back, like dealing with the left guard of Qilong Lane, holding down the other's dog's head, let him stare at the dog's eyes to take a good look, waiting for her master to make a move. What is the real boxing technique? Everyone saw the burly old ape, with the momentum to open up the world, and slammed the young sword fairy in the head. The white-clothed old ape stood in the original position of the blue shirt in an instant. But the young mountain master still didn't fight back, hitting his forehead with that punch. Is the old ape already destined to avoid it with this fist? From the first line peak on the lake, to the verdant full moon peak, a long blue line stretched out in an instant. Almost everyone looked at the full moon peak subconsciously, wearing a blue shirt, standing in the air, but behind this person the entire foot of the full moon peak, the wind blowing, swept the mountain peak, countless xianxia trees all broke, some were killed by the pond fish. The xianxia mansion of xianxia, like paper-paste paper, was shredded by that fist. Just talk about the slipping route of the sword immortal Qingshan. Just above the ground between the 2 peaks, a gully that was several feet deep was cut. The white-clothed old ape followed like a shadow, and another punch, the fist beam bloomed brightly, the white light was dazzling, and it was as big as the mouth of a well, and it hit straight. With one punch, the green shirt that was originally backed by the green mountain was completely punched through the entire moon peak. Xuanhuan followed the chaste mountain road, slightly propped up a strong domineering fist, and countless rocks on the road collapsed, and finally stepped on more cliffs, making full moon peak a back mountain list. The book cliff was carved and destroyed, and the burly figure turned into a rainbow. He took a punch and punched the little who really made up his mind not to fight back. The opponent's figure was smashed and fell to Qiuling Mountain, which was halfway up the mountain. That summer lake. The heavy fist in the blue shirt retreated extremely fast, but when it was near the surface of the water, his figure hovered suddenly, and his toes lightly touched the lake surface, splashing a circle of spreading ripples. The green shirt is precarious and the fairy stands in the water. The whole lake under his feet exploded on the spot, boiling water billowed, set off huge waves and the mist rose. Many monks who watched the battle in the nearby waterside attic suddenly lost countless chickens. Xia Yuanqui's eyelids trembled in this thrilling scene. If you two are both dogged, fight and fight, change places and fight, don't ruin the feng shui treasure of my mountain top. The old ape in white smashed his head with a fist. I heard that your kid has liked to pray to God and worship Buddha since he was a child. Qin Pingan just stretched out his palm and blocked the punch casually. A sword immortal in a green shirt and an old ape in white. On the way the two sides fell, the summer lake was completely empty. They landed on the shore and rushed in all directions, down the mountain along the full moon peak. The mountain climbing shrine on full moon peak is like a stream with steps as a river bed, clacking towards the foot of the mountain. The descendants of this peak near the Shaoshu Lake, and the monks who watched the ceremony were in a hurry. They had to rely on their own means to resist the overwhelming waves that hit the shore and lifted into the sky. The most troublesome part is that it contains the sense of fist and covers the sky with the lake. The sun was unstoppable, so that many monks' spells were shattered, and their natal creatures were beaten up like duckweeds, and the Taoist heart was unstable, and they quickly put them away as soon as they were sacrificed. The immortal fights, the vulgar child suffers. Below the top of the mountain, all the air trainers who are not earth immortals are different from the ordinary masters in the market below the mountain. Everyone was horrified. The old ancestor who moved to the mountain had 1,000 years of time just serving as the enshrinement of Xinjiang Mountain. Then the years of living in the mountain and cultivating the Taoism will only be longer. With this method, if it is still a bit more, the truth can be said, but the young sword fairy who was born in the sky, who was about the same age as Lu Xianying, was born to death. Where did this cultivation background come from? The 10 young and alternate candidates selected by Aquarius Island, Xuanhu Mountain, Ma Kexuan's cultivation roots and talents, Jiangyun and Lu Bakio's teachings, Xialing's family background and blessings. No matter how they rise, there will be traces to follow. The Shaoshu Lake is not only empty, but even the muddy bottom of the lake is scattered, and the roots of the full moon peak underwater are exposed. It came to light, but so. This kind of scene was created, but the white monkey handed his fist, Qingshan received his fist and just took a punch. Qin Pingan stood on the bluestone that was slightly moisturized, and the bluestone kept cracking under his feet, and the bottom of the summer lake was like a cobweb. Qin Pingan raised his hand and used the water method to re-enter the lake. The old ape in white stood on the shore, his face as usual. After counting the punches, a mouthful of pure innocence, the qi went through the mountains and rivers, still not exhausted. Xianxia said with his heartfelt words to several nephews and nephews around him, "Senior nephew Tao, my full moon peak is nothing but some broken stones, but your Qiuling Mountain is a good summer lake. It is difficult to repair because of this storm." Yan Chu said, "Yanba, half of the incense stick is half past, have you still not made a decision?" Actually, I want to say, anyway, the overall situation is set. Qiu Lingshan can't change anything no matter if he nods and shakes his head. The implication of the ancestor of the Master of Control is naturally kind, reminding this of wealth of the same generation to retain a heroic spirit for Qiu Lingshan, and to spread it out better, cross the river to tear down the bridge. It is the Bamboo Emperor and the first line peak. The meaning of Qiu Lingshan is not the same. The strength of the wind is dignified, and there is a chance that all outsiders who stay in the peaks to observe the ceremony will be admired. For Yanchu Tao Yanba's Qiu Lingshan, it is best to smash the face to fill the fat man to the end, and take care of all the money in Xinjiang Mountain. In fact, he is more powerful than the Master of Law who was born in Shuilong Peak. If Shuilong Peak and Qiuling Mountain, can they switch positions from now on? The Emperor Bamboo looked displeased and said solemnly, "This is the end of the matter, so don't make separate calculations." The so-called one stick of incense asked the sword before. That Qin Pingan was nonsense, but the approximate time limit for the sword top immortal beside Emperor Bamboo to maintain his current realm. Could this guy be a roundworm in the belly of Xinjiang Mountain? Why is everything clear? Therefore, in the depths of the Bamboo Emperor's heart, the real fear is not the sword immortal or the mountain master, but the thought of hiding needles everywhere. After being thrown into the lake by Qin Pingan, the water level was shallow and clear. Qin Pingan finally spoke and smiled and asked, "It was excusable when I was in a small town back then, how can I still be such a lady chirping on my own site? Afraid of killing me? Because Yuan Xinye is still a gas trainer after all, so in the past years the higher the level the more suppression, and the greater the pressure, and every breath and spit will involve a small cave. If you are not careful, Yuan Xinye will spend a lot of time and eventually delay the breakthrough. With Yuan Xini's status, he naturally knows the long-lived 10,000-year-old Jiao Jiao and Huang Tingua, even the dragon genus descent who devotes himself to cultivating Taoism in Fengshui Cave of Chentang River in the southeast boundary has the same chance to become the first in Aquarius. The mountains and mountains are strange in Yupu realm. It is estimated that this mountain guard was enshrined at that time. At that time, the upper 5 realms were considered to be in the bag, and he made up his mind to fight for the first, in order to gather the Ijo Dedeo fortune. So at most it was at the Kiln Affairs Supervision and Administration Department over there, I met the feudal Lord Song Changjing in the white dragonfish suit. His hands were itchy for a while, and he couldn't help but change his fists, thinking about using his fists and feet to help strengthen his own way so that he could go further. Xianxia grinned and said, I have seen someone who is asking for death. I have never seen you begging for death like this. Grandpa Yuan will satisfy you today. The face of the old man in the white-clothed old ape showed a somewhat ape-like real body, and the head and face instantly became hairy, like countless silver threads flying. The old ape swept the ribs in the blue shirt with one leg, kicked it out of Qiuling Mountain, and flew horizontally to a nearby Cheongji Peak. Under one foot, the Qi machine is chaotic like a big thunder and shattered in a projectile, and the whole autumn mountain spread out in bursts, like a row of iron riding across the border. Wherever it passed, the rocks collapsed, the vegetation was dusty, and the mansion exploded. Even the clouds and mist outside the Qiuling Mountain were tilted, as if being pulled towards Cheongji Peak. From beginning to end, the sword fairy in Qingshan, who kept his promise never to fight back, stepped on the ridge of a fairy mansion, the head of an ancient tree branch and the top of a green bamboo with his toes, and then stopped. The second seat of Luopa Shenmi, who is responsible for guarding Cheongji Peak, hastily put away the sky and the sky. The white-clothed old ape crashed into the bamboo forest, causing countless emerald green colors in Qiangzifeng Mountain to bloom in an instant, and hundreds of thousands of green bamboo poles broke out of the ground and flew randomly. It's just that Xianxia punched extremely fast this time, and few people could see clearly. More people can only vaguely see the white rainbow figure, in the middle of the verdant green, unstoppable, tearing the world with fists. As for the green shirt, there is no trace. In the next moment, a cyan-painted arc swept over Cheongji Peak. The extremely long arc just passed the Piayin Peak and then past the Vassal Hill. The white-clothed old ape shrank in the mountains and rivers, suddenly showing his true body and huge palms. Sweeping out, directly interrupting the entire blue mountain top, Xuanhuan sword, slammed into the blue shirt, the latter waved his sleeves casually, the mountain top broke and smashed in the air on the spot, and the rock-flying sword fell like rain. The cyan figure took advantage of the momentum and flew to the Yujiao Peak 10 miles away at a faster speed. The old ape Faxiang followed in large strides, leaning on the Yujiao Peak with one shoulder, hitting the top of the Yifeng Peak and breaking apart again, spurring Qin Pingan. At the same time, old ape Faxiang slammed his foot into the ground, sank deeply into the ground, gave a soft drink, and then slammed a small hill on the ground off the roots, and lifted it into the air, one after the other with Yujiao Peak. Smashed at that Qingshan sword fairy. The ferocious outburst of the old mountain-moving ape uprooted 2 tributary mountain peaks, clenched one in one hand, and smashed at the little bunny. The majestic face of the old ape stepped across the mountains and rivers, stepped on the top of a broken mountain in a small southern country in the past, and looked ahead. Qin Pingans joined together to make a sword cut, split the Yujiafeng Mountain in the center, waved his sleeve with his left hand, and smashed the mountain back intact, and then tapped twice with both fingers to directly smash the 2 tribal hills. Set in the air. A green shirt floated slowly on the top of Qingwu Peak. Pei Qian hurriedly landed and stood beside the master, otherwise it would be outrageous. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "It's okay. The old beast didn't have enough food today." He fisted softly. He stretched a little away and left the mountain indiscriminately. The catkins were shaken. It was far less powerful than our millet grains and melon seeds. The little girl in black smiled from ear to ear, holding the hiking stick in her arms, and quickly raised her hands to block her mouth. Her faint eyebrows and squinted eyes made the table happy. How can she be so powerful, so good? What a good person. Mountain Master is talking nonsense. Don't believe any of you, but if you really want to believe it, I will let you not believe it. Cui Dongshan grinned and said, "The right guardian does not need to shoot today, it is already famous." Xiaomi Lian laughed and said, "Void names are false names." Qin Pingan said to Pei Qian again in his heartfelt voice, staring at the Yixin Peak, "Whoever dares to appear, you will fight back." Pei Qian nodded, "I see." Qin Pingan stepped on the ground lightly, and his figure instantly left Qingwu Peak silently. Compared to the veritable pull-up of the white-clothed old ape, he was indeed without momentum at all. Wearing a blue shirt, he passed the 2 hills that seemed to have been subjected to the fixation technique, dragged the mountains, and faced the old ape who stepped on the mountains far away. The remaining half-stick incense is about to end. Chen Pingan laughed with a heartfelt smile. Don't worry, at least Tao Zi will definitely take action on the Yixin Peak. I remember the first time I saw it on Fulu Street, I knew she was a smart person since she was a child, but Yuan, if you go through the mountains and rivers with such an invincible posture, how can she fight for you? 3 punches, and the last 3 punches Yuan Laozu carefully weighed, whether to continue to let the layman watch the excitement, or let the expert watch the doorway. I am free. After speaking, he dragged the 2 mountains and threw them to 2 places respectively, serving as the tip of the mountain tops of Yunfeng Domain and Yujiao Peak. The white-clothed old ape suddenly put away his facial features. Standing on the top of the mountain, the old ape took a deep breath. Just such an unusual spit. There is a strong mountain breeze rising between the peaks, the wind blowing, the wind rolling clouds. Yuanjinye, who broke the cliff and folded the wood, stood on the top of the mountain looking around, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers crawling under his feet. In the field of vision, only the green shirt was the only one that was an eye-catcher. As said by N.I. Ping Lane, it is true that he could pass 3 punches. Yuanzini's body is a blend of Taoism, fist and mind, as if he has practiced Taoism for thousands of years as the sky, and accumulated and polished the fist and mind for thousands of years. He takes the small world of the human body as a longevity bridge, combining 2 into 1, and finally reaching the mysterious state of heaven and earth. At the highest point of his life, the first punch he handed, in exchange for his injury, was equivalent to a punch at the pinnacle of the end of the martial arts. The little muddy legs should be fumbled in the mud all their lives. Fortunately, I don't know how to cherish it. I don't know how to hide and enjoy the blessing. If I dare to come to Xinjiang Mountain, I will blow you to pieces, and you will fall into the world. It will only be exposed to the bones of Li Tuanjing. The female cultivator of Full Moon Peak in Fenglei Garden Square ended up even worse. If there is an accident, there will be a second punch for the guests, which is equivalent to the full blow of the Fairyland Sword Repair. The last punch, what sword fairy, what mountain master, go to death. On the Yixin Peak, Tao Yanba's face was exhausted. The sword immortals of all peaks, plus the enshrined guest, totaling nearly 100 people, only a handful of Zhengyangshan Jianxiu shaking his head. Besides, they all nodded, agreeing to the proposal of Emperor Bamboo. According to the rules of the Zushitang, from this moment on, Yuan Xinye no longer serves as the protector of Xinjiang Mountain. The Emperor Bamboo said, Yuan Xinye, stop it. Although you are no longer the genealogical master of Xinjiang Mountain, I am willing to intercede with Luapa Mountain. No matter what the price we Xinjiang Mountain pays, we can guarantee that you will be alive today. Go out of the Xinjiang Mountain boundary, and then please leave Aquarius Island. At the same time, the Emperor Bamboo said with the Qingshan Sword Fairy, Lord Qingshan, as long as Yuan Xinye goes to sea in the future and tries to travel far to other continents, I will personally take Xia Yuan Sui and Yen Chu cooperate with you, Luapa Mountain, and work together to kill this. Hunt. Chen Ping did not hear about the placement but only smiled, did not refuse and did not agree. Yuan Xinye was equally indifferent. The white-clothed old ape turned his head and looked at the top of the sword, an old ape face without any expression. It may be that the grief is greater than the death of the heart. It may be the ancestor who moved to the mountain with a continent of luck, but in fact he has a clear mind, still has a backhand and reverses the situation. What the white-clothed old ape saw in his eyes and thought in his heart was that this year's ancient paulownia tree in the mountains had fallen leaves before autumn. In the past years, the flowers bloomed and fallen, the leaves were green and yellow, no one was disturbed, only the rustle of the broom scratching the ground. Yuan Xinye stepped on the top of the whole mountain with 1 foot, with an aura like a rainbow, and slammed into the green shirt hanging on the heights. A full fist as if higher than the mountain. After a punch was delivered, he shot again like a thunder pond cracked. Almost everyone looked up subconsciously, and saw that the green shirt guest was beaten by that punch and disappeared instantly. Yuan Xinye, who was handing his fist, actually slipped out dozens of feet, his sleeves shattered, and his 2 muscular arms became bloody with bare bones and he was shocking. Then the white-clothed old ape suddenly climbed high and became angry. With a shout, he handed a second punch towards the sky. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers in the sky, only thunder, endless, no green shirt. The thunder blasted as if close to the ears. Many monks with insufficient realm had to cover their ears and tried their best to run the spiritual energy in their bodies to protect Dao Xen. The earth immortal monks who stayed in the peaks to observe the ceremony have used magic powers to help the suffering monks around him, and break up the ripples of the Taoist fist. After Yuan Xinye folded his hands, his fists melted, his eardrums were broken, his hair was disheveled, and his temples were covered with white hair, soaked in blood from his ear holes and stuck together. There was a young woman Jianxiu on the side of Dingjian Pavilion on the Yixin Peak, and she screamed, "Grandpa Yuan, I'll help you." There was a beautiful woman in purple clothes, who seemed to be out of life and death. She was alone, and wanted to go to the sky with a sword. It's just that she was just 10 feet off the ground when she was caught by a young woman with a ball in a bun. Yufeng broke through the air, stretched out her hand to grab her neck, yanked her from the long sword and threw her back. On the square of Dingjian Pavilion, a distressed Tao Zi was about to steer the sword into its sheath, but the woman Wu Fu reached out to hold the sword's edge, twisted it lightly and broke the long sword into two. Nail it into the ground beside Tao Zi. This time, the monks learned to be clever, no longer picking up sesame seeds and throwing watermelons, glanced at the movement on the side of the sword pavilion, and continued to look up high with the white-clothed old ape. The man took 2 punches and still didn't fight back. This is not dead? The answer is obvious. Not only did that guy not die, but he was safe and unscathed. At the curtain of the sky, dressed in a green shirt, it seems like walking in a leisurely courtyard, stepping down. The green shirt guest stopped, lifted his shoes, dropped them lightly and then twisted his toes as if he was saying, "Stepping on you Yuan Xingye to death is like crushing an ant to death." Yuan Xingye's eyes widened, only bones clenched in his fists, and he raised his head and roared, "Who are you?" It absolutely does not believe that this green shirt guest who descended from the sky will be the stubborn mud-legged seed that only shook his arms back then. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "The kiln workers of Nipping Lane back then and the current lord of the Luopishen mountain were not all named Qin Pingan, or who else could they be?" Qin Pingan raised his hands, the palms of his hands, condensed and surfaced a round of sun and a month. The day is shining purely and the moon is bright. The sun rises and the moon sets, the sun falls and the moon returns again and again, forming a golden circle with a dignified appearance, just like a trajectory of the avenue of gods traveling around the world. When Qin Pingan twisted his wrist again, it was the natal star of the 5 elements, manifested and born with multicolored colors, just rotating slowly around the sun and the moon. The sun, the moon and the stars, if ordered, surround one person. The sun and the moon hung together, the Milky Way hung in the sky, following the rules, hanging in the sky. After this, there are pictures of mountains and rivers, Aquarius Island, Tongya Island, Beiju Luzhou looming or painted or drawn in white, a crowning landscape god, walking horses and flowers in the picture scroll, and among them there is still an upside-down mountain that has traveled far to the Qingming world. Suddenly, a blue shirt stood in the middle and the gods were in the sky. Rao Jiangxiangzhen was a little shaken and couldn't help asking, "Brother Chui, what kind of swordsmanship is this?" Chui Dongshan smiled and said, "Of course it is swordsmanship, but it can be considered as a boxing method pioneered by Mr. Wu. You can use both swords and fists. It is a pure martial arts. For thousands of years, the world has flourished. This is the peak." Chui Dongshan waved his snow-white sleeves. "Is it my husband? It's not worth the fuss. Otherwise, how could Mr. Cao get closer to the martial arts? It relies on the 10-level aura of no one before or after. Pei Qian is full of spirits. Look, I'm not smart as expected. Master can teach boxing, but as for feeding boxing, it is absolutely impossible." Under the guise of Shiro's skin, one can't help but repeat his tricks. Raise his arms. The ancestor of the hidden official martial arts is invincible, the swordsmanship is invincible. Go to his mother's by Yujing to be truly invincible. Second year. However, this white-haired boy who possessed Shiro finally remembered to use magic techniques to isolate the world and prevent his words from leaking out. It was inadequate and he always felt that he was not happy enough. After all, the hard-hearted words that the ancestors of the hidden official could not hear. Xiaoyu looked at the bright moon for a while, held his breath and looked at it carefully and finally sighed. Although the guy returned to his hometown at the blacksmith shop, it was probably because of Lu Xianyang's face and returned half of the essence of the moon. But this young hidden official has black hearts and hands. What kind of brains are scholars and what they learn is like? Could it be that when I went back to the town I had to go to the school for a few days? Xiaoyu asked, "Will this old ape run away?" Ning Yao shook his head and said, "No, I will die physically and mentally." On the ferry, Yu Huiting only felt thrilled and muttered, "No wonder you can become a hermit in the Great Wall of Jianqi." Wei Jin said, "Yuan Xingye is going to sacrifice his assassin." Yu Huiting asked curiously, "Uncle Wei, what do you say?" Wei Jin was silent. Wouldn't he think about it? Even if you can't think of the truth, you can wait for a while and you will know the answer naturally. What is the point of asking? Yu Huiting mistakenly thought that Master Wei was thinking about things and asked, Master Wei, is it that the mountain guarding the mountain will be enshrined? The next punch will be more fierce and domineering, thinking about changing lives? Wei and Jean didn't bother to turn their heads to look at her. Rarely put on the prestige of the elders of the teacher's school, and said indifferently, I heard that you have a good experience in the mountain and have a good reputation in the Dalibian army. I went back to the Fengshua temple and worked harder on my heart. What he meant was to remind her that she needs to use her brain to practice in the mountains. Yu Huiting didn't think so much, just as Shu Wei, the most unreasonable person in Shangxiantai, caring for people for an unprecedented time, and she suddenly smiled like a flower. Wei Ji knew that he had said it for nothing. Yuan Zhen's footsteps on the void once again revealed the huge body of the genus that moved the mountain, with a pair of pale golden eyes, staring at the former ant on the heights. There are long rivers of tempered air transport on it, flowing in the veins of the bones and blood that serve as the riverbed. This is the protection of the avenue as the first mountain spirit among the 5 realms in one continent. Qin Pingan also has a pair of golden eyes, but it is far more rich and refined than Yuan Zhinya, and sneered, Why, I have to say that I am Zhu Wei so that you can recognize your ancestors? Yuan Zhinya said sternly, but continued to laugh. After a punch, the jade and the stone were burned. Remember to reincarnate in the next life and find a good place. Qin Pingan hooked his finger, Come, please beat me to death. The half-stick of incense has passed so I can give you another chance to punch. Cui Dongshan endured but still couldn't hold it back and laughed. Jiang Shangzhen was also helpless, looking for someone to compete with the exhaustion of luck and the suppression of the avenue, and don't look for our young mountain master who was targeted by the Howren in the wild. As for the old ancestor who moved to the mountain, there is no need to worry about it, anyway it will shut up completely soon. Jiang Shangzhen asked heartily, The victory of the 2 worlds is clearly still there. Why doesn't it seem so obvious? Did you find some way to crack it? Cui Dongshan said, Mister, I just really wanted to understand a Buddhist saying he wants to cross all beings and it is for all beings. That's why he can take advantage of the trend and enter a certain state. Always get lost in the law and chances are not hindered by the law. Mister has this heart first and then has this state. Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, Awesome. However, Jiang Shangzhen knew very well that Cui Dongshan just put it lightly, and Qin Pingan would definitely be a physical and mental suffering when he did it. Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes and said, Nonsense. At the top of the sword, Lu Xianying shook the empty hip flask in his hand and threw it out of the white jade railing. He hugged the back of his head with both hands, and his hatred and grudges were all going on. Outside the Luapa Mountain bamboo house, there is no Jinghua Shuiyu of Xingyang Mountain, but it does not matter, there is still Chief Zhou's method. Chao Qingqing, among them, held a handful of melon seeds, all of which were left behind before going down the mountain. Sister Nuanshu helped to hand them over. Wei Bo left Piyun Mountain and quietly appeared here. The hidden Yuan Ing Jian Xiu Cui Wei also appeared and said hello softly, Mr. Wei Shan. Wei Bo smiled and nodded, Thank you. Cui Wei was speechless for a while. I am dedicated to the Patriarch Hall of Jisei Peak, staring at the top of my mountain, what hard work. Wei Bo seemed to feel that there was something wrong with what he said. He laughed at himself, this habit must be changed. Before touring Hangzhou town, which borders the 3 rivers at the bookstore, the of Water Li Jin would jokingly say that he is the mountain king of Aquarius Island and the mountain of Jisa Peak. Wei Bo thought it made sense and Li Shuishan's words were very funny. Who is the official boss and who is the subordinate? So I took dozens of books from the bookstore. On the table today, the incensed little man from the Zuqingwang temple who just came to Luopashen Dienmao, is diligent and conscientious, and is responsible for helping to gather the melon seeds and pile them into mountains. Seeing that Wei Shanjun, there is no Qin Lingjun around him. The little guy who once helped Wei Shanjun to make the nickname everywhere, he squatted behind the hill. As long as I didn't see Wei Yao didn't see me. The private mountains and rivers in the area of Xingyang Mountain are thousands of miles away. After Yuan Zhinya showed his true body, even the people in the market, everyone can see the huge figure enshrined by the mountain guard. As for the monks watching the ceremony, I really don't understand how the Qingshan sword fairy from Luapa Mountain could get punch after punch under the hands of this old ape. Patriarch Xiaoyansui suddenly said in his heart, Nephew, your choice seems ruthless but in fact it is wise. If you change it to me to decide, maybe you can't be as decisive as you. No matter what, the next sect master without Qiu Lingshan to fight, the Full Moon Peak's descendant sword repair, there is greater hope to provoke this burden. Yen Chu nodded and said, The 2 evils are the lesser of the power. Looking back, the suzerain's move did not make the least bit of muddle, which is really impressive. Only Tao Yanba was dull and speechless. From now on, how should his Qiu Lingshan deal with himself? Among the peaks of Xinjiang Mountain where the hearts of the people are dissipated, Qiu Lingshan has a line of sword repair, but can there be a foothold? No longer was Yuan Xinye, who was enshrined by a mountain protector in the form of a real white ape. Towards the top of his head, he gave birth to the highest level of Dao Fa and the highest level of fist intent. Before the old ape punched, he laughed loudly, "Death is death. Don't want the old man to beg for mercy with you." How about the outcome? Yuan Xinye, who kept throwing punches and half a stick of incense, would really have no idea. Yuan Xinye handed out that punch, and a circle of golden ripples appeared in the sky, spreading rapidly in all directions, and the entire Xinjiang mountain boundary seemed to have a layer of magnificent golden waves slowly passing by. The arm that the old ape threw a fist was like a mountain range, and the ground was cracked, all broken, and the heavy rain splashed wildly. The old ape was still in the air, still maintaining that forward posture, but the small world a few miles around the blue shirt was still the sun, the moon and the stars in an orderly manner, and the avenues flowed endlessly. The old ape with one broken arm had his shoulders slightly tilted, just touching the edge of the small world, where the avenues intersect, the stars are splashing and the sky is full of fire and rain. Qin Pingan said, "Then change me." The vision of heaven and earth suddenly converged, and the martial arts of 10 realms, returning to the first level, boxing is swordsmanship like a swordsmanship that had fallen to the world 10,000 years ago. A huge vortex appeared at the sky, and there was a golden sword light that seemed to be cruising in the long river of time for thousands of years. It broke through the air and hit the head of the old ape's body, hitting Yuan Xinye directly. The land of Yangshan, facing the ground, just hit the peak of the sword on the back of the fairy. The light of the sword fell straight and lasted for a long time, like a golden long sword that invisibly connected the sky and the earth. After piercing the head of the old ape, it was inserted diagonally into the ground. Yuan Xinye prostrated on the ground, roaring, resting his hands on the ground, trying to lift his head as hard as he could, struggling to get up. Then the shirt in the blue shirt was straight and standing on its head, causing Yuan Xin's page door to hang down instantly. Not close to the back Jianfeng. Qin Pingan raised his arm high, 5 thunderstorms in his palm, like a robbery, a swift press, hitting Yuan Xinye's neck. With his left arm, the long sword on that line of Fengshan Gate archway swims at night, turning into a rainbow, wearing a blue shirt, holding a long sword, dragging the sword away, walking slowly at the neck of the old ape. The sword is light swipe across. In the end, he cut off a huge head of Yuan Xinye and let it roll to the foot of the mountain. In a sleeve, Fu Lu kept flying out like a long river, smashing Yuan Xinye's headless body. The head was at the foot of the mountain, and his eyes were still staring at the blue shirt on the top of the mountain, and his eyes were gradually distracting. "I don't know if it is dead or unwilling, and I don't want to close it." Qin Pingan nodded towards it. For some reason, Yuan Xinye seemed to understand the meaning of the old boy in Nipping Lane. He nodded slightly and finally closed his eyes. It was exactly the same choice as the ghost Nun Situ Waning of the Full Moon Peak. He chose to be a remnant of the Jade Realm. The rime of Taoism and the only remaining Qi luck are all left and given to this Xinjiang mountain. The old ape, who could have chosen to blow up the golden core and the nascent soul, had only one thought in his lifetime, as if he was talking to the man on the top of the mountain: "I beg you, don't kill Tao Zi." And that blue shirt, like an unknown prophet, nodded at the time, saying, "I am not you." Yuan Xinye's soul dissipated, and an old man in white clothes with a vague body shape was faintly visible, standing beside his head at the foot of the mountain. His last word in this life was to raise his head, look at the young man and ask in his heart, "Kill me, who is it?" Qin Pingan didn't answer, only waved his sleeves to disperse his soul. Night Tour returns to the sheath with his back behind. Lifting one foot, stomping heavily on the ground, the whole hill under his feet split in 4 or 5. There are no immortals carrying the sword peak in the world, only tourists in Qingshan carrying the sword. On the avenue, visitors at Bingshui are not afraid of encountering ghosts, they are afraid of talents. In addition to the people watching the ceremony in Luapa Mountain, all the sword immortals and disciples of Xinjiang Mountain, as well as all the guests staying in the old and new peaks, felt a strange sense of suffocation at this moment. It was as if everyone was standing beside him at the moment, a sword fairy from Luapa Mountain. In that blue shirt, Yufeng came to the top of the sword where he lost a patriarch hall. As the lord of Xinjiang Mountain, Emperor Bamboo immediately held his fist and respected, "Xinjiang Mountain Bamboo Emperor, pay respect to Lord Qinshan." Lu Xianying rolled his eyes and glanced at Qin Pingon. Lu Xianying took the lead in Yufeng to leave, looked around, saw the round-faced girl standing among the reeds, and rushed to Egret Crossing immediately. Qin Pingon looked around, did not say much, followed Lu Xianying to Yufeng and left. During this time he turned his head and smiled brightly with Bailudu, then came to the white-clothed boy and the black-clothed girl, rubbed the heads of the millet grains and laughed softly. Said, "Go home. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.